Is it possible to start to hate the ego? Well, yes, actually, a lot of people start hating the ego at some point once they realize that it becomes the hindrance that's keeping them blocked in. And what did Buddha say? No self. So, what did he know? Well, it was a big dumb self standing in the way. Every single time, self's blocked. Walk right into the ego, boom, get bounced back. Again, boom. Why is that? Well, the ego is the control center. The ego does not want to give up control. The ego thinks it can control, thinks it is in control. It thinks it's that CEO that won't let the other people talk, won't hear them out. Just do this, do that. Or you ask a question and then the CEO answers after you press them, I don't know. Well, that's the worst thing a CEO can say. That's an egoic CEO. Now, some CEO that doesn't say that says, hey, how can we do this together? How can we solve this problem together? I have no idea. So let's brainstorm. That's a better CEO. But the problem is a lot of these problems that we have are not within the realm of rationality. It's just not. It's not. No. There's no logic. There's no rhyme. There's no reason. There's nothing that the ego or some type of rational analytical mind can put together. Can't do it. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make a damn bit of sense. And for an ego, that is an impossible problem. Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't know what to do. That's the basis of suffering. Now, what does the ego do? Well, it wants to deflect. Right? It wants to deflect. It wants to distract itself. All right, that's an insolvable problem. Okay, on to the next thing. It doesn't want to stay in that zone that contradicts its abilities. But it might be a problem that you need to solve. Like it's the essential problem. Like you're floored, depressed, and not able to move forward at all. But there's no rational reason for that. So what what could that be? What you can keep asking the ego that question, and the ego will keep responding it doesn't know. And that's the sense of feeling trapped. People are trapped. They have no idea. They're profoundly dissatisfied with things they don't know what. Something. Something that's manifesting that's not expressing itself because it's on the subconscious. Oh, it's below ego. If the ego only knew. The ego doesn't know. So what do you do? Well, we've all been trained that we have to do something. So doing anything's better than doing nothing. So we run around, round, and we never figure it out that way. We don't. Now, in bygone eras, they would have said, look, you need to meditate and pray. You need to go on a pilgrimage. You need to bring a pen. You need to do penance. You need to repent. And the people understood that meant potentially open-ended, like going on the quest for the Holy Grail type thing, lifelong journey, trying to understand the directives of these irrational forces. of course, there being two kinds. There's the malicious and also deceiving kind, and then there's the enlightening and enriching kind. And you need to be able to discern those two, which isn't real easy when the five sense realm's advantage goes to the forces of darkness and delusion. That's quite a stacked deck against you in this realm. But rest assured, it's stacked against everybody. That's what this realm is about. Unless you're talking about higher beings, and even those, the gods themselves. Look at the stories of Zeus and all the things he was doing. Gods were messed up. They didn't have it figured out. The Davids didn't know what they were doing. And look at the Davids. Some of them went the completely wrong way, didn't they? Weren't they deceived? Aren't there stories about that? Well, what does deception cause? Well, it just solves an immense amount of suffering, especially if you're living for a longer period of time. So you think those are happy beings, powerful beings? Or are those delusional beings and suffering beings? Well, if you think that in the five sense realm that they have all the power, then you would be inclined to believe that they've got everything figured out. Except that's not really what the stories about them would infer, or you would infer if you read them with a little bit of insight. So as above, so below. Those beings above are as deluded in many cases as the beings below, or vice versa. Enlightened beings below are like the enlightened beings above, godly above, godly below, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. So here's the other thing. Ego wants a payout. It wants validation. It wants external validation. And that is the single most common recipe for disaster. It's absolute disaster. It's never going to work. It cannot work. It will not work. It is the wrong mentality to have. It is the wrong mindset. It is weak. It is stupid. It is common. It is vulgar. It is repetitive. It comes back. You think you got rid of it, it's back again. It's out there with the little begging bowl. Please, can I have a quarter? I'll take a dime. Anybody got a nickel here? Nickel and diamond people for validation. It's pathetic. But why is that? Well, we have nothing inside, just a gaping wound in most cases, just left, not being treated, neglected. And then we wonder why we're suffering. Well, we haven't really thought things through. We haven't really revised our personalities enough to be able to see that and stop doing that and actually feel disgust, but also relief. You have to be able to accept that disgust, like how disgusting and pathetic that is. And yet, on the other hand, it's normal. You don't have to awfulize it. You know, people scratch their butts every once in a while. It's just this animal realm we're in. It doesn't define us. But we love inventing stories and narratives that are convoluted and wrong and obtuse and end up becoming some type of rationalization for some type of defilement. Usually ill will. Ill will is a very common one. People just think up ways to rationalize ill will and hatred and anger. They do. They get themselves worked up. But see, you should be getting yourselves worked up, but with positive energy, which means no, you're not leaving it to chance. No, 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 no. You are bringing the energy, you are specifically, intentionally raising your frequency by the artificial means of the 2 tennis ball practice. There you go. Start shaking those tennis balls and do it for 15 minutes straight. And why does that? You could call that crazy style if you want. But that crazy style gets you out of a lower frequency. Was it worth it? Yes or no? Do you feel conned? Do you feel tricked? Do you feel cheated? Or do you feel like, wow, that might just be a cheat code? I was doing it the hard way, which is to say no way at all, giving no care at all, no awareness at all of something basic like frequency and raising it. And now I'm doing that. I'm in a regular practice of doing that because I know that it's a cheat code for attitudinals. I don't know how it works. I don't know why it works. I know I could break my head on this problem. I could continue for 3 hours on this problem, but that's not the point. The point is experiencing the frequency and raising the frequency as quickly, effectively, repetitively, and decisively as possible. And it's hard to quantify these things, but if you can even raise it 5 points, that's better than nothing. That can be decisive. But in a lot of cases, you can raise it 50% if you do it well. In the beginning, you're going to doubt. You're going to say this can't work. You're going to be in disbelief. The ego is not going to see the point. It's going to want to shoot it down. It didn't see this coming. It didn't figure it out. It can't be true. But you're going to work through all of that. You're going to work through that resistance. And it works. It does. And so those are the little valuable insights and practices that matter more than these worldly games that are being played, because finally it's the interior world in which we reside. And the ego, there's nothing really good about it as far as spiritual awareness goes. Nothing good about it. It's in the beginning, it is the hindrance. Number 1.0. It is the meta problem. Oh no, I heard about that. Yeah, ego, that's a problem. But I'm beyond. No, you're not. You're not beyond it. Even when you think you're beyond it, you're not beyond it. It's always there, always blocking these processes, especially when you're having this type of suffering, like the manifestation of suffering, like profound disappointment with the entirety of the socioeconomic political situation. It's one of those times to just sit down and contemplate the universe, because the time has come. You didn't want it to come. You don't want to deal with these questions. You don't want to be dissatisfied. You don't want to be extremely angry again. You don't want to start blaming because you know that that's an egoic process as well. And it's everybody else's fault. It's not my fault. Where's this manifestation coming from? Oh, well, somewhere below me. I don't know where. Well, yeah, exactly. So get out of the way. No, I can't do that. I'm the ego. I need to know what's going on here. Where's this going? What happens next? It wants to know. What's the linear direction? Where is this leading to? And nobody knows. So the ego has to be forcibly ejected in many cases. Again and again and again. Slam. The door opens, slammed again. Knock, 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 open the door, ego again, slam. Ding dong, open the door, ego again. That's how it rolls sometimes. And why is this so bad in the West? Because we've been conditioned like this. We have been conditioned to override our intuition. And intuition is the only thing that can get us out of irrational social catastrophes, political catastrophes, economic catastrophes, worldly catastrophes. Only intuition and higher planes of consciousness can get us out of that, not the rational mind. Rationally, there should not have been a war in Ukraine. But rationality is not what was the decisive factor. The continuation of hostilities has nothing to do with rationality. Absolutely nothing. It would be rational to stop blowing things up. That's it. What do we have here? Things blowing up? Let's stop doing that. That's rational. Is that happening? No. So how does rationality help us in that case? Well, it doesn't. It works against us. But we have been taught that rationality is the only way to look at this world. You go to school every day, even though you don't want to, which would be your intuition telling you not to do something. You override that. You go into these institutional buildings, and then you're told what to do, how to, and to think. You should be thinking 8 hours a day at least. Well, that's not good practice, is it? How about not thinking about anything? And not thinking in a rational way, but trying to intuit what is actually going on. And also dissolving it internally, using the alchemical processes within, just being splattered with poison, sulfuric acid from the outside, but taking it in and using it, redirecting it for transformational effects. So it's not gonna. You're not gonna throw it in the face of the ego. You're gonna tell the ego to get out of the way, and then when all that dark matter and strange crap shows up, that's what you're gonna throw it on instead. So it's using it as a gift. Look at these people trying or creating this immense amount of rage. So let's redirect that to something that is flimsy inside here. Let's direct that into the void. See what happens, just as an experiment. Look at this. People threw sulfuric acid in your face. Why don't you just redirect that and flow it somewhere else instead? Might sting a little bit, but you have some type of thing on you, some type of wipe that has some type of canceling agent. You can just wipe that off the face of the ego if there's any splatter that ends up causing irritation. And then just send it into the void. Send it into things that may be there aggravating you that you weren't aware of, but the id is starting to vomit up all these horrible bones and other stupid ways of seeing things that are aggravating. And then you're working with the id and saying, look, all right, let me pull this bone out of your mouth here. I can't believe you're still chewing on this. This is disgusting. And you have to pull it out of its mouth and throw it into the void. Then pat it on its head and say, look, just forget about that. Don't ever chew on that again. And then here, chew on this instead. Here are 2 tennis balls. Here you go. Here's one and here's the other. And throw it in a direction that looks funner or more conducive than the direction it came from. But yeah, coming back to times gone past, medieval times, people were praying all the time. And it wasn't considered, oh, these people are really religious or something. It was just a way of life. And it was a better way of life than what we're living today. We got like mental illness. What is it? The mental illness index is up at, jumped from 1,000 to 1,500 the other day. So, which is inversely proportional to prosperity, peace, civility, dignity, or respect. So, these things can happen in different places at different times. It does depend on where you are. I do know that there are better places than others. And there's also microenvironments. Like these big countries, we need to break them down to regions and then to very small localities and look at them. Where is it working well? Where is it not? Why? And where it's not, getting rid of it or redoing it. Complete redesign. Ever see a building that was all bombed out but in a good location, and then new owners came in with a new concept, ripped out a lot of things, put in some new stuff, and it became like a great place? Well, that's what needs to be done socioeconomically and politically. Because we have the equivalent of bombed out zones in each of those places. Now, before everyone wants to turn that into a self-blame session, do realize that geopolitical adversaries played a decisive role in that. And we're not just talking about one, we're talking about multiple people that came to the country with not the best intentions. And certainly the academics that were on their side, which is a class war type thing. So of captured miscreants, essentially. Abusing an illegitimate position. So, can that happen in history? In different places, different times? Yes. Can you let it go? Yes. Is it personal? No. There's a lot of bad people making bad decisions, causing bad effects. Purely neutral. Now, to the extent that the wide spread of mental illness, hatred, misdirection, political imbecility, all those things, to the extent that they can influence you versus the extent to which you can retreat from them, is something that is significant and essential. But if it's raining all the time and you can get yourself a poncho, then do that. Don't stand in the rain. Don't try to kid yourself that that's fun to stand in the rain all the time because they tell you that's where you should be standing and that's how you should be feeling, when you don't feel that way. When their nightmare landscapes are grotesque and awful and off-putting, and that people lie about those things. They have a invested position in a narrative, which makes them bad people. But when have bad people never been on this planet doing bad things? It's just the extent to how far they can get traction in a certain amount of time. And in postmodern times, with no religious defenses to speak of, a complicit class of cultural vandals that usurped the institutions and inverted things and weaponized things. Yeah, it's understandable. That's a catastrophe. That's a cultural catastrophe. And things of that nature, way worse than earthquakes, I would say. The last time Europe experienced such a horrible situation was probably the 30 Years' War. So we're going back to the 17th century, which most people have no idea of. They don't know why it was important to have stable religious institutions. But the people that came out of the 30 Years' War, they knew why. A lot better than the smart morons of today. 30 years of war. Unimaginable to your modern worldling. So it's possible. I think, what did they say? Young went crazy before World War I broke out. So he had a psychotic episode. Now, he later developed his theory of collective unconscious to explain that, but we're sort of in a similar crisis moment where things haven't gotten as horribly bad as they're going to get, but they're going to get there. And the rational mind does not know a way to prevent that from happening. So, if you're feeling psychotic in a pre-war period, it's normal. If you're feeling psychotic in a war period, it's normal too. Because it is crazy. Yeah. It is absolutely crazy. Oh, there's a building. Yeah, I was supposed to show up at 8 a.m. and I showed up, the whole thing's gone. Ding dong. This is the planet we're living on. Ding. Who decided on that? What supreme leader? Some real smart person. Had some really not so smart ideas that turned into... Or they didn't even want to hit that. They wanted to hit something else, like some cell tower, and they ended up just killing everyone, trying to buy bread instead. Is this world sane, do you think? Look, there's all those legs and arms in the trees here. Is that sane? Is that sanity, do you think? Is that not real? So, but they've got us in these schools learning rationality. That's like, here you go, kids. This is a flathead screwdriver. It will work on every screw and every nail and everything else you're going to encounter in life. Just listen to what we say and do what we say, and everything will be just fine. So, but we can't know everything, and we can't live perfect lives. And we can't get what we want all the time. So these are just other mitigating problems in an existential sense. This is part of the homemade recipe of life that gives it that extra tang. So what else did our education do in killing us inside? Was it gave us these routines, Monday to Friday and the weekend. And that we should be busy doing this and busy doing that. And then once we're done this, we should be doing that. We are burning up our time. And we're not practicing. So you see, the secularists, they just removed religion entirely from life. Oh, we don't need that. It's not efficient. If we get rid of religion, we could raise production by 20%. Sold. The hogs all. Raise your hands. The hogs, all the hooves went up around the banquet table with the human entrails on it. All in favor of removing religion from public and private life. Say aye. The uproar is as bits and pieces of slop fly out of their gaping mouths. So no, essentially human beings are primarily spiritual beings, and so should have primary spiritual practice. Now, as far as women go, women have been and have really always been a big problem. Like, the woman problem is huge. If you research it, societies around the world have tried to figure out how to get the woman question right. Modernity has gotten it completely wrong. So, if you're thinking women are some type of helpmate for you, you might want to think again. That is not to say that there aren't good ones out there, but I would say you need to qualify them on that and not take them at face value. Not in these days. Now, still, a good woman, she needs, if she, let's say this is just the normal progression for women, is they end up finding a man and having kids, then what then? Well, in that case, guess what? The woman has three things to worry about. One, taking care of her man. Two, taking care of her children. And three, taking care of herself with religion that works and is real and fills up all the space in between those two other things. So no, you're not there texting, you're not on social media, you're not on your phone. No. No, you're not listening to this heartbeat or this crazy lady or this other thing. Nope, not happening. It's kids, man, home, and religion. So as soon as the kid is sleeping and the man is at work, you're practicing religion. You're practicing prayerful meditation. You're starting with the 28 bows, full spread eagle face down, and then you're flipping over to the back and doing another 28 bows. And that's just the beginning of the prayerful meditative practice. And that's what women will have. Now, as far as men should be doing the same thing. You have your work and social commitments. You have your home commitments, and then you have your primary commitment, which is your commitment to your spiritual practice, which might have to be a shed in the woods, which might be close to the house, but is still separate, and it's understood that you will not be bothered there. Except under exceptional conditions, and it better be exceptional, and it shouldn't be common. And it could be something like you say, all right, well, you know what, because the work week is that stressful, from Monday to Friday, I will be residing there or practicing there. And then you compartmentalize. All right, I have devoted Saturday to family and home matters. And then Sunday is also a full day of practicing in solitude. And that's just the way it is. And then you need to think, are you working? Better it would be to work for yourself. But if you're working for someone else, these people, you should not work for just anyone. It needs to be congruent with good spiritual practice. You have a company that has super antisocial, globalist values. Don't work for them. Not even on a subcontracting basis. I wouldn't even take anything from them. And so look at the companies you're dealing with, look at the people you're dealing with, and if they're messed up, stop dealing with them. You don't have to make it dramatic. Come up with a nice diplomatic excuse. Hey, I'm busy with other things. Whatever you have to do, but then do it. Because in a 30 years war situation, it's awful. It's terrible. It was meant to be that. And this is what it looks like. People with really weird quasi-religious zealotry with violent and criminal aspects to it. So that means the whole social situation will change, the whole political situation will change, and the whole economic situation will change. It's just how rapidly and where and in what way. And if you're thinking about blaming yourself, don't do that. Not a single architect in the world would have put together the Jim Bam boogity-whooped system that a bunch of cretins that came out of the left came up with for Western civilization. That are now right. They're also right. They're whatever they say they are. They're the super sophist rhetoricians who went to these super elite, isolated, encapsulated schools and got brainwashed by a bunch of sadists. So don't give them the benefit of the doubt. Don't vote for them. Expose them. If you have a region somewhere, make sure the person running for your political office is not super wealthy or affiliated with any super wealthy people. If they are, they're disqualified. On the other hand, you don't want to have poor people in there that will take bribes. They need to be ethical people. They need to distribute the funds wisely too. And they need to be able to take feedback and work with it. And if they don't do that, they're not qualified, no matter how much money they have. In fact, if they do have money and they go for political office and they end up making all these dumb mistakes, they should be charged with that. Whatever wealth they have should be impounded. In fact, in cases like that, if there are wealthy people, everything should get cashed out what they own, like in the form of money, and then you should have a day where it is set on fire in front of the people. So this is what these people wanted, and this is what we're going to do to that, just to show people that money is not the most important thing. Right? Duty, compassion for others, ethical values and standards. Leadership is more important than money. And then burn it, have a nice little celebration, and make it a public lesson. Because it does build trust. Whereas the opposite creates warlike conditions. So the smart morons of today that are not profiting by not having any real religion, they're running rampant around here, just willy-nilly crazy, thinking that they can say anything and people will believe them. And they have not had enough pushback, but that day is coming because the wheels have fallen off. They're falling off all over the place. You can be unethical, you can lie as a politician, yes, but if that becomes a culture, then guess what happens? So your country falls apart and your political system too. So when it's first happening, you can have a 20-year run, but then, what then? Well, that chaos dividend needs to be paid out. And there's no telling if the country will survive that or not. Countries do not stay static. In fact, a lot of these damn countries that unified into one big entity, that turned out to be a mistake. There was less regional representation, more bottlenecking, and that's where the horrible people came in that came up with these just utterly disastrous, reprehensible policies that we're still living with. They haven't disavowed that. No. That way of thinking, it needs to die out. But that process can be accelerated the less tolerance the public has for charlatans that have no religion or no business being in the country in the first place, type thing. Just real logical, simple things like that. But yeah, back to basics. So yeah, basics. Religion is basic. It's not something for weak people. It's just a basic that was excluded by a bunch of smart morons from the 20th century. So the bad karma of that is just gigantic, and it does need to burn itself off and out for us to get past that, get through this phase. And there's no telling what it will look like in the end. But the direction it's taken is it's not sustainable. But people don't want to admit that. So what do? See, the ego says, no, this isn't possible. What do we do? There's no alternative. Well, that's the whole question. For example, return to subsistence farming. Dispersed subsistence farming. And high cultural values. And a lot of apprehension about people coming from places, especially with Blarneyist ideas, targeting soft-headed suckers in religious type or social type settings. Got to keep more of an eye on those types of people, because people didn't in the 60s, and this is why we have all of these problems. Lots of stupidity and lots of cowardice went into that. So those days are coming to an end. There's really nothing. They have nothing to offer. They've stolen everything. They've wrecked everything. And yet they still want to engage you on some level. So when does the negotiation break down? That's just sort of the question we're now faced with. And how will that look like when it goes? And of course, there's probably going to be some big mistakes done by the other side, because the way they think, it's really short term. In the grand scheme of things, it's short term. Even if they think they've, figured things out for the next year, what will be in 3 or 5 or 7 years, especially when they make really stupid and misguided and unethical decisions, as is predictable based on their lack of right values. So yeah, when a whole house, a whole country, a whole world burns down, a lot of dumb problems do solve themselves. Which is why, coming back to religious people, have faith that God will sort things out, that God sorts things out, because He does. He does. Yeah. You might not understand it, but He does. Nothing could be smarter than the ego. Well, actually, yes, everything is, I would say almost everything is smarter than the ego. Once you figure out how the ego works, it's very basic and extremely annoying. Unless you're in a situation where you're not being constantly provoked by an overactive ego because you've already put in a lot of different layers, sediments of work to keep things as they should be. So individual practice, men and women, but also social cohesion, look towards like-minded people and look towards alliances. But do realize that we're entering a complex phase where things do not appear or seem as they appear. A lot of sweet-talking briganism in circulation amongst the stupidest amongst us that think they're the smartest amongst us. So a lot of people aren't going to make it. That's something you have to come to terms with as well. A lot of people aren't going to figure this one out. In fact, it's a miracle that people are becoming as religious as they're going to need to be in order to survive the times that are ahead of us. But do realize these times, like a new dark ages, it's not new. It's happened in different places, different times, for different reasons. Pre-modern times, yeah. And unfortunately, we don't really know. I'm sure there were very many similar modern parallels, like getting horrible leadership due to horrible political influencing campaigns that led to just catastrophic downfalls of these civilizations. It would be so great if we had the chronicles. We just don't. But when social mores get this wrong, this fast, this widespread, that is a precondition for mass violence. It's a form of mass violence. It's just illicit at this point. The people funding it that don't give a damn, high in psychopathy, schemerism, sadism, and narcissism, they don't see any problems with what they do. They've got a set of stories they tell themselves, and that's it. And so, yeah, for all these people taking their money too, don't think that's not going to have a bad consequence, because it would. I would not take 1 cent from these people. Even if they threw it at me, I would just let it bounce off. And so for these people here stepping and fetching it for a bunch of cretins because they have money, what does that make you? Oh, I'm successful. You're not successful. That's not what success looks like. You're the lowest of the low, step and fetch it, a stooge. You got no values to speak of. Oh, I work hard. Yeah, you work hard for the wrong thing, sucker. Should have worked hard in figuring out some strategic manifestations that might have taken 3 hours of doing absolutely nothing, but that's still hard work too. Then you might have had something to show for it instead of just ink and paper from maniacs. Maniac money. Yeah. Well, of course, there's nothing like that. Karma doesn't mean anything. It can't be applied to that instance. What? Why do you think that? Oh, money's green. Nah, actually, no. Money doesn't stink. No, it does stink. Actually, it does stink. But this isn't what all of these cultural values, my completely destroyed and inverted society tells me the opposite. Who's telling the truth here? Well, yeah, it's a problem. big problem. People saying the craziest of things and believing the craziest things, and then doing the craziest things, saying the craziest of things, thinking the craziest of things. Mental health index dropped another 3,000 points last week. I don't know if you've been watching that index, but that's usually not a good sign. It doesn't really bear well for the eco-blarney. The eco-blarneyism becomes less credible when that happens, but they're not paying attention to that. They just got the other charts up there for you. That may or may not be accurate. Like their inflation rate, that's not accurately reported. Makes them look bad. Come out with a number like 25% inflation hike. Nobody gets a 25% pay raise, so what do they publish? Inflation is hovering around 2.1%, having gone down from 2.3% last month. That's what they publish. But, yeah, I guess that's something people should accept as well, not just all the other annoying things. But that one too, even when it's impossible to, make ends meet, then you're just supposed to, I guess, take fentanyl and die, like they sort of have planned for you in a sort of second type of opium war, 30 years war type of situation. The Chinese Revolution plus tactic. Then all these big companies but they're still calling every day. Do you have the parts for us for our goobity dupes? Multi-billion-dollar companies still don't know how to produce the things they claim to produce. They just monopolized. Came in at some point, some third-party usurpers took over the ownership, decapitated the company. Now it's running on zombie fumes. Still making profits though, because it was essentially a money machine when they took it over. But I guess nobody's noticed. Everybody's just working, so don't pay attention to those things. Let me tell you, all the AstroTurf these companies use that are socially sadistic, that if that is chronicled and captured, that would be a reason for bankrupting those companies. Or the holding companies holding those companies. There needs to be a complete investigation on that level. And has it happened yet? Well, no. Where's the political will? Well, it's limp-wristed. It doesn't even have. We can't even call it limp-dicked because there's no balls in the room anymore, right? That's also something needed to be regulated by the regulators of the administrators administrating these subpar candidates. Oh no, the credibility index took another nosedive. But they want credibility. How do they keep it? That's what they're going to put their money on. But going away, that's the one option they haven't considered. But they might consider it if enough people decide that's what should be done, including the political leadership of your country, which is what it should do. And if it doesn't, if it's missing the will, then it shouldn't have had the will to go into political office in the first place. What type of will is that? The will to lose? The will to bend over and butt up for something or some amount of money? You don't need any damn representatives like that. They show themselves to be that way. Throw them out. Don't wait for their term to finish. There needs to be immediate replacement. Something like that. If the issue is important enough, absolutely. Oh no, no, I said I wasn't going to sell the port to these not so friendly looking geopolitical entities, but I had I thought it over drinks and hors d'oeuvres at different gala events, and now I've decided to sell the port because it's going to boost industry. These brigands have promised. Oh, okay, really? See, that is an alarm bell. So ding, 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 ding. There's a story goes out next day. Mr. Big Butt decided to hand in his resignation. And oh, by the way, the port, it's not going anywhere. It's getting investment from a national fund. So, by the way, we're looking for 100 to 300 technicians to do sensible things in a sensible way for an indeterminate amount of time. Two different realities, two different people, two different wills, two different countries, two different cities. So civil society, yeah, you need to have it. You need to have people looking to people who should be responsible for certain things. But having too many of those people is not really a recipe for success. So fortunately, big cities, I don't see a great future unless the socioeconomic and political, the massive socioeconomic and political problems are not solved in a enlightened way, which is the diametric opposite of the way it's been going for the last 30 years. So who do we have to thank for that? Well, look at them. There they are, celebrating themselves. Write down their names. That's the people in the way. People who think they're the good people, they're in the way too. But, of course, we don't want to focus on the toilet bowl. Let's turn around, look outside the toilet stall. Where are the people that are supposed to be making these ethical decisions? Where are they? I don't care, young people. Get somebody over 35. Where the people 35 to 45, where are those people in your area? Men specifically. Like there should be, for each spot, 5 men, maybe. If there's one female candidate out of, 30 positions, that might be not something that would throw alarm bells. But because women are so busy with the way they do things now, with children, their homes, their men, and their religion, they don't have time to be doing stuff they're not cut out for. Which is not to say every man is cut out for it, but just from the standpoint of percentages, you've got about 100% better chance of getting better long-term leadership if you've got a man there capable of doing it. Now, this is not to say all men are created equal or cut out for the job. The football star that happens to be a malignant narcissist is not the guy that should get the top political spot or any type of political spot necessarily. It's a completely different position. And malignant narcissism is not compatible with political office. So thinking you're the best is not the way to do the job. But being the best you can be, that is the right mindset. Which also means accepting criticism and changing if that is what is required. If you don't have that personality trait, you're not that type of person, don't do it. It's not the job for you. Also, not interested in the money aspect of it. Not interested in abusing position and power and influence for cash. Not being that type of person. Oh, I don't have the religion, I don't have those values. I want to take over the political position anyway. No, that's exactly the way the voting process should work, so that people like that get exposed, get discredited, and don't get in the position. That's the democratic process at work. If you don't have a democratic process that is robust like that, unfortunately, you're living in an illiberal democracy, and then you need to change that. Start fielding candidates. And then field the candidates and monitor. These candidates also need to be able to report if some malign influence came up and tried to mess with them. And they need to have people that know how to understand how important that is, and not sit on their hands like the current crop of do-nothings have done. They've done the opposite. They've hounded candidates that they feel threaten them. It's essentially a wealth guarding, an illicit wealth guarding type of situation. But is that impossible? Could that have happened anywhere? Can that happen anywhere? Yes. What do you do when that happens? Start over. That's what you do. And don't do it the old way. They're crappy uniforms, they're stupid equipment, they're messed up little shacks where they used to fart around and drink crappy coffee and play office politics. Raze it to the ground. Don't even build back to where they were. Turn it into some type of park. Plant some trees and try to heal the karmic injury of that place. So it's not about passing the baton to us. They have nothing to pass to us. They threw the baton away a long time ago. So we don't really need to take anything from them that hasn't been vetted first and considered to be something essential. Because if it isn't, you don't need it. You don't need 10 people playing busy. But getting there, it's going to be a bumpy ride. So people, this is how you get yourself seat buckled in for a bumpy ride, is religion, dispersal, also retreat. If you are stuck in an urban zone, then make it your fortress. People in the barrios, that's you see how they live. Now, sans the criminality, you might have to have security people instead of criminals, but there's not a lot of people that want to be walking around there and just showing up and trying to sell whatever type of Kool-Aid that they've cooked up in some type of psych lab in those parts. And that has an effect, a security effect. Also, these damn airwaves on your phone, everything else, you need to reduce whatever it is that you're exposing yourself to. Any type of negative image is harmful. Like they talk about air pollution and noise pollution. How about eye pollution? All these kids getting blasted with these horrendous images 24/7. That image pollution might be 70%, 80%. In some cases, the chances of them making it in this life are close to zero. I would say less than 5%. Which is also something that these companies that have allowed these images to circulate, that would be a reason for shutting them down immediately. They crossed the social sadism, they violated the social sadism law. That's it. They're there typing away TTT and then pull the plug, go offline. And then you think, well, is that too much? Or what? Think of it as just poison. It's spreading poison. Less people that are poisoned, the better. It's a time function. It's like a forest fire. The less trees get burned, the better. How do you do it? You extinguish the fire. It's that neutral. So that's the way we're heading, sort of dark age planning for dark ages that nobody wanted but are upon us in sort of a new kind of way. So women need to get their minds right, men need to get their minds right. Oh, and by the way, men, that scenario that I explained or described for worldlings, that means men and women that are contributing to society in a worldly way, producing children and goods for other good people. That's how they live, but that's not necessarily the preferred way to live as a spiritual person, which means the option for women living as nuns, separate, with full religious practice, full-time religious practice, is acceptable. And male monasteries, full-time practice, is acceptable too. And not just acceptable, they're considered extremely honorable and important positions. And they're to be taken seriously. It's not, oh, here's this feel-goodism guy. He's a vendor. He's selling me feel-goodism. No, this is someone who is more important than a doctor. Spiritual guide, samana, also shamanistic type of person is a leader. It's a spiritual, cultural, communal leader. And if you have good ones, guess what? Your community will flourish. If you have bad ones or imposters, your community is doomed to extinction. So, and yeah, women don't want to do that. Well, then they don't. There's going to be a whole wide world for women that don't want to do the right things, and they'll be outside good communities. And if they start in good communities and go bad, well, then they're going to have to leave the community. And the same goes for men too. There are bad apples. There will always be bad apples. There are people on different trajectories, different karmic loops, and if they need to mess up their lives, or if that's just the way things worked out for them, then we have to be able to accept that too. But by offering them an alternative, we are doing them a service. Because they don't have that now. Like, we have these religions out here. Institutionalized religion is really on its way out because of all the other reasons. All the other institutions that have been captured by these horrible people, they use it for every institution. Religious, economic, political, it's the same thing for them. Same type of little games they play, little power plays. A lot of covert narcissism mixed up in their little play acting routines. So yeah, being so accessible, I don't think that's going to really be a thing going forward. And it's not because people don't want to be nice people, it's just a necessity. Why do people put bars on windows in bad neighborhoods? Is it because they want to? Or is it a practical thing to do? So yeah, if you're in a city, try to group together in an area, and then it's going to be sort of like a barricading, sort of an open barricade. Otherwise, country dispersed, or also congregations in the country, in the hills, right? Think more in terms of defensive positions and less in terms of convenience or comfort. That's sort of what the hilltop settlements in Italy suggest, that the wind is blowing. So, but other than that, yeah, life, make sure your religious practice is a real one. It's a genuine one, because that was something that faded Western civilization, late stage Western civilization, before it fell into the depths of insanity. Um, the religion became weak, and their practitioners of religion were weak, and they didn't believe in the crap or the practice that they were teaching in the way they were teaching it, and instead of innovating, they didn't. So you have people that aren't taking religion as seriously as it should be. You've got a big problem. And so people, making sure that you have a strong religious tradition with strong religious practitioners in the area practicing at all times is much more important than the smart morons of yesterday believed. But they were proven wrong, and the other people were proven right. Don't repeat the mistakes of the past. Don't superficialize religious practice. At the risk of sounding like a hippie, say to yourself, while in a bodyweight position, no stress, or no fight, no blame, pure calm, karma burn. Because the ego is the thing that, and the superego and the id are all going to be fighting you at the same time. So usually if they can all gang up on you, you will abandon the position. You will try to find some type of compromise and mitigate. But by having the discipline to maintain the position, you know what you're burning? You're burning the karma, which means, yeah, you're burning yourself. It's not fun. It's not fun to be aware of the sludge you're encased in, and it's not fun burning alive. But that is exactly what needs to be done, because that's the only way you get rid of it. That is the process, is experiencing the burn and staying with it. Because your rational mind can't jump on something that's not presenting itself. You could make wild speculations that would be wrong. You can listen to your superego screaming at you that you're defective and this shouldn't be happening, and do something else, and that's wrong too. And the id just keeps throwing up that karma, just throwing it up, like belching out geysers of it. But that's how it works. There's no fast food option. There's no detour. And you should speculate. This is the clean karma burn process. Otherwise, guess how it manifests itself? Oh, that's right. In the real world out there, you have that debt just waiting. And it can get real messy out there under non controlled circumstances. But taking the time and burning it off and just staying with it and saying, look, I'm going to wait this out. I'm going to breathe my way through this. I'm going to go through this indigestion of the soul, which can easily switch into pure rage with the whole process and the cosmos, and how aggravating this process is, and how completely mystifying it is from a rational thinking perspective, that it's not solvable on an egoic level. It's just not. The problem is in the parking garage. It's not on the first floor and the elevator's not working. So all that smoke and fumes and stuff, you can't extinguish that unless you go down there, but you have to give yourself time. And you have to release that egoic muscle, that bottleneck, so that, and then you get sprayed in the face with a geyser of karmic sulfuric acid, and you just stick with that, because it's really not like that, is it? Isn't that just awfulizing things a little bit? Wouldn't that be the spirit of impatience? That wants something now but doesn't have it, wants enlightenment 5 minutes ago but doesn't have it yet. That doesn't want to have the karma that it obviously has. And again, the fun part of the theory of karma is this could be collective unconscious karma. This could be karma from past lives. This could be anything. This could be something that you did in this life, but that is not certain by any means. For example, when wars are going on, thousands of people are dying, that affects the multiverse. So you're just walking through your day, you just want to have a normal day, you don't want to be thinking about this, and then suddenly you might be in a terrible mood for no reason at all. Is it your fault? Well, the superego wants to make it your fault. That's the default position of the superego, to attack you like a junkyard dog. But what does the superego know about the multiverse? Or karma? See, it doesn't even know about that. It doesn't have the rational part, it just has the judging part. So the ego, the question is asked, the ego doesn't have an answer, the ego says, I don't have an answer, and then the superego judges the ego on the basis of that. So you can just go round and round and round and round, and then say, well, this is my practice and it's not working, it's not getting me results. Well, look, you don't know what's out there in the airwaves. It's about being in the daily practice, because you don't know what could surface. But when you make the practice somewhat more extreme, you can burn through a lot more than you think. And then guess what? The next day, the things that were tearing you up because you stuck with it, they're not the things that are tearing you up. Maybe something else is, but maybe not. Maybe it's still that type of dull manifestation of dissatisfaction. Some type of dissatisfaction. Then the mind wants to jump on something that's dissatisfying, because the energy, the karma, is in a dissatisfying kind of cycle. Misery loves company, because there they are on the same wavelength. So That's an energetic thing as well. You have a low energetic frequency, the mind starts looking for low energetic things. You're burning through some incandescent rage karma, while the mind, the rational mind, the egoic mind is looking. What can I apply that to? And just like with the lightning bolt, the metal rod or structure that's most accessible is the one, boom, is going to hit that, boom, boom, boom. But see, it's just conducting that circuit. It's not going into ground, it's not going into the earth, it's just cycling back, working you up more, amping you up more. You're not releasing it. You're not dropping it. You're not letting it go. No, you're vibing it up, ramping it up, focusing on it. So that's unskillful, isn't it? Anything that leads to more aggravation is unskillful. That's just the basic vibe. So it's an altimeter. You're losing altitude, you're getting more aggravated. That's usually not the right direction. However, when you're making a focused practice, then you might want to instigate some type of, let's say, artificial aggravation, such as a body weight position. So that you can accelerate the clean burning process. So it's not random, it's not getting mad about things and not catching it. It's about putting yourself in the crucible of practice and letting it burn, not trying to dampen the flames or what have you. The crucible is there. The celestial body is composed in a patro or perthro. Yeah, you can see perthro, that symbol, and it's usually vertical. You can just make it horizontal, and that's the crucible. And out of that will come things, but it's a transformational burn within that space, conceptual space. So just seeing that might convey to the subconscious mind what it is you're doing. But the stress position does convey sincerity on that most primitive level. And that is what the subconscious does note. See, if you're sitting in a chair, it thinks you're relaxing, but you might be looking at a computer screen. See, and you're getting yourself worked up, and the subconscious doesn't really understand how that happened. But if you get hit in the face, your subconscious, it understands that immediately. You'll get an adrenaline boost before you even ask for it. And you'll get reflexes before you even knew you were thinking about it, because you weren't. It was already there. That fist came out and you were already moved before you knew what the other guy was doing. You see, that's how the subconscious wants to be on your side. The problem is there's a failure to communicate. There's also this modern disconnection and overemphasis on the rational mind to the detriment of the subconscious. So what do we end up doing with the subconscious? We end up suppressing everything. Okay, oh, that's the basement. Let me suppress this. Shut up, stand up straight, stop crying, right? That's sort of the culture we have. Nobody wants to deal with other people's feelings in a social setting. However, we're over-socialized, so that's the problem. in a not so over socialized social body where people could practice more like they did in ancient times because they weren't cartwheeling themselves through life, as I like to put it. They were in tune with the growing seasons. They were also in tune with a lot of manual labor, which was very straightforward, very understandable. That's what we were built for, that type of life. We're hunters and gatherers, essentially, in modern times. So, but the subconscious wants to work with the conscious, but we need to de-rationalize. We need to put our focus on the irrational and accept the irrational principles and work with the irrationalness of our animal nature in order to get the results that are healthy and in balance and enlightened. Because otherwise, see, what we're doing is we're just stuffing the subconscious to capacity with all of these repressions, and at some point, it's like a jack in the box. You try to put the lid on it, and it every 3 seconds. You're about ready to lose it because you're just the subconscious has been stuffed. Like, again, Westerners, we do too much, we work too much, we think too much, we play too much, we want too much, we dislike too much, we think too much of ourselves. I mean, there's just so many, like that egoic thing is a real hindrance. Now, this is not to say, like for example, Buddhism is not necessarily Hare Krishnaism. It's not a complete nothing, but you need to be able to bring yourself to nothing. You need to be able to acquaint yourself with non-self and do it in a regular way so that it's not a big issue. But these Westerns out here that have never done like no self-practice, or know about it, or think it's a good thing, in fact, they might think it's a bad thing, they're in a bad way. It's no wonder that like their clocks get busted and they don't know how to fix it. Because they're not maintaining their mechanism properly. They don't know how it works. And they're not putting the priority on the subconscious. Really, the subconscious is the basic foundation of a stable life. It's when you start veering way outside the bounds of what is healthy for your subconscious, outside of the realms of what would otherwise be its natural normalcy, and overestimating your capacity to deal with all of these aggravations long term, and that's just not the case, and that's why people burn out. They just reach their limit, they can't do it anymore. They only had so much for aggravation, and they burnt that all up, and now, what now? I have to say that I don't like the term burnout because it sort of contradicts what I'm talking about, which means you have sort of a karma overload that you need to burn. So you're not burnt out, you have a lot to burn. You're sort of uncombusted. And this is the other thing that's really tragic. It's just like if you've got bad spiritual practice by default, that would be like just having a bad drinking habit by default. Getting out of it, especially if you're into years of abuse, subconscious abuse, to the point where you might have reached a burnout. I mean, you're talking about a level it's hard to make it back to box your way back from that type of a disadvantage and a handicap and a disability. I mean, if you think of burnout as somebody that was like never taught how to block like left hooks, and they were in the ring the whole time and were just taking left hooks on the chin the whole time, it's not the place you want to be. You don't really want to start with spiritual practice when you need it. You want to start way ahead of that, when times are good, or at least normal, or manageable. And then you want to build it up with repetition so that when the big hits come, whether the worldly ones or the otherworldly ones that will hit you, even though you can't rationally explain why, then you will have at least a good working habit, so that, or a good working practice, so that you're not going to take it on the chin. You're going to just, even if it's a few degrees, you're going to miss the full impact of these other karmic events. And that's the way you need to think about it. When you're in a karma burn, it's all about patience. Patience is a virtue. Oh, it is one of the best virtues. But it's easier said than done. If you can cultivate patience, that's why these stress positions, holding it for like a half hour, a certain stress position, it's very, very, very good practice. Better, it's counterintuitively good. Not just because it builds up discipline and endurance, but it does communicate sincerity to your subconscious. And that's something that most modern people just don't have. The subconscious does not take you seriously. The subconscious of many Westerners is so suppressed, just overflowing with garbage, that it's an adversarial relationship between subconscious and ego. So there's a whole lot of self-sabotage going on. Oh, I didn't want to take that drink, but who did? Well, it was a thirsty ego, right? A thirsty subconscious just filled with aggravations on a scale that hunter and gatherers would never have imagined. They would have thought, well, that's hell, isn't it? That's being in hell. That's being in purgatory. That's how they would have seen it. Like if you had to talk to your super great grandmother about the type of problems you're having, she'd be like, you're possessed by the devil, right? They would be looking at you with fear and a lot of worry, and for good reason. So reducing your exposure to the 1 meter monastery, and just in these times of chaos that are fast approaching, the less you're out there about cartwheeling, the better. And the more you're in a practice of communicating sincerely with your subconscious, and also having the discipline to endure a karma burn. You don't know what it is. You don't know where it came from. You can't really attribute it, but this is what it is. It's the burning heart practice. It's the ember practice. And you could also think of it, it's like a pre-burn. You would otherwise be in hell, but this is, you're not going to be there because of this, but it is going to be hell, at least for the duration of the practice at times, and for inexplicable reasons. Don't ever let your rational mind come in and try to make some explanations. And don't let the superego come in and shut things down either. Just hold the course, set your time, maybe start off for beginners, 5 minutes or 15 minutes. Like 15 minutes, so you have 5 minutes to set up, then you have 5 minutes in position, and then you have 5 minutes of recovery. And then the alarm goes off, or the bell, ding, and then it's back to what you were doing. But you set the timer, you took the time, you did the practice. And then it's up to you how many times do you do that a day and at what times. Or does a bunch of time open up, then you go to that practice again. Then maybe you'll do the half-hour version, or hour, or 3-hour version, depending. Now, if you think your karma is so bad that you won't make progress with a perfect 3-hour session, then maybe you're underestimating how powerful and impactful these types of practices can have, especially when they're carried out on a daily routine, either during the day or also middle of the night. I like middle of the night practice. That's your signal. You wake up, you're agitated some, have your beach towel placed somewhere, maybe a rolled up t-shirt to support your head, and straight into the bowing practice. The bowing position is a stress position. You can bring your knees up to your chest, or you can put one out. You can vary the position, but if you're maintaining gravity, then you're communicating sincerity. You'll feel it. Just feel that gravity. And focus on the breath as well. Breathe in. And it's about endurance. It's about enduring any type of space karma that's coming or going, and you're doing this proactively. And when it's burned, you'll be very surprised that clarity is increased in your life. The frustration levels miraculously disappear because you're not getting that static from different quarters, because you really did confront it head on in a very elegant, compact, and efficient way. Here's another thing that life will throw at you from time to time, is that you'll just feel yourself saying, or find yourself saying to yourself, I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't want that. I don't want this. I don't want that. It's a very common monkey mind type of activity. But right there, wanting, it's not skillful. So whatever you're seeing and you don't want it, that's not really the point. The point is seeing yourself wanting to find something that you don't want, and breaking that type of circuitous route, that neuro pathway, disrupting that, seeing it as unskillful, as unwholesome, and then dropping that, curating that out. And you can also think of Perthro, or the crucible, as a discomfort zone that you create specifically for that purpose, expecting discomfort. Now, an isolated abstract practice that I'm recommending in the beginning, then the conditions are very controlled and set by you. But once you begin to appreciate the principle of inducing discomfort for insight or for transformational discomfort, then you can apply the discomfort zone to your wider life. Why are you so damn comfortable and yet so damn dissatisfied? See, we have this counterintuitive situation where we're comfortable as hell, comfortable than hunters and gatherers have ever been, and yet we feel a profound sense of meaninglessness. So how do we square that circle? Well, we suppress that feeling. It's just you. It doesn't have to do with the way you're living. Your comfort zone, your comfortable existence that's so meaningless, has to be something else. You just must be defective. You just don't like comfortable things. Something must be wrong with you. But see, there's a different way of seeing things. If you see discomfort as transformational and something, a needed ingredient in the transformational process, then you can take a different approach and actually search out and cultivate discomfort outside of what would otherwise be a comfort zone, or getting rid of a comfort zone. Being able to ascertain or be more aware of the danger of being too comfortable than the supposed danger of being uncomfortable. Because if it's uncomfortable, you can use it for practice. It will turbocharge your practice. And because you didn't look for the discomfort, it found you. That's the perfect neutrality that can lead to such transformation in leaps and bounds, because it did have to happen. It is happening in your practice if it's happening. It is. If it's manifesting, it might just be beyond your comprehension why. In fact, it is. But the good thing is you're manifesting. And you're essentially performing a karma burn, which the positive benefits of that are incalculable. Like you might miss having like a major car accident or something like that because, well, for the one thing, you weren't out there swerving on the roads. But on the other hand, you burned it off in a much more elegant, scholarly, intuitive, compassionate way. So yeah, finding our discomfort zones or creating discomfort zones outside of the abstract comfort zone is another level of practice. And one thought that is rather uncomfortable for many people is the thought that religion is way more important than modern people think it is. And that is a religion that works for you and doesn't lead to contentious outcomes that one could deem to be unskillful. And yet we live in a world full of unskillful things and people and random events. Such as this random group of people get these random thoughts in their heads and then do these random things that cause all this random destruction. Just random like that. But then maybe everyone was too comfortable. People forgot how this dimension works. People didn't communicate enough with themselves. They relied on third parties that turned out to be unreliable. But of course, we can all take baby steps back to creating, let's say, legitimate communities, legitimate information, legitimate working relationships with religion, and reprioritizing it as a Western cultural norm, mainstreaming it. Which brings me also back to men and women trying to mend this intentionally antagonistic gender ideology and attacks that have been organized by adversaries. Just note that totalitarians don't tolerate one stick of nonsense from women in their societies. Not a damn thing. But isn't it strange? There's all these weird groups with lawyers pushing weird things, supposedly for the benefit of women, but it doesn't really look that way, does it? But they sure do have some sweet talking brigands on that game. Multipolar. And you know, back in the day when there wasn't all this just mass predation on Westerners, or other unsuspecting victims of globalization, women were considered to be easy marks and therefore not just exposed to randos of who knows where. Because the results are just predictably bad. So any administration or administrator that allows that to happen is incompetent at best. So that has happened just shows how barbaric the times truly are, and so thinking that we are in a modern day dark age, at least from a cultural, political standpoint, if not economic and technological, I think that's pretty accurate. I think that's just a new way of reframing not just the catastrophic things that have happened up until this very hour, but where it all started and how it kicked off, and who really was the involved in making that all that badness happen, and then not doing really anything to remedy the situation, except for browbeat people that complained about obvious mistakes. So you do need to think that there's a lot of people doing a lot of bad things, and so if we are in a dark age, just mingling with just any old buddy with any old fake story is probably not going to be continuing very long, because the people that allow that type of mingling to take place die out, go extinct, cease to be. But for the people that get the message and move with their feet and do take some basic precautions, that's sort of the evolutionary end of the bell curve. They'll make it. It's just questionable how many and where, for variable reasons. You know, the Silk Road sort of looks that way today, but it didn't look that way 3,000 years ago. Why is that? Well, you'd have to be a cultural anthropologist that isn't an ideologue, and then that information wouldn't bother you in the least. So, but yeah, women, let me tell you, somebody who is on your side, you need to protect yourself and withdraw from public spaces and forget about universities You can, if you want to do learning, do it online, and don't look at any of this other nonsense. The culture has been attacked, subverted, inverted, appropriated. So what you're looking at is, in many regards, probably just pure poison. And don't forget the attitudinals. They coach these hussies up in how to bully men and have these little snide and slick opinions that aren't considered slick or cool in any other place except where globoism reigns supreme. In fact, it's considered rude, off-putting, or misbehavior. In other places, they're telling you it's the cool thing to do, sort of. That's the trick. So, no. Drastically limit what you're looking at. Also, Instagram, no. None of these social media platforms at all. Maybe a private one, like a community one that's associated also with religion. Okay, that. And that's it. So you might, oh, this is terrible. I don't want to do it. Yeah, I want to have my cake and eat it too. Well, look, it's just like picking up crack cocaine. People will tell you not to do it. There will be dummies that will do it anyway. And guess where they end up? In the gutter. So you want to go that way? A lot of them will. But the good ones who will not. And this is why. So now, starting religious practice, you can start as young as 12 or even younger, but I would say 12 is a good start. And then work your way up to like 18, 19, and then you can get settled down and have some kids and continue the practice while doing that. And then when the kids grow up and move out, then you and your partner can both go into separate monasteries. A man goes to the monastery, the woman goes to the nunnery, and that is a really skillful and noble way to enter into adult life, to experience adult life, and to retire from all adult life. Those three phases, you will get, if you do what I just said, very high marks depending on your skill, just on the basis of that strategic kind of life. And the men too. Guess after the whole craze about sex and over-sexualization, it's ridiculous. Sex leads to children. Children are a lot of work. They require a lot of care. They require a lot of dedication. They require a lot of supervision. The more you have, the more you have to do. So why is it very important to have the right partner? Well, because if you don't, the kids are messed up. So look, anything can happen in this life, but you don't want to make it unnecessarily more difficult by picking someone that is inappropriate. And there's a whole list of things that one should recognize as inappropriate. These are decisions that will haunt you lifelong if you make a mistake. Now, people who hate your guts will say, look at this man. He's just trying to make it difficult for you. He's doing this or that. Nothing of the sort. I wish you all well. I want the absolute best for you. And how you do it, it's going to be your way. You might make some mistakes. You might recover. You might not. It is not my damn problem. So you can interpret this any which way you want. But there's certainly a lot of women out there throwing shade on anything and think they know what a powerful woman is or some such sort. They're nothing of that sort. So they're the last people I'd be listening to at this point, especially ones that have gone through the brain blasting machine that many of them have. And I do want you to forgive them because they were told that that was a important thing for them to do. There was some type of historical mission they were on. And that the society would become a utopia if they kicked all the men out and substituted them. And they carried out this miraculous plan, and just look at the results. So that's part of the pre-Dark Age kind of thinking. For the Neo-Dark Age, it's that doesn't work. So, and those people are no good. Unlike how they think of themselves. Sort of the exact opposite. So yeah, having kids young is better for you because kids are an extreme amount of work. It requires a lot of athleticism. If you look at young mothers, they're ripped because they're lifting kids, they're putting them here, feeding them. A lot of you will need to use your own bodies to nourish a living organism. Okay? So, which is another reason why none of you should be touching any damn drugs. And no alcohol either. You want to talk about a karma burn. How about you were messing around with so many other different dudes and so many different drugs that you got pregnant, and that kid is messed up because you were already living a stupid lifestyle. These mistakes, look, if my words keep just one person from making that mistake, one woman, I am glad I said that. I really am. Because another reason why we don't have any good women out there is because they all got messed up. This last couple of crops of them. But the young ones, they can listen to this and they can start off right, they can stay right, and they can end right, and that's just going to be all right for a lot of people that way. So guess what's good for women? What's good for women is domesticity, domestics. It's where you feel better and it's sustainable. And you bring a lot of positive energy to a lot of places, including civil society, right? That's not excluding you from civil discourse. But you have to really first be civil before anything you say would be meaningful. And not just some type of screeching maniac based on what? Again? So your role is not politics, okay? Your role is in-group altruism, caring for your children and neighbors, relatives, to the best of your ability. So yeah, your mother and father, I don't care if you think you have a bad relationship with them. It is incumbent upon you to show respect towards them. Till the day they die and afterwards. And then, yes, siblings. You have a beef with your brother, bury the hatchet if you can. Figure a way out. Do not disown or attack or anything else, family members. That looks stupid to others, and it is stupid. Then after that, gradually, like I said, locality, neighbors, people from the same place, people in the school, right? But that is a far, far, far away thing. Well, the worst thing you can do is become some type of super altruistic helper type person that wastes burns themselves out on the problems of the world, and nobody gets anything back from that, including you, most directly. Because it's a misdirection. You can misdirect good things. I could take a full jug of perfectly good, fresh, squeezed milk, and I can pour it right down the gutter if I wanted to. So, but why do that with perfectly good intentions? So it is really a big mistake to have your good intentions misdirected. So don't be a sucker and fall for some type of sound good scheme that ends up being a gigantic waste of time. Or even worse, it has a negative impact on your life by getting you involved with all these different types of problems you didn't need to be involving yourself in the first place. So also reserve all of your help and positivity for people that you think could benefit from it, not people that are just out there with no capacity to rein themselves in. You can make an effort, you can make a better effort, but after that, you need to have boundaries, standards, and whatnot. Don't forget, we're dealing with sadists out there, and they like to break through boundaries. You want to sleep without somebody putting a hacksaw to your throat? Well, they don't want you to lock your door, but they want you to trust them that they won't do that. See those little type of mind games? Why don't I just have my key and we're not having this conversation, because I don't have conversations with people like that, because this is the way I do things. I like to have the peace of mind that when the door's closed, it's closed. It's just one of those little things. It's a boundary I have. That is perfectly fine to have that boundary. So people that want to break through boundaries, no, I don't see that. You're trying to exclude me or something like that. No, we're not having that conversation. See, because that's how people come. That have these different aggressive games they play, social games or what have you. So you're just going to have to realize that the public space is not the place for you. And then finally, just having a lot of good practice, and then a good family life, good relationship, and then moving on to full practice. That is an amazing journey through this dimension if you can manage it. It just, at least it makes strategically good mental health sense. And not, let me go to university. That's the first one, wrong idea. And second, let me get some weird job, which might be a better idea, actually. It might not be just a dumb weird job. Or third, I'm just going to party and see what happens. I'm going to take 3 years off and essentially become someone that is not relationship material. And that's not because you don't want to be. It's just you messed yourself up with a bunch of messed up people and underestimated the negative impact that would have on you. So it's not really a question of whether or not other people would accept you. It's more whether or not you're that acceptable for something you want, but you want to have two things that you really can't have at once. So 5 precepts, that is to be chiseled in stone. That's one of the main reasons why Buddhism exists 2,600 years later. So that's just the way it needs to be. And unlike these so-called modern women out there that would scream at you or at me and say this is too limiting or whatnot, it's really about limiting that is really important. That you don't waste your time, you don't waste your energy, you don't open yourself up to a slew of predictable mistakes that could have tremendously negative impact on your life that really isn't worth gambling with if you are coming from a place of compassion and self-care. A lot of these women who are stuck in these psychology books and in the on the psychologist couch permanently on a revolving door basis, they don't want to believe that they have to put limits on their life or live a religious life in order to be free of mental illness. They just want to have their cake and eat it too. So the best they can end up doing is rationalizing bad things. But we know that that's not a recipe for success. It's a recipe for delusion. So you can have their story that they'll try to sell you, or you can have an authentically noble life that would be indisputable if it is true by anyone who knows you. In other words, anyone who would truly matter. So that's one way of seeing things. And there you see also that your partner, he also, after the kids are raised, you see, you sort of have done your duty. And now it's on to the celestial path to prepare for the next life, to possibly not be reborn into these circles of suffering. So at that point, you can then you could burn off hundreds or thousands of lives of suffering in your remaining years, and then you can also devote more to perhaps public projects, the upkeep of the little lunar festival in this month, right? You have different activities that are more social, but within the context of good practice. And you're not being bothered. People are not coming and trying to goose you or rook you or take over your real estate or what have you. It's a very holy transition to Parinibbana. So don't think of that as dire. That's just a whole different way of living. And the man, he's in the monastery, so he doesn't need to be bustling around, holding a shopping bag or doing any weird thing that is considered normal in the West at this time. Because the universe beyond worldly relationships is really a lot bigger. That's not to say we should neglect our worldly relationships, but we should compartmentalize them and see them in their proper light so we don't have over expectations on them, ergo disappointments. It's compartmentalized, it's sort of focused. This is for example, young family life, this is what it looks like. Or the pre-young family life, like a year where perhaps you're living together, or 2 years before any children come into the picture. Then that was that type of life. Okay, you had more options, you did this and this instead. Right? And that was just that time. And you'll have fond memories. You'll have nice photos, a lot of smiles, and you won't be exposed to the mess that is out there now. Like I would not, any public type of entertainment venue, I would not trust it for an instant. Especially if it has, drugs and dancing and bad music, and whatever else associated with it, some type of nightlife thing. I wouldn't trust it at all. But look, this is for the good girls. There's going to be bad girls that go out and they do that life. They think that the worldly life has this glitz and glamour to it, and that's some of them come out of it, but some of them don't. Some of them get some serious heartbreaks, and others are sort of predatory. They're bad. This is the 5 sense realm. So they've sort of been known to just do things because they think it's the powerful thing, the worldly thing. There's stories of that in the Bible. A lot of stories of that. But yeah, if you are not like that, they're descended, no matter how much money they have. Which is why a lot of them have to give that money up before their life ends. If they're smart, they will distribute it wisely for the sake of their next lives. But some of them, that money, guess what? It isn't enough. It might help a little bit, but some of them do not have a clean slate. And they're not something you want to emulate. But in any case, they're out there. We can't be in these 5 sense realms without them. But that way, look, that is a way that a holistic community could come together and live, and it's a sustainable lifestyle. And think of it this way as well. We're not putting any crazy expectations on women at all. This is something women have always done. They're good at it. And it can be non-controversial again, and everybody's happier for it, men, children, and women. It's at least giving them, spiritual women, a pathway that they otherwise wouldn't have in a materialist, nihilistic, trash scheme. So it's a little off-ramp for them. If some people think it's too radical for all of them to live such dignified lives, well, okay, then it's only for the 20% that are worth it. But as far as disparaging young ladies that are following the 5 precepts and are being wise about their choices and are committing are practicing a lot of practice, are really engaged in their practice, which is really authentic, so that they have authentic results from it. It's not just go through the motions, it's real. They should benefit from that and should also be aware of how much of a benefit. But again, if they're not aware of that, then they're not really all that sincere. And perhaps it isn't the right thing for them. Because these things are, fateful, these decisions. But it's unfortunate when, for example, otherwise wholesome, civilized girls who end up wrong because they didn't know that this path existed for them, the preferred path. But now that they know, then it's really the responsibility is on them to organize it in such a way that the results are truly beneficial and not just promising power and money and everything that Mara can promise. Everything except a holy life. Well, they're going to get that pitched to them anyway, aren't they? But here's the the other pitch for the other way. And may no shame be upon them for following that path, because it is the better path. Now, on the other side, men, being a domestic is not really what you're cut out for. I myself do not think, in fact, the statistics show 80% of men never end up shacking up anyway. So you need to get your head out of the reproductive game. And it's not because you're a bad person or you're genetically questionable. It's just the roll of the dice in a lot of cases. And if the truth be told, having a family is extremely aggravating at times. So, you know, we can describe perfect conditions and all of that, and you can get really disappointed that you didn't get them, but chances are you wouldn't have gotten any of that anyway, and you would have ended up in a terrible relationship. So don't feel like you have been left out. If you are a sentient being here, you will be most likely, according to the Buddha, reborn. So you can be reborn in other people's kids. That's sort of how it works. Did you pick your parents? No, you didn't. So if you're reborn, you're going to be somebody else's kid again. So see humanity that way. But of course, being in a cohesive, respectful, civilized, and dignified society that has common values is just normal, too. And if you don't have those conditions, you should try to work towards them, also following the 5 precepts, you see, with or without a girlfriend or a wife. 5 precepts. They were built by men for men. Oh, without girlfriends, by the way. That's the funny thing about Buddha. Buddha, some say he ran into the jungle, but I say he walked. But if the truth be told, he left the domestic life behind him. I believe he was married at 16 until 29, and then he left at the age of 29, or was it 29? Something like that. I have to look it up again. But it was a significant period of time. 13 years married, wow. Anybody who's been that knows what they're talking about, so. But back then it was probably a lot different, not as difficult as modern times can make it, modern living conditions. So 80% of you shouldn't be thinking about women at all, really. And you should be thankful for that. You know, those monasteries in Southeast Asia and other places, all different types, not just Buddhist monasteries, Catholic monasteries, no damn women in there at all. No pictures of women, nothing. Women are not on the menu. Women are one of the main mess-ups that men engage in. One of the main sources of their suffering in life. Absolutely. And men, can I see a raise of hands? How many of you are still suffering because of women? You think? Oh my God, all the hands are up. This is crazy. No, this guy, he's not. He's shaking his head. He's still in denial. Look, our generation, we got a body slam with messed up people. So please forgive us for having been arm chopped and drop kicked. But that's no way to live. So if you guys have normalized that, you think that's normal, it's not. And all that porn you looked at, hunters and gatherers didn't see that. They didn't get that level of it. So that has messed up your mind, and you're going to have to detox, and you're going to have to burn that karma off. A lot of you guys are completely messed up because of that. Your sex drives are like 100 times higher than they should be because of that. It's running as a sub-process, just horn dogism. And what horn dogism makes you a torpedo to women. You're always flying into them, and it's always blowing up. And you're always finding the bad ones because they're where torpedoes are flying. So it becomes a cycle of inadequacy, craving, jealousy, comparisons. When in fact, if you were in a relationship, you would be dreading it. You would be feeling that you're in trapped. You're in an existential crisis. You don't know why. She does everything, but then on that day, she decided to pull some power trip, and then that triggered some complex trauma, and then you're in the psychologist's office drooling again. And you just can't figure out why. But if you just went into the game knowing that you would not settle for less than what you consider to be worthy for a good reason, that you don't compromise on that. And also, if you don't have anything to bring to the table because you are perhaps under the age of 30, then you're sort of deluded in some way that the relationship's going to be comfortable and beneficial, because they don't usually work out that way when people are scrambling for money. Now, some people romanticize that and all that. I don't think you should. Because a lot of men, that's exactly their problem. They put themselves under a tremendous amount of pressure, and they end up snapping. And it's avoidable by not putting those pressures on you when you don't have the skills, experience, or whatever else it is. Maturity to enter into a relationship on the basis of procreation, really, because that's what it is. Otherwise, there are, of course, other venues, but then why would you feel compelled to go there if you've already stopped over-sexualizing yourself? You see how a good practice can take some baby steps, and all of a sudden, look at all that pressure that's off your shoulders. If you're a young man, I've just given you 30. Don't even think for a second about procreation. There you go. You got a lot of free time there to experiment and to do sensible things and to avoid a lot of the pitfalls, especially the emotional ones. I've talked to guys, like old guys. In fact, you should do that. Talk to old guys. And they'll tell you they're still beat up about some of their early relationships they got in too early in, at a disadvantage. And they're still messed up. It's like it's not a day that don't go by. That's why that old whiskey bottle is right there, because that's what they're drinking away or trying to. So you pick up a lifelong disability like that, there's nothing romantic about that. I wouldn't underplay that. Don't underestimate that. That's suffering based on basic unskillfulness. But it's basic now because we've returned to the 5 precepts. And we are consciously desexualizing and decluttering our life and deprioritizing it and relegating it and compartmentalizing it. We're also defining our expectations. Yes, in the case of going into a domestic relationship, then it looks like you're going to have the funds to be able to do that reliably. But if you don't have that, that's fine. Then don't do that. Okay? But if it's there and the inclination is there and the suitable partner is there, then why not? Why shouldn't it be blessed? Especially if the partner has been credibly vetted as a religiously practicing person. Not just lip service, but dedicated practitioner. Of good standing, I would say that's pretty hard to make a mistake there. But yeah, not being worthy of that is something people should just understand. Like, this might be something out of your league. This might be too much of an investment of time and dedication and all of that. It might be. It might also look better than it is. There might be a personality conflict. It really does need to be a friendship first, which is the great thing, is when you desexualize the relationship, as was the case in the past, you would get to know people and friendships could develop. Because that was sort of the important thing, not the thing that leads to between men and women. And then, yeah, having a good friend that is also a good partner with good values, the chances of that working out are a lot higher. It's not 100% guaranteed, because we are always dealing with randomness and chance. But you've got a lot of good things in your backpack for the life's journey by starting with those preconditions instead of how people just haphazardly do things these days, or expose themselves to extreme danger and predation in places that are undeclared war zones, essentially, cultural war zones, in absence of any religion to speak of. So it's not a coincidence that a lot of people are going crazy in these times, because there's a cause and effect kind of relationship that, if you're not delusional about it, you can sort of clearly delineate. But this is more for the young people that don't have the time to make those dreadful experiences. Nor should they. Why would a guide that comes back tell them to dash themselves on the rocks? So, discomfort zone, yeah. I hope that conversation was discomfortable, or it was uncomfortable for a lot of comfortable smuggies that have been totally misled and hoodwinked by an orthodoxy of better than nows that aren't in any discernible measure other than perhaps financial scammery. Because how bad people get rich is a mystery unless we look back to the 5 sense realms. So, first value then, we're heading into a dark age, becomes religion again. Isn't that wonderful synchronicity? Let's not forget Saint Benedict or Saint Patrick either. We'll call them our two Bodhisattva Buddha monks that didn't know the Buddha personally, but did know someone like the Buddha, just like Jesus Christ. Really close. Similar kinds of teachings, so many similarities that there's no contention between them at all. There's no dogmatism that can really get in the way of seeing the great many commonalities that they have. What are the dogmatic things that people want to argue about? Was it heaven and hell? What? How can we reinterpret heaven and hell to make them mind moments? Is that wrong? So amongst Christians, amongst Westerners in general, there shouldn't be doctrinaire, dogmatic contentions, but because we have these operatives, they're going to try to come from whatever angle they can and make things contentious. So we're not in a little living room amongst ourselves in a globalized environment, and that means being able to see things for what they are, and also attacks for what they are, and then also adapting as that is. And then within the realm of reestablished communities, you can reestablish institutions that can then service a larger community of people that have similar values that are also supernormal ethical values that lead to supernormal results. Like, wow, the train got built and under budget and ahead of schedule. How did that happen? Well, all the people there were really working to do it the right way. And that's how. Can that happen? Can that really work that way? Yeah, exactly. That's how government is really supposed to work. So if it's not working like that, you probably have personalities there instead, and wealth guarding proxies and patsies, which is unfortunately something that can happen from time to time in illiberal democracies, or just based on decrepitude or other active hostile measures. So don't always just blame yourselves for these catastrophes. But just like when there's a rainstorm or a storm, grab yourself a good poncho. Get yourself a good poncho. One that you can use in different ways. Get yourself some good religion, some good practice. Now, just to add as a footnote, also coming back off of the comment that I gave to men, that traditionally 80% didn't reproduce, so they weren't messing with women, or not messing with them that much. They didn't make them, certainly not the focus of their lives, and led magnificently enriching, powerful, epic lives, legendary. non-domesticated lives. So, and of course that doesn't mean, anything. These are just, they didn't let that define their lives. Now, coming back to the women, you look, I think it should probably be a different type of split, 80-20. But for the 20% or perhaps more, but I mean, it depends on age and everything else, and but if 40% don't have kids at any given moment in time, do not make that a point of contention. Do not make that the focus of your disappointment. That is just your karma, okay? And the next time around, it might be different. That's the other thing. In a past life, you could have been a man, so maybe you're a little bit more manly. Well, don't let that wreck your life. Okay? Next life, you might be a man, and then you'll find out that it's about not being a caricature of something. It's about authenticity. And so if you don't have kids, that's okay. Look, there are women doing all different types of jobs now. And a lot of them are unhelpful, but some of them are very helpful and necessary. And women are good workers. They are, if they are trained and they like doing the work, and people like the work they do. So it's a win-win situation. On the other hand, I don't believe in overworking women either, which is why the 80% that don't go into that, that's really being quite generous with them. But generosity that isn't unearned. It's just a different way of earning. It's a social kind of compensation with the expectation that they would bring value and positivity and higher frequency and good times to the degree that they can because of their practice, which has more of a focus on the home, which is a really traditional thing that all healthy societies need on some level. So, but for the women, that don't have kids, there's been amazing women that didn't have kids. Maybe they got punched in the stomach by a horse and had a hysterectomy, and that doesn't mean they're bad people. Who in the world would benefit from that if they were to make that the focal point of all of their disappointment in life? Oh, they're not worthy, they're not a real woman, they're not this, what? It's just their karma. And also those that don't manage to find a decent husband, or maybe it's way more challenging than other women, and you shouldn't be comparing these things anyway. Look, this is your karma. We don't live in a perfect world. Also, the children you get, they're a roll of the dice. Now, of course, a lot of you need to be taking a lot more care of yourselves so that during pregnancy, there isn't a reason why the child would be negatively influenced. But things can happen, like we just don't know why things happen. It's beyond a rational explanation. This universe, it's beyond rational explanation. Rationalists will try to give you an explanation, but this is an approximation that is ultimately delusional. It's beyond human comprehension why. But it is in a larger cosmic cause and effect type of situation, in some way influenced by that, which really helps us depersonalize things that we want to attribute to an ego, and also those things we don't want to attribute to a narrative. That is optional anyway. We don't get into the narrative game. We don't get into the ego game. We are living in this dimension of trial and tribulation, so there really is no optimal, perfect thing. There is just the belief in something that might be delusional, which is why we have dissatisfaction if we don't get what we think we want. But because we practice all the time not doing that, we don't do that as often as one would otherwise if one was ignorant and unskilled, or failing to bring the right effort to the right moment at the right time in the right way. And if it's still about, there's still some funk in the room, if you have your kids early, you get to retire and live a life without any type of communal commitments if you want to. When the kids are grown, what are you doing? Being completely free of responsibilities at 45 is not the worst position to be in, especially if you are physically and mentally in top shape. With an airtight, excellent practice, I think you'll be in a pretty good place. Which is not what I can say for people that don't bring that dedication and insight and compassion for themselves and others to the game. I think they have a lot less. I think their relationships, they're really messed up. They're pretty superficial. They don't last. There's a lot of contention and there's a lot of aggravation in them because you're just not setting the parameters for likely success from the outset, including managing the expectations. So that's the expectation. It's a refocus on the things that do matter. And out of this materialist gas bagism that we have been culturally captured by to a large extent. During the process, when Christianity lost a lot of its vitality, but that is just something that happened for a time and now can be fused into multiple different positive things that are not in conflict with each other, but at the same time has high standards and does deliver high standards and is not mixed up in contentious, dogmatic, sadistic, ideological games or framings. We're taking a humanistic, anthropologically sound approach to human interaction without any reservation, without any question. And wishing all living beings well. All those little raccoons out there, I hope you're doing well. All the little rabbits and little butterflies. So I wish you all well. I do. It's true. It's authentic. It's not me overstating it. I'm raising that frequency. Because I can. I'm not putting any hindrances between me and that. And you can do that with other different groups of people that live in different places for understandable reasons that need not be overly explained or aggravated or polemicized. Unless that's a specific take, like an agitator would use, but that would seem corny, wouldn't it? Would that be skillful or unskillful? Is it skillful to find a common ground that it still has a lot of barriers called respect, dignity, and civility. Those three that mutually respecting parties can mutually respect and still interact with each other without any contention whatsoever and a lot of common ground. Is that possible? Well, it is if you don't have the crazies in the room. So the crazies are excluded. And if you're acting crazy and you're causing problems, then yeah, you're the problem, not the other people. Your understanding of humanity might be skewed. Your understanding of dynamics between men and women might be skewed, or what is a man or what is a woman might be skewed. But that really is your problem to figure out. You don't get to impose your sophistry just anywhere and get to portray yourself as some type of contribution to the situation when it's nothing but a big aggravating thing, gimmick. So, yeah, getting back in touch with our intuitions. This is really something that we have to do. We don't want to do it. We consider ourselves to be highly functional, but we're really sort of highly dysfunctional. And admitting that with no ego and applying ourselves diligently to a better practice, a better point of view, different attitudinals, higher frequency, that's the way we're moving forward. And we're not going to question certain cultural norms. We're not going to question the motives of different groups. We're not engaging in animosity of any kind. And yet we're not expecting not to be attacked by vandals either. But we're also not going to just overly expose ourselves to that either. Or intentionally platform anything that would do that. Because that's corny. That's really been a big part of the bummer time that everyone's been having in a cultural war that should have never started in the first place, but wasn't managed properly, and now we have a forest fire. But, this is the way the world works. When did they start improving aviation design? Well, fortunately, it takes usually a couple of catastrophic instances until people take it seriously enough to address things with the seriousness that they deserve. And then it's trial and error. Maybe the first prototypes don't work out. It's the third prototype that does the charm, and then everybody's happy without really knowing why. So this is our catastrophe of our time, and the adaptations are forthcoming, and this is one of them. So get yourself on a good practice and get yourself to a better place. 1 meter monastery or nunnery at a time. So returning to this thing called suppression. We Westerners do this a lot, and we think we're really tough when we do it. You ever see somebody get punched in the face and like, hey, does it hurt? No, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. Right? But they're just burning up inside with pain. Oh, it didn't hurt. No, it didn't. It was just a scratch. Like, you see that type of macho streak we have? Well, in that moment that you're doing that, what you're doing is that's suppression. You're putting on a false front, and you're pushing all of that pain, that karmic energy that needs to be released. You're pushing that into your subconscious. You're suppressing it. And then people are so messed up, they'll also add a layer of denial to that. Oh, I'm not doing that. So then you see the rational mind doesn't even have anything to work with because it's not allowing itself to admit that that's what it's doing, because that would be weak. And the ego doesn't want to think of itself that way because it has a delusional narrative for itself. Look, it's human to suffer. It's human to be disappointed. A lot of people out there, they've had extremely disappointing experiences. Just extremely disappointing experience. So it's okay, it's human to be disappointed with disappointment. But in our rush to eliminate a feeling that we don't want to feel because it's painful, we're suppressing it, we're not getting rid of it, we're accumulating it. And we're accumulating it on a level that we can't deal with it because it's already on a sub-rational level. It's running as a background process. It has not been resolved. And it's not because we don't want it to be resolved. We really do. But that's not the way you resolve things. You have to burn off the energetic karma that is associated with the act. You thought you were over that car accident where 3 people lost their lives, but you're not. Your conscious mind just thought that. So, but only by going through deep introspection in a stress position, perhaps for hours and days at a time, will, if you're lucky, reveal that to you. But again, it's not really necessary. What is necessary is to energetically release the suffering that you unskillfully suppressed. Although, what can we say? Why make a criticism there? Sometimes it's just required. We have to function, and so we suppress it. But then we expect it to be gone, that it has been disappeared, but it's not. So then we have to go back in. And that's when the karma burn process happens. And the suffering, in some cases, can knock you out. Like some people, they lose consciousness when they even get close to the types of traumatic energy that they need to dissipate into the universe, right? They need to release it like a gas bubble, but they haven't. It's been pushed down. Some of it's pushed down so far by shame or other things, just the traumaticness of the injury, that it's really difficult to get it to surface. And that's another thing, again, we just want to deny. We haven't been injured that much, it wasn't that bad, but it was. And sometimes we make it worse. That's another way to look at it. Everybody talks about these childhood traumas and whatnot. Some of them are just farcical and fanciful when compared to real trauma. But a child with a childlike mind that might be highly sensitive, it might, through that distorted lens, appear to be a mountain and not the molehill that objectivity would make it. It's the subjective perception. If you're a HSP, it could just have been something that a normal person would not have flipped out about, that one suppressed as well, you see. You have to suppress it in polite company, but there you are feeling this high sensitivity, which is completely inappropriate. But it's adding to that traumatic karma chest on a suppressed level. And finally, there's really no point in differentiating between that form of karma suffering and this form of karma suffering. It's essentially, you could just dumb it down to suffering. And of course, depersonalize suffering. Doesn't matter what the reason is. See, we like to get caught up in reasons, and that's why we have a lot of ill will. See, those grudges, a lot of subconscious grudges, a lot of subconscious frames. How about this? That's the ideological level. People are seeing things messed up because they have a submerged frame through which, or submerged lens through which they're seeing things, which they think are in accordance with some type of ill will creating explanation. But that's just mistaken. That's wrong reasoning. That's perhaps misinformation. It's perhaps an unflattering depiction of an event. Have you ever had that? Like, you went to a performance and thought it was fantastic, and you consider yourself to be pretty sensitive and very easily put off, and then 2 days later you'll hear from somebody that was watching the same thing disparage it. It's crazy. People have completely different perspectives on things many times. And the opposite is also true. You thought something was horrible, other people didn't even notice it happen. But of course, the ego, once it finds out like this type of information, wants to make all of whatever suffering is in the subconscious to be really super important, because otherwise it wouldn't have bothered them so much. But really, it just bothered them that much because they have that peculiar, self-important viewpoint. When in fact, if they don't have that, that's an even quicker way of getting rid of suffering from a different angle, which is, of course, the attachment to self. That's where most of these attachments are. That's how you sort of reel them in, because the hook is the attachment to self. And how one wants to perceive oneself to be. So the ego wants to be perfect. Never wants to be wrong. Never wants to admit it's wrong. And even when it's wrong, there was a reason why it was wrong. You see, it's looking for those reasons. Self-centered is always trying to be right somehow. But that is vulgar, common, and ultimately counterproductive behavior when you're dealing with yourself. See, that's the funny thing. See, ego is usually taking over on an autopilot level with others, but when you're confronting the ego and it pulls that type of lowbrow behavior, like deflection, denial, and also just the flimsiness of the ego. When you confront it with questions it doesn't know, it really doesn't want to admit it doesn't know, but then it will admit that it doesn't know, but it doesn't like that it has to admit that. And that's the degree of self that's still there, that's sort of energetically connecting to that trauma basket, or just bad karma basket, imperfect or unwholesome way of seeing things basket. That's another way of looking at it. You have a big self, you're going to have a big suffering based on that. No self, no suffering. If it was a self-related injury, an egoic injury, which is really a false injury. It's just the perception that one's persona has been injured, when that's just one way of looking at it. An ultimate master, someone like Lao Tzu or Shuangzi, someone came out of the woodwork and attempted to insult them, they were not insulted. Not on the level that a Patujana would be insulted, a worldling, a big ego big baby, big self type of person. Now, does that mean that they are better than such people? I would say so. I would say that does make them super normal. And it does prove that being super normal is not just possible, but it really is preferable than the run-of-the-mill, common, normal type thing. So don't fall for the ego's trying to convince you that you have a special type of suffering and your way of seeing things was the correct way, because in fact with HSP type of distortions or sensitivity distortions, that could just be your particular neurosis and nothing more than that. In fact, it could even be, yeah, again, a subnormal type of predilection. A supernormal person didn't even think twice about it, never applied the whatever criticism was floating around to them. Didn't give it a second thought. You, 5 minutes later, your face is still red as a tomato. And why? Well, for some strange reason that was your karma, but now you can let that go and maybe even laugh about it too. Catch yourself faster next time. That's what good practice is all about. But yeah, this subconscious stuff, it's not a joke, and everybody would rather it didn't exist, that the second you suppressed it, that it was gone, but that's not the way it works. Suppressing it isn't optimal, but it is understandable why people do it in certain emergency situations. But generally, it's an unskillful practice. It's an inauthenticity. If you really were living out in the wild with woolly mammoths, you probably wouldn't suppress it if you were alone by yourself, would you? But usually within the context of some social situation is why we do it, because we don't want to be perceived to be weak, when in fact, if the injury does necessitate such a release, because that's the energy value that registered within your system, then that's what needs to be released for it to be neutralized. For the charge to be grounded, the full charge needs to be transferred to ground for there no longer to be a charge, which is to say a form of energy that is creating agita on some level, because it's been suppressed and not dissipated. And these things, it's mysterious how these things work. Your rational mind wants to figure it out. Maybe it's best to just assume that is happening like that on some level, and to just work with it instead of trying to understand it first and then not ending up working with it. Putting in the discipline and the time and the attention and care and compassion that we all deserve as living creatures. As animals, yes, even animals deserve that basic compassion, that basic care, that basic civility and dignity towards themselves. To put in the time to release all of that negative energy that is stored up in strange ways in our psychology, our hearts and minds. That once released does quite very well much add to our mental hygiene, our spiritual hygiene, because that's really how it's performed. Yeah, we do have these spots, and putting in the time is not time that is wasted, quite the contrary. And with all that oceanic compassion and feelings of abundance and freedom and liberation that you have after you do those types of karma burns, do pay all that positivity forward to all the other people around you that are worthy of compassion and understanding as well. Here is another fresh take on the whole mechanism. Just imagine you were given a roadmap to how people think or how they should act. We all have, right? But it's missing a couple of parts. The people that explained it to you did imperfectly understood how human beings think on a psychological level. It's obvious. I mean, everybody talks about Carl Jung, and he is certainly someone who had profound insights, but the man, look at his pictures. He's from a different world, a different time, and he himself did not attain total enlightenment in these issues. He had a couple of foundational ideas. Just think of the physics, the professors of physics from the 20th century, or early 20th, late 19th century, were geniuses in a lot of areas, but their theories were incomplete. They had big black holes in them. And even today we struggle with these concepts. So psychology is the inner world, the inner alchemy. There's all different types of things going on. It's super complex. And a lot of stuff is not known. But of course, people who are professionals or claiming to be professionals, they have to sort of appear like they know what they're doing. And maybe they know somewhat of what they're doing, but not all. And everyone has their own moving parts that are invisible in the realm of psychology. So, on top of that, you've got materialism as a philosophical frame, which is highly unsuited to psychological inquiry. Essentially, you have vulgar people that are just trying to force outcomes with conditioning on a mass scale. And this was done for political reasons, and then that got screwed up, and then they tried to get it back together. And so if you look at just the stupid corporate blob of today, then you can see how psychology could be taken in all types of different wrong directions, and people could be left in the lurch, which is finally what happens. Like, what is going on here? Why are things so screwed up? Well, there's a lot of theories and not a lot of good practices. But to break it down real simple, every emotion you have has some type of energic frequency component to it. Now, this is where people would say, oh, this is pseudoscience. We cannot track this materially. Well, yeah, that's right, Poindexter. You can't. So it's going to remain a theory because we're really on a theoretical basis. We cannot help but be theoretical. But it's about conceptualizing these things so that we can deal with them, even though we can't prove that they're there. So every emotion, we are electromagnetic generation machines. Every emotion that we have, that power that rips through your body. For example, when I start talking and you're just flooded with joy and love and all positive feelings. And then other things, terror. How about terror? Have you ever been gripped with terror? Just fallen into a complete panic where your brain shuts down and you can't move? How about psychological shock? Like, hey, buddy, get up. He's laying there. Come on, let's go. Are you injured? Can't even talk. He's just looking. He's not dead. You checked him. No holes. He can't speak. What is he in? Well, he's in psychological shock. Everybody knows that. But how does that mechanism work? And why is it that 3 days later, he's still in that condition? Why is he like that, but the guy next to him is not like that? Well, the Buddha would say that's karma, but it also has to do with skill. Skill is the karma killer. Skill is the karma killer. We're all given amount of karma, and the Buddha himself had an enormous amount of karma he had to burn off. 6 years in the jungle, you've done that? You think you could do that? He did that. That's why he is the legend that he is. That's how much work he put in. He took it to extremes. Now, will everyone have to do that? Thankfully not. But he had to do it. He did. There was no other way around it. So that's when we start getting into this type of energic charges that are coming from previous lives. And this is another thing. It's a theory that modern people don't want to accept or contemplate. But let's just do it for just sheer playfulness, that sort of could describe how things work. And so the problem is the disconnect between the conscious and the subconscious mind, where these things are reposited. Because we also have the lazy habit to want to suppress our inconvenient, energic manifestations. We don't want to deal with our emotions normally, unless they're positive. See, we'll take a positive emotion. We want those. Oh, yeah. But why don't we have those? Well, we're energically clogged up with the things we suppressed on a level that we're not acknowledging, because it's already below our threshold of consciousness. So we're the equivalent of emotional trash cans that are just brimming, filled with all of these energic manifestations that we have not adequately burnt off. We have not given them the transference, the integration, the acknowledgement that they deserve. They absolutely deserve. If you light a candle, right, you have transferred energy to something and it's burning. That it exists now. You can't go back and not light the candle. The candle's been lit. These emotions have been fired in the course of your life or in the course of past lives, and they're screaming for acknowledgement, but they're being ignored by a modern mindset that is looking to be tough and suppress them rather than facing them head on and saying, all right, these are the phaser blasts out of the cosmic suit that I have been destined to get hit with. So come on, bring it on. You got some phasers, blast me like never before. I've taken the time. I've put myself in a position to weather any of these damn things. It's going to be an energy. It's going to knock me out. I've seen people just drop. Even if they even get close to these repressed things, that's how much energy, how much power these things have in some cases. People, they've run away. They run away their entire lives. They run into bottles. They run into drugs. They run into the worst places in the world rather than confront these things, because it has that ominous energy, because it triggers our survival mechanism. We have to run away. We have to run away. But what are we running away from? We're running away from ourselves. That's no way to go through life, is it? Because here is the other thing. This energy that is extremely painful when confronted head on even in a skillful way. Some people would say in an unskillful way, it's impossible. Like you can't stop an 18-wheeler by jumping in front of it. You have to like somehow figure out a plan. All right, we have this 18-wheeler that's rolling. You got to run around to the cab side while it's rolling, open the door while it's rolling, get in while it's rolling, and then that's the type of situation you have to be in before you can apply the brakes. You can't get one of those things stopped on a dime from the front, if you catch my drift, which is what most people that are unskillful do. They get run straight over. They don't see any light at the end of the tunnel. They don't see any benefits, so they stop and they run away. But the spiritual samana doesn't do that. And this is where I think bringing in the metaphor of the crucifixion is very apt, because look at that pain. The crucifixion is also symbolic for overcoming the self, or a self that has been captured by suffering. Okay, worldly concerns. That's what the crucifixion is meant to represent. See now this, see that symbol, see the cross, make a cross sign. It is the removal of a self that has these energetic attachments still affixed to it, like weights that are hindering a resurrection, a renewal, a spiritual rebirth. So that's the potential these things have. Once you get them out, all of that space and all of that energy, it's a tremendous act of strength. It is the quintessence of facing fear directly in its face. And then experiencing that and saying, look, if there's anything else there, approaching it with this type of mentality, if there is anything else there with, I want that to hit me too. I just recover consciousness. I'm in this for the long haul. This was just the first punch in the face. I'm going to let it hit me with everything it's got, because that's what it's got to do. To be released, because that's how it's burned. You could also think of it like once you suppress it, it's like a gas, right? So you're compressing it down, you compress it into a liquid. But whereas the gas was highly combustible, you just need a little spark. You need more than a little spark to get a combustible liquid to ignite. And then, of course, the explosion is going to be a lot bigger. And it's not going to be, you're not going to have the feeling that it's controllable. Some people go into psychosis. In fact, their entire personality splits in order to try to find some type of refuge that is bearable for them. On the pain scale, we're talking about pain scales as well that are off the physical charts. So people are like, oh, why is this is trivial? Emotional pain, come on, get over it. Like that's sort of how normal people or repressed people go about these things that haven't faced, in some cases, cosmic karma or past karma, or how about unconscious, collective unconscious trauma? You know, if there is a place in the world where 1,000 people are being murdered today that may be related to you in some way in past lives, you are communicated that via this energetic conduit that we don't fully understand. And as crazy as that sounds, that is something that Jung is considered to be a breakthrough theoretician on, so that it isn't considered as radical of an idea today than it was when he first came out with it. But this is a finer nuance to that concept. If we accept that it is true, I find it is a useful concept to describe these things and to depersonalize them. So yeah, the energetic equivalent of 100 of your kinsmen being murdered in a day, and you saying, well, it's not possible that that negative energy could be sent to you, is just you saying that. What if it really is true? And what if that's what you're dealing with and not some egoically centered past trauma type of way of seeing things? Oh, mommy didn't make me muffins on Monday, so a permanently damaged type of way of misdiagnosing what type of karma you're burning. So these things are nuanced and they're not straightforward and it's not entirely clear. And yet, giving yourself some type of conceptual roadmap will go a long way for strengthening your practice and seeing the value in it. Because I cannot express enough, getting the negative energy released from your subconscious, the positive benefits of that cannot be overstated. In fact, people of the past ancient peoples, all of our ancestors, all of our great grandfathers and grandmothers believed that or doing something like that was the transformational moment of their entire lives. Like before enlightenment and after enlightenment type of transitional, transformative moments. And it wasn't the happy times, the picnics, the hand holding and kisses. It was, in many cases, what is felt to be the most how to put it, the most traumatic emotional experience that they ever had. And yet a lot of them aren't quite aware of what happened when that happened. They thought it was just them getting over something, but because they went into the healing process with such intensity, they ended up burning off a whole bunch of other things that they didn't realize were also in play. And so it turned into a combustive chain reaction that ended up creating major free spaces in their hearts and minds that ended up being the transformational thing in their lives. So that's taking a more of a psychological viewpoint to this, which I think is helpful in a lot of ways because it's very neutral and it can be very professional if it's not politicized or sent off in misguided tangents and kept closely to the teachings of the Buddha. So finding and creating discomfort zones with that in mind and looking for it, actively searching in your prayerful meditation for that irritation and realizing, okay, whoa, look at this. I burned off one layer yesterday, but look, there's a new layer. Something has floated to the top. And let's take that on now. But we don't have a timeline for it. It might express itself. The crazy tennis ball practice might raise the frequency, but it was finally the spinning disc style that initiated the extraction process. And that process, it feels passive because you're not doing it, but you've put yourself into like a stress position, into the crucible of a discomfort zone. And then you'll feel like here an IV bag popping there inside, and fluids get released, and other like alchemic transformational things start happening again beyond the vision of the conscious mind. But that's how you know it's happening, because these things are bubbling up. You'll feel moments of release, and that's the energy burn. Your conscious mind is not aware of what that is. Really, it doesn't need to be aware. That's where the psychoanalytic process can hinder these releases, karmic releases, from taking on their full potential. Because, the ego and superego want to get on top of it real quick. And they don't want to be wrong. And they don't want to do something wrong. And they don't want to be defective, right? Because that's defective in their eyes, because they're not suppressing these things as they were trained to do, conditioned to do. In a community of people that didn't want to deal with it because it's also not appropriate for community practice, but they didn't offer a private practice that was effective enough. So pray, yeah, in a materialist context, that means ask for things. But prayerful meditation is about releasing things. It's about hygiene, primarily. The other things, they will come. The good things with skillful awareness, they will come. But it's a reductionist practice, because it has to be, because we can't move on to the next stage, the next resurrection, unless we burn off the new stuff that is standing quite impenetrably in the way between the next steps. And so, yes, that is where we need to focus our energies, and not on the next steps, which is what many Westerners want to do. They want to move on, they want closure, but they're they're in denial about those things. They're in denial about their timelines. They don't have the patience required. Well, I planned 2 days for this. It's day 4. Time to give up. That's what they do. Or this isn't working. I need something else. No, you need another 4 days is what you need, possibly. And guess what? Tomorrow, you think today is painful. Tomorrow, you could reach a level that you don't think you can withstand. You haven't even begun, and you're already giving up. So, but these are perceptual expectations. You go in it with those types of more realistic expectations, more of a warrior's expectations than a consumer's expectations. Then you're going to get more of the profound results, the more effective results than you have up until now. And as far as people gaining benefit from this, if this does benefit you in some way, buy me a coffee, show your appreciation. And I'm doing that after reflection, after a long period of not accepting donations, because I realized, why do that when you can allow people to experience the act of generosity in that way? So that when you do donate that coffee, do see that as the positive act of karma that it is intended to be. And that by that gesture, you're also closing a karmic loop. You're not in my debt. you have given back to abundance. And I want to remind anyone that's still dealing with egoic injury is that there is no ego. We are not built with an ego, but we have all these narratives that we've wrapped around nothing. And it really, we feel then, if we unravel that and have nothing, we feel like we've been robbed of something. But this is our acquisitional, common, vulgar reaction to that. In fact, it's much better having nothing there. In your pipes, when you turn on the tap and the water runs through the pipes, it's better that there's nothing in the pipes. The pipes are there to transport things. And skillful living means purely burning emotions that arise in the present moment and not suppressing them. Having the courage and the strength and the wisdom to do that, because suppressing it is just going to create work in the future. It's unskillful practice. It's accumulating things that are unresolved. So the egoic injury is a feeling that you're on the wrong path, but that's counterintuitive. You have to realize theoretically, conceptually, but also practically, that there is no ego. It's just our thinking that makes it think it's there. Or the story of our ego is there when it's just a damn story. And a lot of people running for trauma, they're always they're lying about their past lives. But that's not a solution. The solution is not an alternative reality. It's not escapism. It's acceptance. We are not computers. We are not machines. We have this karmic energy. We have these emotions. And in many cases, when they're functioning properly, when we accept that side of ourselves, many extremely hard and tough men like myself sometimes call it the feminine side. But I don't know if that's entirely accurate, but in some cases it's true, because women have more of an intuitive, emotive way of dealing with things, which is very beneficial in many cases. But many men are cut off from that because we have been trained to be the butt kickers of the world. We don't. You show up, everyone's like, "Hey, it's the hippie again. We want the butt kicker," you know. People aren't really looking for hippies or what they call hippies. I don't consider this hippie at all. There's Eastern religions aren't hippie. Like those Asian monks out there, they're not. There's nothing whimsical really about their journey through this realm. They take things very seriously, but from the West, they think that's being a hippie when you're not a butt kicker. But on the other hand, being a butt kicker, try to be that for a couple of years and see where that gets you. So a lot of these things society demands from us, including not seeing things in their proper frame or accepting our humanity on a basic fundamental level, conceptually and practically. We got to leave that type of society behind, don't we? No, they should have the final word. I don't see so. No, if sometimes you can live in civilized societies that will tell you the things I've just told you. The Buddhist society was civilized, but all of India was not. And so wise teachers and good teachers, they're here with us for some time. Some leave some relics behind, some leave books. And some leave some imperfect students that imperfectly relay what they said. But that's not to say just because it's not perfect that it's not useful in its own way. but each journey is individual, and a lot of times it does feel like diminishing returns. A lot of times it is frustrating. What am I dealing with here? What is this? Why is it I'm now on day 7 and I still don't know what I'm dealing with? Like this is sometimes, depending on your individual case, this is where you could end up. You could start cursing the teachers. People just don't. You sent me down the wrong path. This is too painful. I can't take this. That people. Some people aren't up for this. That's why it's not really recommended. This is, some people could say, somewhat of a radical practice. It's giving you a radical option. Getting into a discomfort zone is sort of a radical concept in a society that wants marshmallows only. Marshmallow lies. Industrially produced sweet perfection in a bag that you can purchase at a reasonable price with a nice little happy logo and brand and ingredients that are ethically sourced, and a factory that produces things ethically and pays people and treats people ethically, and all of that. We want a perfect world. We don't want that. Suppressing emotions will lead to emotional blockages that can decisively strangle out periods of our life or our lives entirely. We don't, that's horrible. Who wants that? Who came up with that? What type of terrible rules is that in a 5 sense realm that has different people in charge than we've been led to believe? We've been led to believe that our 5 senses are really egoically the main and only thing. So what's this other malarkey? Oh, that can't work. That has no discernible, we cannot quantify that. So let's go here to the drugs instead. Sanitized drugs. But see, that's the I need a solution now, and I'm not willing to put in the work type of culture that that the West has learned to serve. But my method is the equivalent of, oh, the person that doesn't like the food in the diner, guess what we do? We eject that person until they get hungry enough, and then when they humbly come in and are thankful for the food, then they get seated and they get the food that is nutritious put down in front of them, and not the smorgasbord of wacky ideas and worldly desires and attachments that they were looking for, and also not willing to pay for. So, sort of understandable for people who've put in enough time, who have gone through enough of a burn to realize how deluded those type of people are. No, you're not going to get there. You're not going to get through that energy field with that attitude. You're not. With that practice, you're not. I'm just going to tell you right now, just save your time. Don't waste your time with the wrong attitude. But here's the good news. You change that attitude, the results are transformative. Your destiny is changed. Instead of being that guy who's drinking himself to death because he gave up all of his pleasures, but he didn't give up his suffering. You did the opposite. You gave up the suffering. And you found pleasures as well in doing that. You find pleasure in giving up suffering. And you're not rotting away in that condition. You're not in a state of delusion either. You're healthier than you've ever been. You're lighter than you've ever been. You're uh, cleaner than you've ever been. Those 2, 3 bad relationships you had, they are not definitive for your life. They are not your narrative. They were stepping stones. They were transitional periods. They were confused times. But that they were just that, and you've already forgotten whatever it was that needed to be released. Whatever lesson needed to be learned, that was internalized. The energy was burned off, and now it's the here now. The perspective shift has been put in the here now, the present, not in the past. It's not skillful practice. Who said that? Well, it was the Buddha that said that. So, do you need to know more than that? What more do you need to know? How smart are you actually? Have you really the high IQ you think you have? Because if you do, why do you keep feeling so terrible all the time? Why are you looking for distractions instead of for the finality of burn? Why aren't you tough enough for that if you're so tough? Maybe you can't bear it, but maybe you can dispense with the you that can't bear it. Make use of that optionality every chance you get. And God gives you chances. Make use of them. And another point for the HSPs out there, highly sensitive people, a lot of the events that we considered traumatic really weren't. It was just all that extra psychological, spiritual energy that are really powerful spirits can put on things due to these perceptionalities that we could have as a kid and make things 10,000, a million times worse. And so, no, what you did was you awfulized. You magnified something that was just perhaps within the realm even of normalcy. It's normal. Sadism is within the spectrum of normalcy in a lot of cases. So the kid that took your book bag and threw it down the stairs, that wasn't really all that bad. And there's a lot of people that would have laughed that off, but you didn't. And so now it's been suppressed. And now you're looking at it with those superpowers and you're looking at something that you can't see, and then you're awfulizing that as well. I have this space in my mind, in my psychology. It's like a malignant tumor, and then so you start over focusing on that and making that worse. So you've got a great chainsaw. It can cut through things, but if you're cutting through your leg, that great thing turns into a really bad thing. And there's also a Venn diagram between also HSP people and high IQ people. And those are the people that HSP goes into the high IQ, and then they start just tearing through psychology and theory and everything else, and they tear right past skillful practice. We are essentially hunter and gatherers. We have a hunter and gatherer mentality, and we come from highly religious societies and backgrounds that had highly religious orders which were highly respected and highly integrated. And we don't have that at all now. We have a couple of institutions that have been gutted. We have some here and there activity. We have been blasted with politicized toxicity on every level, including psychology. We have pharmaceutical interests. We have catering to consumerismists. So there's not a lot of people that will drill down, core down to this other than amateurs and generally authentic and honest people. So don't be surprised about that. All of this intuitive stuff, it's not something you can produce in a factory. And our countries, our nations, we want to produce people on a factory level that are good, essentially, which is not a bad idea. It's just that there's only so much that someone can do, and in fact, they can do a lot of harm while intending to do good, or at least claiming to do good. And that's where we get into all of this capture of altruism that we've been seeing. People being misled into thinking things are good when they're not. And then, because I've been taught that this is good and you don't believe this, you're the bad person type of polarization, everything else. So it's a challenging time, but we've always lived in challenging times. There's always been good teachers, and there's always been things that will resonate and things that don't at different times in your life. So stick with it. Devote yourself to it. Don't question right religiosity, right practice. Don't question that. Accept it. Develop it. Commit to it. Refine it. And put in more time than what is currently considered acceptable. In the failure of these institutions, what do we have? We have 1 meter monasteries and 1 meter nunneries. And you can have the one that is for you. But you can also integrate into other ones that are also venerable. And venerable is that which gets enlightened results. And doesn't create samsaric or bad karma as a side effect, or less of it than other practices, because perfect practice is not the idea. Good practice is good enough. Someone wrote in and said, when you were talking about Western proclivity towards suppressing emotional states, not even highly traumatic ones, just maybe even stress situations, even mildly unpleasant ones, put on a happy face type of culture. As soon as you said that, it dawned on me that there has to be a full repository of those types of suppressed energies just on the basis of those behavioralisms. And then I thought about that. I was like, whoa, this is somebody who's been paying attention. Exactly. There's only so much junk any person, any human being, we're talking about living creatures here, rabbits, turtles, dolphins in the same category as that, there's only so much they can take. There's only so much they can suppress until you're going to feel sick or unwell. I talked about this before. I likened it or compared it to emotional constipation. That's a term. There you go. How many people around you are emotionally constipated because they're engaged in those behavioralisms that are so prevalent in the West and are considered to be virtues? And of course, many times, yes, of course, in social interactions, it's not appropriate to not suppress what you're feeling. Okay? That's a given. But you do have to realize that you're damaging yourself by doing that long term, and you should avoid doing that as a daily practice if possible, or interact in a different way, or make sure you empty that receptacle on a regular basis. I think a lot of times, I think also this is the Asiatic style, is that they have the art of remaining perfectly composed on the outside, which is to say no expression to the outside and no words leave the mouth. And on the inside, what they're doing is fully experiencing in the moment whatever it is their mechanism has been triggered with. But they're burning it purely. They're not running away from it, and they're not allowing it to externalize, to affix onto the tormentor. It's just seeing it detached as torment, and thereby using it alchemically as a catalyst with perfect composure. And then to stay with it, perhaps even use the repository of it. It could be over 3 days, your lower realms are still enraged with something or another, possibly based on egoics, possibly based on other impurities, possibly based on karma, possibly based on collective unconsciousness, space, cosmic rays. But whatever it was, you used all of it as a catalyst. And the rest that burnt you, that was hot, that seared your fingers or burnt all the hairs off of your face, maybe your eyebrows, that was just part of the process. You don't get through releasing these energies without releasing these energies with somewhat of an unexpectedness factor involved. Oh, that was the same dark crab I threw into the crucible and burned, but this time it caused a big explosion. And last time it was just it simmered or fizzled or fuzzed out or burnt up. It sort of sparkled away. Well, it wasn't the same stuff. You assumed you were dealing with the same stuff. It looked maybe similar, but it turned out to be black powder. So you have to be able to take those things in stride. We're dealing with things we do not fundamentally or cannot fundamentally comprehend with the toolbox that the thinking mind has. A human thinking mind can't figure it out. When a horse sees an airplane, it doesn't really know what it's looking at. It thinks it could be a big bug, a bird, some type of bird. It doesn't know how jet engines work. And it can never know. You could pack out the books. You could put on some horse goggles and show it videos of you constructing engines and propulsion and physics. It's never going to figure it out. That's sort of the human mind compared to the universe. So what did primitive peoples do? Well, they were more religious than people today that have convinced themselves that all that rest of the dimensionality of the multiverse doesn't exist. That's actually corny, that's crazy, that's annoying, that's eccentric. They have a lot of dismiss. And let's be honest, a lot of it is, there's a lot of people out there just beating this band. And a lot of people come up with a lot of observations that really aren't true because they're still stuck in some type of projection, mirroring. So they're seeing something, but what they're seeing is themselves, essentially, and the straw man. So we have a contingent of those types of people here, and that's usually a sign that they feel like they're guilty on some level, probably for legitimate reasons. But because they don't want to give up the worldliness side of things, they want to have their cake and eat it too, they're stuck in that freeze dilemma that dooms them to their hell states. Because that's really what wanting is. Wanting two things you can't have at the same time is a definition of dissatisfaction. And here's a new angle to the game. We like to talk about trauma because that's so edgy and dramatic and a lot of times over-exaggerated. But how about suppressing frustration or anger? Okay. Just anger about little dumb things. The light was about to stay green, but it turned yellow real quick and you had to brake. And then something flew from the back and then smashed into that elaborate, delicate lamp, and now the whole mood is been changed, but it's not really appropriate to get into some type of road rage incident. Road rage incident, is it? But do people do it? Oh, they're doing it all the time. Right now I can hear it. Somebody just got out of the car. Where are they at right now? Somebody send the angels around the world to show us. Send us the video. I'm sure that's possible. Like, you could hit it right now. Road rage will get like a whole 100 videos posted in the last 2 seconds. But yeah, the point is not to be unskillful. The point is to be skillful. And being skillful means recognizing our limitations. Yeah, we only have so much of a capacity for aggravation. If we're living in an aggravating way, that's what burns you out. It just grinds you down. That's what people say. It grinds you down. So, but why are people being ground down? Well, they're not moving. They're suppressing their aggravation into their suppression container, but that container has limits and they don't realize that. And it's also a unskillful practice, and it has all these different side effects, like self-sabotage. Because guess who doesn't like you? Well, that's your natural, some people call it the shadow self. Actually, it's more of an oppositional self, oppositional to modern day craziness, modern day meaninglessness. No connection with the higher powers. You feel dead inside. Is that a coincidence? Well, no, it isn't. But you are offered religion, and it's as dead as you feel inside, so I guess it must be something else. But maybe that which you were introduced to, or maybe you didn't bring the right effort to it, you didn't bring the right perspective, it wasn't the right time, the place, it wasn't your right karma to get it. It didn't hurt hard enough for you to seek the healing that is really required to heal the thing. And so that's why you didn't find it. So whose fault is that? Is that your fault? Is that the cosmos? Is that Aunt Betty again? Or is that just you? Can your ego live with that? No, I think your ego is going to try to find a cop out, but that's what they do. And the condemnation you don't want to hear from the superego, that's already started because you know you're wrong. You know that you are responsible. It's just you don't want, see, it doesn't want to accept that you're not perfect in a perfect world. Doesn't want to have that. Doesn't want, no. It's not good enough. Anything less short of perfection? Nope, not good enough. Well, what kind of rule is that? Yeah, that's a bad rule. It looks good. But you follow that rule, how miserable are you going to be? Well, you're going to be 100% miserable 100% of the time. Because this world, it's not perfect. It's far away from perfect. But what can be perfect is your practice. Perfect for you, because perfect is as best as you can be in the moment of contact with what you're dealing with, including going through a phase of manifestation, even though you had a whole lot of other things planned. That psychological monkey wrench that was thrown from downstairs and just removed your motivation, gave you impenetrable fog of gloom. That's not the time to bust out the volleyballs and beach balls and sunglasses. Unfortunately, you're in for some rough weather. So, but somebody who doesn't want to be overruled like an egoic person, then you can see how the conflict starts out between the people living downstairs, that the conscious mind is relegated by on a certain level. Again, you drink too much alcohol, you want to drink another drink, they pull the plug on you're upstairs and revert back to life-saving measures, like keeping your heart pumping under adverse conditions that the conscious mind created. So it will pull the rug on everything about you that requires vital energy to accomplish, even if you think you want it, because you're not cooperating or connecting with your genuine feelings that you are instead suppressing and denying are there, because it's painful to go through that. It's also, people have run around people of today, the cartwheeling down the street people, the joggers of today. They don't have the time, they feel, to look these problems in the face with the amount of attention, dedication, and compassion that they require. So if you could think about this, these are like spoiled people in big cities that want to have little pets in their apartment, but don't want to have to deal with the pets being unhappy, being kept in a way that is sadistic or not compassionate enough. And then whose fault is it? It's the dog's fault, but the dog is part of you. So you're a failure. The dog's a failure, the world's a failure, your life's a failure. And you can just fall into that hell of delusionality. And cowardice until you go through that resurrective crucifixion process of self, false ego. Hey, ego, guess what? In this case, I'm willing to bet most people, all those repressed emotions, they're valid, and you were wrong to suppress them, and you're wrong to run away from releasing them in the natural, excruciating way that is required. And the amount of time and dedication and care it requires to get through it. Whether it has a rational foundation to it, which in many cases it does not anyway, but we think it does. And so we don't stay in a little rationalization loop about it either. Maybe it wasn't just that your bike got stolen. Maybe somewhere else in the universe something else happened 2,000 years ago, and that's why. It's a great way of looking at it. You see how that depersonalizes everything? It's just junk. It's just aggravation. It's not your aggravation. It's not you or yours. Say it's not me, it's not mine. It isn't. You're suffering? It's not me, it's not mine. But what is your suffering is not yours. It's not you. You weren't born with that. Don't let that define you. Get out of these damn narratives. This is the problem. They always want us running to some form of external validation. So when we feel messed up, they want us to run to people that will tell us why. But they get it wrong. Or maybe even if they have a theory why you're messed up, if you don't put those insights into practice, if you don't exercise your own damn demons, guess who they're going to end up strangling? Is it going to be the people outside that your ego is going to want to blame, or is it just going to be your own damn dumb fault? As are the celestial rules in this dimension, in many cases, especially those of a psycho-spiritual, religious, meaningful, transformative kind of journey that ancient peoples did believe that this realm, this life really were, and thereby did experience greater degrees of meaning, which is also priceless and invaluable, which also makes it hard to quantify for people stuck in a materialist frame. But isn't it wonderful that we can dismantle that frame board by board and dispense with that as well? Yes, there is material, there are materials, but look, where does it come from? At some point on that subatomic quantum level, it disappears again. That should be obvious to everyone. But it isn't, because where are people? They're on the surface. They're not into the depths of theoretical physics. But how do the physical things manifest? Well, they manifest like thoughts from nowhere. So what type of thoughts are being produced and sent to you from your production line? If it's messed up, well, you might have to go in there and retool it. So, but how do you do that? Well, you're not going to be able to do that if you deny that that's where it's coming from. Because if you're looking outside, well, that's not where the gremlins reside. The gremlins are an inside job. But of course, people that are exposed to bad ideas, bad images, bad conditions, yeah, of course. That's a lot of negativity there. So there are practical steps to get out of that, and everyone should take them. Also, psychologically, hostile environments, yeah. No reason to be around a lot of hostile people. No good reason, really. Now, if it's a necessity, okay, but how often does that come up? A lot of people are just not valuing their themselves enough, their mental health enough. It's like people, smoking 3, 4, 5 packs a day. Come on. Isn't that gluttony at some point? That is self-harming. You don't want to hear that? Well, that's exactly what you need to hear, and that's you need to get back to the middle path. Now, the middle path might get there by degrees, so cut down what you're doing by half, and then cut that down by half later, and keep doing that until you cut it down entirely. Have some basic patience, compassion, and understanding for yourself. But that's the thing, we see these spirits come into these physical bodies, and look how they abuse them. Look how much hostility is there towards themselves. Okay? And perhaps even on an unconscious level, driving themselves into madness. And then you expect civility, dignity, and respect from people like that, which you should be happy if you receive any level of that once you know what these people sort of represent and are. Where they are frequency-wise, mentally, their headspace, so to speak. Why not call it hell? Living hell? People call it that. And you can go through phases like that. See, that's the good news. It's not terminal. A lot of people get freaked out. They think this is the big one. But it only appears that way to modern people that have been divorced from their inner spirituality, have been cleaved off from it, disconnected from it. In fact, shamed for even saying that it's something that is important. When all the smart people have colluded to monopolize smart places and say that that's just farcical oddities of the past. So it's also something that you can't really share socially, and I think that's a real big problem with institutions just in general, is that it's essentially a catch basin for people, and as we know, just playing the numbers, you're just going to get an average result if you have an organization based on something like that. It's just the nature of the beast. However, if we look at the success story that the Buddha represents, you can see how that at least some version of something good can be maintained institutionally if the first principles are rigorous enough. And the vetting is rigorous enough. And the training is rigorous enough, and that you really do produce people that are not egoically outcome invested in some worldly outcome. But their hearts and minds are unequivocally in the right place. Unwobbling pivots. In a psychological sense, when you listen to someone talk about their dissatisfactions, they'll say things like, I was wronged in this way, I was wronged in that way, I was wronged in this way. But what they're really describing is the egoic lens with which they saw that with, that was damaging to an ego or the sense of their ego in the moment they experienced that, and that they suppress that, causing karmic injury, but you can see that it's resulting already from an unskillful attitudinal. So think of that unskillful attitudinal as a constant source of potential provocation and egoic injury that's accumulating in the subconscious and creating negative ballast because they have not confronted the ego, they have not gotten into zeroing the ego practice, such as the bowing practice, and bringing sincerity to that practice so anything that was attached to the ego gets released. Because they haven't done that and they're talking about these past injuries, just think of how unhelpful that is, because then they're also focusing on these things, but they're still seeing them through an egoic lens. And then they're even making their suffering conscious, they're reinforcing the feeling of that. And they're essentially just adding more poison into the system, which creates a more antagonistic relationship with the natural person. Right, the hunter-gatherer, companion, shadow that was not built for ultra-aggravating day-to-days, let alone social, financial, or economic policies designed by aggravating people, specifically to aggravate people in as many ways as they can, such as this time is sort of typified by, is sold by utopianists and idealists that were bright-sided, that pretended like the other things and implications of that, and giving certain people access to things that they shouldn't have had access to, wouldn't have had the horrible consequences that they did, and are still living in a state of denial about that. Also for egoic reasons. You see, the ego doesn't want to be wrong. It doesn't want to admit they're wrong. So they base their careers on being wrong. They're committed egoically. Now, if they could, in a moment of reflection, admit that they were wrong and just let that flood of regret flow over them like the Ganges river. Some of these people have committed war crimes, cultural war crimes that are massive. And yet they were under the delusion that they were doing the right thing, and it's only now that everything has been completely destroyed that they're having mental health issues, to put it mildly. And they're also having disassociation, because how can the thing that they were drilled to believe was the right thing is the wrong thing? Unless they existentially question their relationship with compromised institutions. So a lot of people would think admitting that would drive them even crazier than they are, so maybe they just drink when they start thinking. Or get a prescription. That's what these drugstores these days, that's all they're selling. Drugstores of old used to have a bunch of other different things. These are just, laundromats for suppressed brains. So we live in a crazy time. This type of level of craziness was not happening during Buddha's time. But there's, again, good and bad things. What is good is adaptation. So just using the bad as a catalyst. Okay, look at how they tried to spray poisonous gas in all of our social, economic, and political infrastructure. Let's make a better system with better people and start over, knowing that that's what we're dealing with right this time. And how they're really into selling narratives to impressionable young people, and also people that have a certain amount of altruism that belongs within the context of a family, but might be misapplied to some of the most heinous things that could possibly be devised, like sadistic social policies that have war crime level effect on all significant measures of a civilization. but are mimed away during presentations as economic transformation, or how are they trying to sell it today? They find whatever the most appealing thing would be sound to hear, or hear what people would think they could possibly come up like this. A lot of people try to figure out what they're doing, and they'll ask like 1,000 people, and the stupidest one will say, well, they must be doing this because that's the only way I could figure this thing out. And that's the whole line that they'll go with. That's their story. Then overnight, all of them get the memo. This is what we say we do, so that people will drink this piss, which is just a diverting funds into private pockets. That's the business they're in. That's the only business they're in. That facade part, don't really care all that much. They care about the facade, so the optics, everything behind that, that's off limits. That's their own damn business, isn't it? Oh, you need to have a warrant issued to check something out on them? Well, they're the people who issue the warrants, so what now? Is it game over? Well, I guess until the next election, because I don't think any God in heaven ever appointed such buzzards to such positions over people to mess up. But they're, this is a long-term project for a lot of these multi-billion-dollar outfits that got where they were doing what they do. So who are you to question the profitability of their harebrained schemes? Yeah, well, how well will that end up working for them? Let's talk in 30 years. If there's anything left to talk about. But there's really no pleasure in saying, I told you so. So the whole point is disengaging from foolishness, but also not tolerating it. Not in one's mind and not in one's vicinity if one can help it. So don't be deluded. And take it on the chin. Yeah, wow. What could be the worst thing that happened? Is this what happened? We got these people in. This is what they did? Oh, wow. That's the worst that could have happened for us at that time, and it happened. So what do we do now? What can be salvaged? What can be done under the circumstances? What might happen that they didn't think about? And who really cares? Where are they going to fall when they go down? Because that might not be the place to be. Who are the people that think it's smart to do the things they think were smart aren't all that smart? So what would be the skillful thing to do in that case? Start entertaining thoughts like that, because that does get you out of a hole or out of a dead end if you've been conducted into one. It's really about turning around and ditching their directions. Egressing from the ambush. If you're feeling all this anger, and all this anger, guess what? It's coming from inside. The ego wants to point it outwards, but what you have is a case of anger. So some people get yellow fever, some people get anger and ill will, and it's been internalized. It's been put in that place that the rational mind cannot get at. And it's manifesting. Consistently, repeatedly, it's manifesting from that place. So what does that mean? That means you have to go down, you have to face it head on. Somebody is knocking on the door. Like when your neighbors are angry, they're banging on things. Bang, 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 bang. That's essentially what they're doing. And if you're an egoic, centered, pathogenistic person, whose fault is that? Well, no, it's the neighbor who's being irrational. The neighbor's wrong. The neighbor is out of line. That's what you're assuming as an ego, an egoically captured thinking being. But you know what the compassionate thing to do is? The compassionate thing to do is to say, hey, wait a second. This is my neighbor, right? So, and he's banging, and it sounds like it might be something important. So, why don't I just pop down and knock on the door there and ask what's going on? Because that's what somebody would do that doesn't have ego problems. And then you go down, dunk, dunk, hey, how you doing? And then guess who might be enraged? Guess who might jump on you and start attacking you? Well, and then you have to calm the situation. You have to weather that. You don't. If you run away, that's not the point. That's going to make the situation worse. You have to. Okay, what is going on here? Like you're blocking as many punches as you can, but you're taking a lot of punches. You're taking a beating. Again, days, months, years on end. Until they finally can't beat you anymore, right? And you're still there. And then you just say, well, okay, what is the problem down here? And then only then does your neighbor say, what are you talking about? Problem. Look at the water flowing down here from your apartment. And then you look up and you're like, what the hell? What the hell's going on? And then you tell them, like, hey, look, I have no idea what that's about. And then it becomes sort of a collaborative effort. Because on a certain level, the id respects you for interacting with it, for taking a beating, and for communicating with it, for taking the time to address the issue. And so the neighbor's like, all right, look, sorry I attacked you. I realize now that you don't know what that is, but I will stop banging on the floor and you take care of, figure out what the water is doing and come back down and let me know, and let's do it like that. And then the ego says, look, I apologize. I thought you were just being a pain in the butt and telling me I was wrong all the time and I hadn't really done anything. And then you come to that type of mutual understanding. No, you're not a broken person. It's just based on that. Some type of misunderstanding, some type of karma burn. Made no sense. But it led to a working relationship that is beneficial long term. And then both sides, the neighbor's happy and you're happy and you put it behind you, and today there's no leaks. And if there was a leak, you wouldn't have any problems going down and sorting things out, even though you did take a beating. Let's not forget that. You might have taken a beating that you never thought was possible. Like the infraction, see, think also of the irrationality of that. This water flowing down had nothing to do with you anyway. And you never really figured out what happened. It was all about the working relationship in the end. You see how counterintuitive that is to a rational mind? That's something that you need to think of in terms of totality of the impression one gets when a full narrative or a full story that reaches a zenith, a climax, and then resolves itself into a meaningful experience. See that in terms of that type of process, of processing, acknowledging, processing, burning, transforming. Also, don't forget the power of these feelings. Feelings are powerful. So even what humans and people like to consider bad feelings, they're powerful feelings. So use them as a powerful catalyst, as a powerful tonic. Take it straight on, take it straight up, no filter. In fact, try to encourage the distress, to bring it to a manifestation. Don't run away from it. Don't try to suppress it. And don't try to fight it in an unskillful way. It's about burning it, manifesting it, getting it out. Releasing the poison, drinking the poison, being sick by the poison, and integrating the poison that happen to turn out to be all these vital vitamins and not poison at all. You get all the essential vital replenishments. You get that clean, clear, white column of energy just spreading out from a seed to encompass the entirety of the purity of your refurbished, refashioned, renewed being. A radical way of reframing dissatisfaction with Daga's style is to immediately recognize it as a powerful catalyst that you will then use for introspective purposes. Rather than what the ego does is it takes in that type of dissatisfaction and it redirects it to other externals or redirects it to the suppression bin. It trashes what it needs to trash for what it feels to be worldly reasons in the spiritual realm. Oh no, I'm not going to acknowledge that now, or I'm going to suppress that now because it's not appropriate at this time. This is what adults do. This is what makes adults adults and little kids little kids. The real little kids, they're just as natural as can be. And if they're sad about something, they don't care who it bothers. They will throw themselves screaming and kicking on the floor in a supermarket. But that's how we feel as adults a lot of times inside, but we don't do that, so we don't exercise it, and so it adds up, you see. So, but in any case, things that annoy us, every one of us has triggers and peeves, but this time, instead of engaging it or connecting that catalyst with aversion and ill will, because that's what's produced by it, we're going to use it to shine a light, like the energy of it, to shine a high beam on the egoic parts of ourselves that would otherwise have directed that to externalities. But we're really using it to dispense with delusion. So we're spraying it around delusion, and so it's vaporizing the delusion of the mechanism that we would otherwise use, which one could be considered neurotic in many cases. And if you see it without delusion, you see it's ridiculous, then you feel ridiculous, which the ego would block because it doesn't want to be wrong, but because you are blocking or you feeded the ego or suppressed it, then you get the insight. Whoa, wait a second. Don't do things this way. This is very unskillful. And things that then bothered you before don't really bother you, but they can still be that reminder, that token to think, okay, this used to bother me and this is why, and isn't that funny now? See, you can actually find humor from that because you've advanced past it. It does not have you in its grip of ill will or aversion. It's now that token, that symbol of illumination. So look at how that type of transformational catalyst and combination of those things that can lead to an illuminating fire and not a self-burning fire. That illuminate these inner workings so we can free ourselves from these circular ways of thinking that cause us so much suffering, so much agitation, so much rancor, so much greed, ill will, and delusion. So let us look at the encapsulated Patujan of today, the worldling, the worldly person that does not have a door to working spiritual renunciation. Or let's say excrement. Like when you can renounce your food in more ways than one. Like your body might renounce the food you thought was good for it in the form of you being in the bathroom and taking care of your own damn business. And so you can see it with the physical cycle, but what you're not seeing it is that essentially there's a door to a laboratory, a personal laboratory for you, where you are to put all of your greed, ill will, and delusion yourself as a spiritual practice. It's a necessary part of being an exceptional human being. Now, you can be normal, common, and vulgar and not take use of that spiritual lavatory, which you can also use for hygienic purposes. See, once you leave it in the pot, you wash your hands and your face and maybe your whole body on a regular basis because you have hygiene, you don't stink, and that's why, because you put in the work, it doesn't happen on its own. So the other people that haven't opened that invisible door to spirituality in themselves, to use it as a hard practice, not as a sing-songy good time socializing event, but internal, hard, spiritual, individual, focused practice, effective practice, in other words, real practice, in other words, instead of an imitation of a practice. If they don't have that, then just think how they're brimming. For example, people who are crippled with anger. How many people think right now, someone you know who has anger issues, just see them. Think of all of their characteristics, the physical manifestations, the danger of being around them. Now, what are they doing? Well, first off, I like to use they're spiritually constipated with all of these energetic suppressed things or traumas, you name it. Whatever it is, it's there. And they're not dealing with it. And they don't have any means to deal with it themselves. So, what becomes the catalyst? Well, anything that annoys them or they think annoys them, and then they react to that. They're externalizing. The ego is externalizing, it's not internalizing. Because if it even looks for a second into that pile of things down there that would make any compassionate person legitimately angry, probably, most likely, which is to say, yeah, that needs to be validated to be integrated. But see, a lot of these people, they're so tough, they don't want to admit that they were hurt like that, or they want to try to personalize it, and then again, we get into that ego, super ego type block on the process. And perhaps also lack of mental fortitude or curiosity or a lot of other things. Some people out here, they are stunted, and they're just like that. And that's them. That's the common garden variety, vulgar, normal type of person, essentially. It's not super normal, but it's also not exceptional. There's a lot of angry people out there. And we know why. So, and then someone, or they think they're provoked, and all of that energy, look at that power of that energy, that energy that's strangling them on a cellular level, gets ignited and applied to an external object that didn't deserve it. In most cases. So common. So many sad stories. Look at the prisons. You'd go through it. Imagine 90% of guys all say that exact same story. Imagine. Just some variation of it. Their circumstances fit that description. So the takeaway from that is not having a spiritual practice is bad. And the practice that you have is your business, your responsibility, and you need to leave your business. That a lot of it, again, is just ridiculous types of bad energy that you've accumulated. You need to get rid of that and leave it where it belongs and burn it. Like, leave the trash in the trash pile that you burned up. Ash it. Let the ash. Don't let even that smoke go anywhere that would bother anybody else. And then you get cleaned up and you get yourself dressed with dignity, respect, and civility. You put those back on. You put compassion in your back pocket. You put your multi-tool where you can find it, and you're going to be prepared for that 5 sense realm dimension that you're entering into. And you're not going to let any type of odd internalities manifest themselves on false targets. And should anything from the external world try to provoke you, then you can see that with a lot more distance as well, especially when there's no ego that can be so easily provoked because it's being driven mad with aggravation. Aggravational energy, dark matter, right? We don't know why these electro impulses create so much force, really. In the human being, we try to measure it mechanically, but it's at some point there's an electromagnetic component. And it becomes theory again. Where does that power come from? And not to respect that power, that you have negative, that is negative power differential in you, and you're just walking around thinking everything is normal and okay, and that you don't need to get and have a very strong spiritual practice, that's very foolish. That is the definition of ignorance. And unfortunately, many people in this time, they are very ignorant and very egotistical. Very vulgar. Really attracted to the five sense realms. Very much focused and chained and determined and fixated on the five sense realms. What could that mean? Could that mean it's difficult to break free of these things? What could be more difficult than that? And yet many would say, oh, well, it's so difficult, it must be impossible, I better not get started. Well, going to the bathroom seems to be impossible when one is an infant until one learns how to do it with many failed attempts. But finally, how many were those failed attempts? It's all perspectional. And then it's a thing that you have mastered. You do not awfulize and you do not spread it around. And you have such a efficient and redundant and impactful and skillful practice that should it be that today will be 3 hours of this, 8 hours of that, and 5 hours of that, then that is precisely what this day was meant to be. And with no expectations, and with an understanding of how the alchemical process works, one can be confident that the results will manifest themselves in a way that is conducive to nobility. Following the good rules and good sense of good maintenance. Never feel bad about taking downtime. In fact, if you're even thinking that you're taking downtime, you're probably in one of those environments that make that sort of a necessity, and you're probably not taking enough of it. But it's still conceptually a useful term. Why do we have so many wonderful vehicles that are working so wonderfully? Well, because they have wonderful maintenance. They have wonderful owners that maintain those vehicles to the best of their abilities and their knowledge. And they have both. So when they do their oil change, they don't break things like somebody that didn't know how theirs works. They also don't splatter it all around. They have a whole setup for maintenance. They have what they need, the lubricants. They have a couple of spare parts for things that might break every once in a while. But all in all, it's not perfect. There's dents on it in some places. It's a little bit crooked, but as far as being able to do a tremendous amount of work at the right place at the right time, it's at the ready. It's already in perfect condition. It's good enough. So if you're conducting maintenance essentially on your humanity, don't feel bad about that in the least. It's absolutely necessary for the well maintenance and high performance or even low performance of the vehicle. That no performance condition is mint. It's ready to go when needed. It's good enough. See, you could overdo the maintenance, but again, that depends on you. How high are your standards? And maybe you just do it for fun. Maybe you're that type of designer. You take a gasket out here, and then you try something else there, and then you drive it around even on the bumpy side until something breaks, because you are looking to use that catalyst, which some people would consider to be heartbreaking and mind-shattering. But because you don't see things that way, because you weren't attached going in and you were outcome independent, you come back and you say, you know what, let's build it this way instead of that way. The old way was actually pretty good. I just thought this minor change wouldn't have the implications that it did, but finally, oh wait, it did have this implication, and so let's go back and revise the prototype. And that's that type of exuberant, experimental, free space that all creativity lives in. So don't define yourself egoically as that. Experience that. Allow yourself, give yourself the permission and the power to experience that, because you have that space now for that, because you don't have other annoying things that would have otherwise burned up all of your time, or conversely given you the attitudinals that even if you had the time weren't pleasant, because you were looking to distract yourself from the side effects of unskillful behavior. Hence the 5 precepts. So, in a time where institutions aren't as credible as they might have been, there's still a lot of mix and match material around. And some of the institutions, for at least what they do in ceremonial terms, is enough. And whatever business they're in, it's probably the way it's always been. And so I think everyone can just agree that they have a very good taste if much of their principles and practices are based on very similar observations. And so there really should be no grounds for animosity between Buddhists, really. What would be the reason that someone could think of to create animosity? And would that be considered skillful according to the Soto school, or according to the Theravada school? What would the old masters say? Someone wrote in and said, could you talk about forgiveness more? I really liked what you had to say about that. Thank you. And I said, yeah, forgiveness is a real big thing. But see, we keep talking about external people and externalities, and this person should forgive this person, and isn't it a problem that that's not really happening, and isn't that even more disappointing and tragic and whatnot? But the discussion is not about forgiving yourselves, which is the real discussion. Because if you're even talking about forgiveness, then you can see that that's coming from a place of necessity, because it's manifesting itself. But look how it's being misinterpreted. I need to forgive, they need to forgive me. No, you need to forgive yourself. For being foolish, for being ignorant, for being greedy, for being angry, for being jealous, for being deluded, for being impatient, for being anything but compassionate for yourself or others. You can forgive yourself for being deeply and painfully and traumatically impacted by deeply painful and traumatic events that are truly that. Like, let's not anybody here living on this planet experience anything even close to that. Know what I'm talking about? Let's acknowledge that what we experience in this dimension, it's not even less than just perfect. It is absolutely terrifying, horrifying, messed up, strange, surprising, coincidental, unfathomable. And so, if we're just a sort of livestock in a way, why not consider ourselves mammals? I do believe that's how we're classified. Let's give ourselves a break if some things got to us under certain conditions and variables. And how about information? Like, you were told by what you thought were credible sources this was good and it wasn't. That's a really harmful kind of thing. And you can do harmful things under that impression. And a lot of people got that treatment really sending them the wrong way. So there's been a lot of legitimate suffering caused by very tricky and sophisticated means that also has a psycho-sociological, economic, cultural aspect to it. The thing is, we are also interconnected. And so if there's like this adversarialness that's set loose in the system, it's sort of already, the preconditions for two dramatically divergent worldviews and governance and ethical and principle kind of differences on how to operate or how not to operate, or how to operate in what way. And can the credible be undermined by the not so credible, and how is that possible? Well, any old thing can happen any old where, amongst any old people. They can get rooked like that by educators. So that's massively traumatic on levels that have not yet been really researched to the extent you think something like that would be researched, because it's so detrimental to a certain way of living that many people would actually prefer to experience than the barbaric places of this earth that are managed rather lawlessly by an extreme minority of people that nobody wants to be around anyway. So I do not see it as inevitable that we should continue to make failed policy decisions on any level that do not bear good fruit for the people that would do the best should they not have their collective wealth squandered on cockamamie, obtuse, and not very understandable directives, not very democratically justifiable directives. But losing a vote means accepting losing a vote, and if one will not accept losing a vote by not accepting there to be a vote, because the a position like that is untenable in places that have fiduciary reasons for that being the case, then I suppose such a system would be doomed to failure unless someone decided to do things differently, with a different set of frames and objectives and, shall we say, tried and true models of cohesion in times of challenge and crisis. So Chicken Littleism is not the solution either, but let some cool heads prevail, some cooler heads than, or any heads that are a little cooler than the hot heads in the hot houses. They got the hot stuff and the not so much stuff. And just close a chapter in the big book that will be much bigger than this day, filled with glories and triumphs, and brilliant, humane, compassionate, civil, dignified, and respectable contributions to all of mankind. By not just maintaining high standards, but re-establishing them from zero in the worst of times. Sometimes I come back to the question of why. Why do I go on such escapades? And I think to myself, how much better would it be if I could be completely separate from what people consider to be contemporary times? That I could be 500 years in the past or in the future. That I could just exist without having to take some type of polemic position based on really hard to define group dynamics that don't make a whole lot of sense. And yet, if one can maintain civil conditions, then one can make advancements in places that matter, such as the humanities, philosophy, mathematics, and those higher things that you really do need to have humans that are capable of that level of abstraction and foster them, and not in some strange, counterintuitive, misunderstanding kind of ways. People that take personal offense to whatever it is that they take personal, which in fact is really just historical. And it's really true that I've read a lot of critics of theater in my day. And wouldn't you believe it, there were a bunch of smart aleck critics that thought that some of the most famous plays that have gone on to be played around the world in different languages year on year since then, in their day they came out and they published in what was then considered the big deal of a paper or a cultural magazine really snide and low and obtuse criticisms of it. And so that's sort of the equivalent of what contemporaries can be, like what type of role they can play in torpedoing culture that they inherited that was much higher than them. But because they're degraded, they manifest that degradation, and the legacy is lost. The baton is dropped. But of course, it's not possible to maintain everything and not everything correctly, and that really is just a part of life. It's episodic. We have this episode. People will look at this time like the 17th century, in a way, in its peculiarities and deficits. Its bad actors and its bad results, of which I have had absolutely nothing to do with. Not even on the slightest of levels. Being considered a madman and a pariah and a bad person by good people, they said, in my time. Now, those names I've forgotten though. And I've forgotten the person that took offense at such slights in those times for egoic reasons, essentially, which mean nothing. But as a catalyst to be able to leave that type of thing behind, why not? There's so many other catalysts out there one could have of unexplainable, random, karmic reasons, and nothing at all to do with some type of paranoid fantasy or conspiracy of it must be this, or of projections and insults. Because what is power if you do not have credibility? Because it's credibility that is powerful. But to have credibility, you need to have ethics. And so it's a catch-22 for worldly administrations. I think you can have periods, historical periods, when administrations are typified by well-functioning, well-directed, strategically minded people, and then the opposite of that. And the effects of that versus the effects of the other are just simply historical considerations that should be taken into account based on... You see how I can already abstract myself out of this time? I think it's great to be able to do that. And for that ability, I would like to thank all of the educators that I have encountered on my journey up until this point, who have been tremendous and tremendous catalysts for positive change. And so it is important that you raise your voice as an artist and a bohemian and a hippie and the relaxed surfer dude type of guy that I'm not, but some people put me in that corner, remaining principally apolitical, and not as some type of tactic, because there's nothing about the job that I'm qualified for. And if I don't resonate in a certain place, I'm not the type of person that demands that the venue conform to my dictates. I'm not dictatorial, socially dictatorial in that sense. I have it to offer, but it's not forced. And if it offends you, then it's your own fault. If you find wisdom in it, then it is to your benefit. And see, at this moment, you could see a big circle with the dot in the center. Just look at that symmetry. And look, the infinity is in the point. The point exists. The point cannot not exist, but also doesn't exist. And look at that perfect symmetry as that circle, that geometry, that a circle is, you see it everywhere. Every time you see a circle, think of that principle. That circle, when you look at it and look at it for a long time, that communicates to sunyata. It flushes it out. It cleans the pipe, reconnects the pipe to some vitality and not to a lot of nonsense, worldly, samsaric, circular nonsense. That stuff is sticky. But with this stuff, you can just wash your hands with it. If you can reconnect to it and disconnect, reconnect, get in the habit, cleaning out those pipes, raising the frequency. See, raising the frequency is also a anti-rational approach. But we all know it's true intuitively. When the vibe is good, the frequency is high. But why is that? So how can you raise your frequency should you have a depressed one? Or can you just get into the practice of a raising frequency just as an exercise, just as doing octaves as a baritone? So I might have my bass line, but let me bring it up. See if I can bring it up. And then how higher up can you go with it? Like, see if you can just keep increasing it till you reach a point where you're like, okay, yeah. If this is what validation feels like, or can be a substitute for it, internal validation, here I am, an amazing, loving, caring, feeling being. A good thing, essentially, with flaws, but who's perfect? Working with what you have, not wanting what you don't have. Returning to skillful practice. And raising the frequency to raise the dedication so that you raise the results. You don't get results at the gym if you don't put in the work. And you don't get results in the monastery or nunnery if you don't put in the commitment. Your mind will be flabby if your practice is flabby. Now, look, overdoing it isn't the point. There's a happy medium, and this is a marathon, not a sprint. If you're a young person, you're tending towards being too fast. You need to slow down. You need a harder physical practice. If you're older, you need to slow down. Stop acting like you're 25, you're 45. Slow down, ease up on the accelerator, try to coast to some type of calm conclusion to a journey that might have been somewhat haphazard. But maybe not. Maybe it was perfect. Maybe it was a bit of more of a journey than you had bargained for. So, see, different strategy from a different perspective based on a new positioning that was in some ways inevitable, but in many ways variable, random. Why was there that earthquake that led to that then led to this, that led to these people getting into some type of disagreement, which led... You see how these chain reactions have unexpected and unintended consequences? I might add many unwished for or uncalled for consequences. And yet this is the realm that humans live in. We know this if we read the amazing histories that have been so lovingly and expertly conserved at this time. So you see dagas again, the spinning wheel. How could change not be dynamic? How could one not have a catalyst? See, this is this bright siding of the West. The West will only accept the best of things, even though we're putting on the best of appearances when things that's not the appropriate thing to do. It's a sort of a alarmingly dynamically, perhaps questionably type of developing situation, which requires just a different way of doing things. And a lot of it's unavoidable, or it is. Whole country falls into a war zone. What good person on either side wanted that to happen? Raise the hands. Okay, how many bad people? It's like, is those 500? Okay. Well, guess what happened? You ever hear of Murphy's Law? Because I really think I could write a new one. I think he put in too many words, but at least a couple of lines you remember. At least in this time, that certainly rings true. So just forgive yourselves. Catastrophes happen. But catastrophic catalysts happen too, and anything bad can be managed skillfully so that it is something good, or good enough at least. I ask myself only the question, how can I better myself, my practice today? Than yesterday, or even the past hour. And if you start off asking yourself that question, and you start reconnecting the feedback loop within yourself and accepting the answers that our hunter-gatherer forefathers would have told you, that perhaps these incongruencies in the environment are something that shouldn't be suppressed, but rather accepted, and that one act with right effort and right view, instead of wrong view and wrong effort, in a wrong way with wrong parameters, essentially environmental variables. Certain deer don't have a good time of it if certain things are missing, and good peoples need good religions in order to have good mental health and happy, flourishing, morally and ethically consistent administrative functions and bodies and processes in a holistic sense of that concept. So if that's an inconvenient truth to certain interested parties of this day, well, that's the tragedy of this day. It's the tragedy of your day where you are, but it might not be the tragedy of the near tomorrow. Once we know how to do things better, we can do things better. We can have better people doing better things day by day, week by week, month by month, year by year. Because don't put yourself under a timeline that's anywhere near immediate. This is a lifelong evolutionary process. Now, a word of caution for people that are getting into antiquity is that there are a lot of hucksters and people that listen to a couple of things and then they know it has a certain appeal because people are curious. And then what they sell you is essentially a misrepresentation or a bad take. And because they're the only ones that talked about it, and because these things are developing, some of their opinions are rather woody and perhaps misguided and perhaps potentially dangerous. So don't believe everything you hear regarding those matters. Never, ever turn off your internal navigation system. And if something sounds funny or fishy at a crucial point, question it. Don't swallow anything lock, stock, and barrel, especially among samanas, which is an undefined space of religious theory that does not tolerate nonsense, no matter what it calls itself, or nonsense people, unethical people that are curious. Nobody needs you. So you're really not as interesting as you think you are. But people with sincerity that really are looking to make progress without any ulterior motives, yeah, you're welcome. But you're welcome to start right where you are with what you have. And if we meet up later and you're doing the best you can, and so am I, that is the best payback I could have possibly expected, if I expected any payback at all. But that's not really what generous people do, which is what makes them generous, which is why they're so appreciated and loved and admired and listened to by the best people on the planet at any given moment in time, and not because they're gullible, because some cynical person says so, that's projecting their own inner poverty and delusion, casting aspersions. No, I want you to admire me. I don't want you admiring others. I'm the malignant narcissist that he's trying to be, but I'm the real one type situation. I don't need any damn followers. Samanas were not easy to find. They had nothing. They did not have a monastery. They had their 1 meter monasteries. People sought them out, and some of them approached them as respectably as they could. But none of them exposed themselves into some type of spectacle of a bunch of rubes and hicks and other people starved for a distractional content that this isn't, or some damn gimmick. So popularity attracts envious and predatory people. And they need to work on themselves, and that's why working on an individual practice is great. A lot of people need to put in that type of preliminary work before they could ever even think about moving on to next levels of approaching other people with any type of value at all. If you're dealing with so-called issues that make you ready to snap like a twig, who the hell needs you around anyway? You're right to put yourself into some type of solitary situation. You are being very wise and you're being compassionate to others, that could possibly set something off that has nothing to do with them. And yet you end up injuring them because you're injured yourself. And now you're injuring yourself more because now the superego is going to come in, and now you're never going to forget that, and neither are they. And now we're talking about life. So you see how, and then if you put some HSP juice on top of that, spray some HSP gasoline on top, you see how that's a recipe for disaster? So people are going down in flames out there because they don't have these skills. They're not training themselves. They think it should all be intuitive, and it's not. It's counterintuitive in many critical, crucial, everyday, daily places that gets people killed and worse out there. You want on your P's and Q's about all these damn drugs and chemicals, and you slip up one time, that's it. Game over for you. You're on the slippery slide called Hellscape and Co. And the stuff is broken down there, and there ain't nobody fixing it. Because it was built that way. It was built broke. And the people are broke and broken down there. And the wailing, the screams, the agonies, the horrors. Try to imagine those if you're feeling a little bit doubtful. One little slip up and destination, that's right down there. Now the good news is a lot of these trips aren't permanent. Some people, because they have the good fortune of having a high and noble birth, perhaps, in a spiritual sense, as well as perhaps a physical sense, because a lot of things are correlated, like positive karma being paid back over time or accumulating over time, which is why people try to accumulate positive karma, because there's a theory behind it, because there is a reality behind it too. But of course, if you're just doing it for some type of karma, then it's not really pure generosity, is it? Self-interest is in there somewhere. So self-interest means self, which means ego, which means your practice isn't pure enough. But be that as it may, look at all the elements of resilience that can be around you in adversity. That is your time to transform the negative energy into positive introspection. No, the problems aren't out there. It's not the economy. It's not you didn't get this job. These people didn't like you. This person wrote this about you. A whole book misrepresenting you. Couple of them, 3 nasty, vile biographies or something of that nature. And it still doesn't matter about you and what you're going through and your ability to release your own personal narrative. It might be as screwy as that, but maybe it's all made up a little bit anyway. Maybe you're skewed attitudinals plus some delusionals on top of that led to you believing that maybe something happened that was injurious to your ego that may have been out of place in the first place, which is why the collision happened. And the collision is good because it's deflating the ego. That's what we want to do. We want to take that negative energy and just annihilate the ego with it. Completely sacrifice it, blow it away. Take the other side and beat your own ego into oblivion, right? which is really ego crushing on easy mode because you have that external negativity working for you instead of against some concept of ego. Guess what egos can't comprehend is that other people, or won't accept that other people might not like you. You might think you have the best intentions for them, you wish them well, and if your authentic practice makes it authentic, that could really be authentic. But that does not mean that that will be reciprocated in kind. In fact, that might provoke hateful, misguided people to even take offense at that. Say, well, aren't they being condescending? Wishing us well. Look at them in their shabby cloaks and their busted up amulets and their charred feathers. Look at these bums. Look, he's got bullet holes straight through that jacket that look like it's 50 years old. You know, people just don't know and don't care and are on different wavelengths and frequencies and perspectives. And that's their destinies. And you can't change their destiny. You can't make people like you. So a culture that wants you to fit in with others is already a pretty stupid preliminary. It's philosophically debased or incongruent with philosophy. So an anti-philosophical sociology. And its imperfect implementation, and its politicization, and so many other things, and lost opportunities, and more negativity, or, and again, there's your free repository of that acidic chemical that can break anything down, including the ego, which you want to do anyway. So now that you've done that, and still have a lot to burn, you can see what else you can burn with it internally. What withstands it and what doesn't. What creates a really puffy, vibrant, hit with sunlight at a strange angle, thick red smoke billowing out of a giant beaker with lightning bolts and stars and sparks flying all over the place. Or nothing of the sort, because there's no negative energy to work with, because you're in hunky-dory land, bored out of your mind in a comfort zone. Stuck in a comfort zone. But why would I want to run away from a comfort zone? It's not rational, exactly. Human beings are not rational. They're just proportionally rational, and sometimes they misuse rationality for rationalizations. Go figure. What do you think subnormal people do or use it for? Hey, you know why I'm smart? I can say things that people will believe and I can get away with it. You see, that's called street smarts, they say. Yeah, well, street starts, stays on the street, doesn't it? Doesn't really get much further than that. What's on the street that day? That's the slim pickings on the corner of 3rd Street on a Tuesday. So life can be that way. We can live in places of bounty, of compassion, of good vibes, of relaxation, good food, good music, prosperous times, and then the opposite of that. Nobody's got nothing, everything's busted up. Nobody's got a plan. And there's people living in holes, and rabbits, and a bunch of junk that if you tap it with your toe will explode in your face. And there's like an odd chemical smell, and the water is a strange color. And then all around, there's all these dead bodies. There's just all these dead people. All these blasted trees and holes and craters. And trash and plastic bags swirling in miniature tornadoes. And helmets and treetops. And sharp metal sticking up out of the ground in weird places. And yet there are so many dreams there, so many ghosts there. And yet no one wants to see those either. Returning to the worldly realm for a second. Now, for spiritual practitioners, that is something, it is like going into hell. That is something most spiritual practitioners would prefer to avoid. But if you're looking at it in an alchemical way, well, guess where all of the horrible ingredients are that create transformations? Gasoline is something that's pretty horrible if you drink it or rub it in your eyes or stick it up your nose. Spread it around, it stinks. Sulfuric acid's pretty terrible. Just the pure hatred of hateful people for good things. That is as corrosive as it gets, doesn't it? But luckily that's not manifesting in you. It's just something that can be distilled from these hyper-toxic atmospheres created by people driven by all of the baser instincts. What is the worst part about cultural criminality and vandalism? Which essentially is an expression of sadism. Well, it's that osmosis effect that you get from sadistic environments on your mood, on your visions of the future, visions of the past, visions of the present. All of that can be very negatively impact over long periods of time. So we have to get into the psychology of the maniacs that would get off on that, and that's when we do reach the sadist who has been boosted up via criminal and other means, that is bored, doesn't see the point in flashing out or splashing out on luxuries either. It's a different kind of personality. It's not the hogged in just one sense, like a lot of slaves would like to think they would be, just endless grain. No, these are endless grain people that satiate their desire via hurting as many people as they possibly can. And if they're in your politics, that's everybody in the damn country and everybody in the damn world. that really makes them feel power. They're satiating that supply, and that's what explains them to. That's what makes them makes them explainable, understandable to simple people that otherwise would be completely bamboozled, bedazzled, upside down, wondering their entire lives, why are they doing this? That's why. They have gone beyond the normal expectations of what wealth should be used for. Like wise investments that increase prosperity. No, that's not where their minds are. Theirs is we have infinite amount of money because we have co-opted and usurped a system, and now we will just satiate all of our other desires for power, despite being illegitimate and criminal. And then think about criminals, like the little ones, like with all that braggadocio that they have, and you're on their corner, and hey, wait a second there, you with the suit and the briefcase and the polished shoes, wait a second, hold up, where are you going there? You see, it's about their importance that's prioritized. You were going to perhaps a laboratory to solve a super complex problem that could help humanity going through the millennia, but wait a second, that's their street. And who are you? And wait a second, slow down there. What do you have that they don't have? Well, they might not have a sense of respect for themselves. They might internally understand that they're lower than pig shit. But they don't like that reality. And so if they think they can change it, flip the script on somebody, that is exactly what they're going to do. And they'll do it in those little ridiculous moments, which, by the way, could be turned into a scene in a film to make the point even more clear. How ridiculous these people think and act, and how truly revolting their proclivities are. But make it funny, because that's sort of an alchemical process too, isn't it? If you can use it. So here we are, if we're looking at the 2 card of Munson, then it's that juggling aspect of countervailing forces that one can be engaged in to produce other things than the base elements that are in super toxic and mismanaged epochs such as this one. So the rage is intended, it's intentional, like their terroristic preconditions that they set up, their environmentals, they're all intentional to produce sadistic outcomes, which you could very easily just understand to be a source of enemy activity. Like if a sadist is not your enemy, then you're not really seeing yourself in a oppositional way. Because if it is angering you, it's already showing that there's not really any type of good intention on their side. If it truly is something that has no other redeeming value other than to make people angry. But of course, lying about that, like that, is an additional troll on top of the terroristic implementation. So we're just seeing then evolution of sadism in practice on a social scale, which it's so wonderful because we have these wonderful statistics that they're already now, and in many places have actively suppressed or distorted. But you can see that their desire is to not come clean with what they're actually doing, because it doesn't really hold up to public scrutiny, does it? Oh, we like hurting people, and oh, by the way, you're the people that we like to hurt. That type of admission, they will not even admit it to themselves in many cases. That's what they're doing. But many of them do. Like if you go to the straight to the top of, I guess they call themselves billionaire ladder. They call themselves billionaires. I don't know if that would really be the accurate description. I mean, there's layers above that as well, of course. People who don't define themselves in monetary terms, but have sort of a defining role in policy decisions for inexplicable reasons, other than layers of legalistic baloney that surrounds them, encapsulates them like a rotting corpse inside of a meatball. So with that dynamic in your political structures and institutions and cultures, yeah, it's not going to be all that conducive for good things, is it? And the statistics prove it if they haven't falsified them yet. So always bring in a third party to verify key informational points. I think per capita income is a pretty good one too, adjusted for inflation. And then you do have to check how are they adjusting for inflation. Things like that are pretty useful if you combine them with other key indicators and then attribute that to the institutions, and then every damn person who has ever worked for those institutions and the wider circle surrounding those people, and then you sort of see where the core of the problem could reside. So essentially we're looking at a mass negative effect created by psychological principles that the people who are doing these things manifest or have manifested. And we can come back to the tumor analogy. The tumors, the cancer that is eating your body, it thinks what it's doing is the good thing. Its programming is to consume as many of the cells that it can around it and to grow bigger. So it's internally motivated and detached from the greater organism as a predatory intruder, a foreign predatory, consumptive, death-bringing organism. Now, if you just have a little tumor on your little finger and it is not malignant, you could leave it there as long as it remains in isolation. But the big tumor that's sort of growing on the liver, that will kill you in a horrible way unless you take right effort and go in there and cause some damage, yes, to certain cell structures that are still connected to the tumor, but that would be then to begin the healing process. So there is the identification process, then there is the treatment process, which is in many cases a destructive process. It has to be destructive of the tumor and some of the cell tissue around it. And then there is the healing process. There's no guarantee that any part of those three processes will be perfect. But if you want health, that is what you must do. So a doctor, imagine me in a glowing white coat with marvelous pens in my pocket and the sign of Hermes blazed in gold. On my shoulder. Would you expect me to lie to you? Because that's the first part, the identification part. Because if you're expecting that, well, you're wrong. But it would be funny to have a conversation. That could be also something that comes up in some type of play or theater piece or other artistic, symbolic expression of this principle of the stupidity of bad people. To mistaken themselves, their limitations, and their crooked views to be universal in everyone, including the archetypes, which they falsely interpret and profane with their misleading and idiotic descriptions of things and people and places that they do not understand in the least, not having the first principles of wisdom, which are the virtues. Don't have 5 precepts. Guess what? Nobody needs to listen to what you have to say about anything other than suffering, which we all know pretty much what that entails. It's pretty boring listening to people talking about suffering. What isn't boring is people talking about getting past suffering. People in the healing process, people that have gone through their surgeries, their internal surgeries. They went in with their own bare hands. They cracked a piece of flint for their surgical instrument. And they went day by day, cutting it open and ripping these things out with your bare fingers. Because that's what you have, and guess what? It works. It's not pretty. It's not optimal. But it is DIY. And that really is the spirit of practitioners. You see these people, these DIYers, and their little houses, how they look so nice, and they put in so much time and effort to it, trying to create like a little Garden of Eden for themselves, a little micro environment. Well, potentially that principle can be expanded to entire social structures with good leadership. That's the promise of it. But you get a bunch of criminals right in there, don't care, play music Loud music, loud, terrible music at 3 in the morning. Drinking, drugging, trashing, bashing. There goes the neighborhood, unless they get ejected or life ejects them somehow. So what do enemies like to do? They like to misrepresent themselves, and then they like to go in and break up neighborhoods and cities and regions and companies and relationships and basically anything that could resist them. Immune system. Oh, they like to attack immune systems. They like to attack security and think tanks and culture in general. They like to create an atmosphere of confusion, an atmosphere that has no logical causal explanation, which allows them a lot of rhetoric, rhetorical and sophistic cover that they think is so fascinating or fascinating enough that it's enough of an explanation that a sadist should give to anyone, and it's professional enough to appear in public, whether it be the truth or not. Because it's about pragmatics for them, achieving their supply at the expense of others, that they're fully congruent with that process. It's just the other people. It makes it easy for the victims of these people to give these victimizers their supply when they are deluded in the belief that they're not as bad as they are. So, for example, deer hunters, they throw some cobs out in a place that's easy for them to shoot at, or a preferable place, and then they know when the deer get hungry, perhaps around dawn and dusk type things, and then they set up when they're convenient. And now this analogy breaks down because the hunter will shoot for his own needs of sustenance in most cases, and if he does take a life, he's very respectful towards it. But sloppy, vulgar criminal sadists, they have none of that. They will shoot every animal they can until it all goes extinct, and they'll let the animals die in the most horrific ways possible because they think it's funny. Like their little jimmies, they ding-a-ling their jimmy machine. The worse things are for the animals that they treat. Because they get that thrill of pooer. It's the powerful feeling of hurting other people and things. Isn't that a fantastic way of looking at things? Well, they think it is, so they manifest it. And now you can see, okay, well, there's Hunter A. Okay, fine. Or maybe there's number one, there's the Samana and the Buddha, who don't kill animals if they don't have to because they're compassionate. And then you have the ethical hunters that might be doing it because, look, people do need to eat, and it's a good thing when people eat. And it's sort of a bad thing when they don't. Now, it's not a good thing if they eat too much. But it's not a good thing if they eat too little. Unless they're doing it intentionally to put themselves in a crucible of a discomfort zone, which is recommended from time to time because we don't get what we want in this world. But the third category, the poacher, the wrecker, the despoiler, the enjoyer of bad things, that is not someone that really needs to be in the forest. And not only not in the forest, but not anywhere near any type of public institution, function, distributive mechanism. And culture is a distributive mechanism. So they have turned the culture into a mechanism for sadistic dispensation and distribution, which the level of that crime, because it's a spiritual crime, a psychological crime, as well as economic, socioeconomic, and political crime, is so immense that it can trigger cataclysmic events that no good person would want, but extremely deluded and stupid people can cause by blindly following their misguided proclivities into places that they do not belong. Oh, wait, no, stop. Don't say that somebody doesn't belong somewhere. Well, look, the pyromaniac, that does exist. Everyone likes to think, well, let's all get back into our normalcy bias bubble here, please. Look, pyromaniacs exist. They don't belong in a settlement or around things that are important, that you don't want burnt down. Now, if culture is extremely important, I know vulgar, head up their ass idiots don't think that, but we're not asking them. We're just going to assume we're talking to the best of the best, because why would we talk to an idiot that can't understand one thing about culture? So that's not the audience. The sadist wants all the attention. See, the sadism is also a means that they get attention and recognition, because they have no endearing qualities that would otherwise have people direct their attentions to them. So it is a failed infantile attempt to have recognition for something that should be, they think, considered a talent, when in fact it's not. Now, they will not confront that fact by secluding themselves in ever deeper forms of denial, to not integrate that paradox within themselves and reform. Because the worldly side of things is giving them all of the wrong messages of success. Why are they so wealthy? Well, they stole it. So is stealing bad? Well, they can't say it is, could they? Without creating a contradiction for themselves. And look how good it is, all these wealthy things that they can afford, including satiating their own sadism just for the hell of it. How many people did we kill today? 1,000? Let's see if we can up that number. Normal people flabbergasted to hear things like that, but for people who have a small understanding of sadism, wow, he's feeling generous with himself today, or herself. Decreed 100 court cases, 100 men to be guilty today. A perfect conviction rate, just like every day. Because they're powerful. They have the power to make things worse. And because poor is good, they think, then they're good. Whatever they do is good, because they're in that narcissistic gas bubble as well. It has that incrustation of denialism at its core. So they have multiple defenses for questioning the wrongness of their ways. And if they're in a group, then they get that group dynamic supporting their completely off base and deranged way of thinking. Now, I say this from a standpoint of universal karma, something they deny exists. So they don't factor that into their calculus, which is why they are also ignorant. And we do know that that is a chief hindrance, isn't it? That is the natural chief hindrance of life, ignorance. So coming back to my statement that I do see analogies between Jesus and Odin, that Odinism and Christianity are probably the same thing. I then watched some new commentator talk about who Odin was supposed to be, and a lot of these stupid northerners, these Scandinavians that think they know something because they were born there, and they don't have the foggiest clue. Essentially, these are not priests, these are amateurs that might accumulate something, but they don't synthesize it accurately. And some of them say some of the stupidest things I've ever heard, like, oh, well, yeah, Odin, he's the horned god, so that's the devil. That's what they said. That is a really stupid thing to say. People should be very careful what they say about supernatural beings. To mischaracterize one like that and lead people in a wrong direction. What, was Jesus the devil? According to who? Who says that Jesus was the devil? Who would think that way? How ridiculous. Here's someone that taught people the path to redemption, the path to forgiving, the path to a holy life. He's the devil? What? Who would say that? Well, does that happen in the Bible? Who's talking? What did the dialogues tell us? So what we see there is the conceit of people who think they're smart, mischaracterizing something that they don't want to understand or truly understand. And so they're affixing something negative to it. Now, this is an argument, what about us like, and they use it rhetorically. But in their case, that is not true. But in observing how they operate, it is true. But they think it's clever to misrepresent, enter some misrepresentation into that formula to con the rubes, essentially. So the political culture of today is defunct, unfortunately. It is defunct. And it's defunct because of the personalities that have usurped it. And how do we know it's defunct? Because they're manifesting their personality in the form of sadism, which is as neutral as it gets. Do you feel safe in environments where people like that are in charge of important things like security, basic security? No? Really? Well, trust your gut. Don't trust the explanations that they deliver your thinking mind, that they want you to believe. Trust your gut. So it's not what they say, it really is what they do. And they've done tremendous damage to the world's highest civilizations at this time. And it's emanating from the financial sector. Because look at what we're doing here. This plantationist system where we have to pay rent. So they keep going up with the currencies that's value keeps going down. Where's the management on that again? Oh, they're the managers, but they're doing everything great. They're the rich people and everyone else is the poor people. Is that the system they're devising for themselves that we should just all go along with because it's such a great thing, feeling like you're in a war zone, to satiate the vanity of Maximus Vulgaris kinds of personalities that are consumptive and not distributive? Objectively. That's the other thing, economists. I would love to have the numbers. Run the numbers on these people. Just make sure, just double check, triple check the numbers. And if you can get them, don't ask them for the numbers. Try to get them independently. They are guilty as hell on every metric that matters, except lying. And that doesn't matter, does it? This is, everything we do is great, everything we do. And then you're like, okay, let's take a picture of this, document it, timestamp it. This is what they say, everything is great. And then you have like, let's say 20,000 pictures of sadism. And then you have their propaganda. And then you have their agents. The bully boys who put on some football type of protective apparatuses and bludgeons that keep order in those places. A team of tough guys. Dress up in black and put goggles on and roll around in the night beating up workers that aren't getting paid enough to buy bread. Well, that's how they did it in the 50s, so how they're planning on doing it in this day, well, we'll see. They're manifesting. Every day they're in places they don't belong, they're manifesting. Every day they're making bad management decisions, they're manifesting. So the pain index just keeps going up and up and up and up. And it's like animals. You can just drive animals to the brink of insanity. And then all of them, at some point, it's crazy. Like you can, they start to revolt. They go insane. They lose their minds. And they start a stampede. So you can watch these things now with telescopic devices from afar, from a hill, and just see it. And when the agents of torture get trampled, that's just one of these smaller subplots that are happening in the multiverse. So it does really help to have your wits about you. And then we come back to Odin. So one of the fascinating things, see, Jesus compared to Odin is somewhat one-dimensional. Whereas Odin, we're already talking, they say he was from 9,500 years ago, an actual man, just like the Buddha. And that he was a magician and a wisdom seeker. A seeker of wisdom, a hero. That was a big part of it. Now, the vulgar, misguided idiots that are sending out all different types of misleading ideas about him, they just emphasize the war aspect. He is a war god. Look at him. He's tough. See, a lot of sadists will want to plug into that. Hey, wait a second. Is this a god like the devil, see? They want to claim him for themselves. that hurts people, like lots of people, and takes stuff, oh yeah, this is the guy for me. But that's not the way he is. That's not what he did. That's not how he lived. So beware of these dummies. That's the thing. I also look back at how Buddhism finally got off the ground in the West. It wasn't the first adopters. The first adopters were some of the stupidest, most misguided, deluded people on the planet at that time. They were actually looking to hurt the culture that they were bringing it to. And many of them are still trying to maintain that version within the West, which is flimsy, superficial, and horrible on karmic levels that they apparently misunderstand, although they claim that they do. But thank the gods they're dying out, and new information is coming in from real practitioners that are by default depoliticized. You would think that's so strange coming from a toxic wasteland of political madness. But no, the Buddha was completely apolitical. Buddhism is apolitical. People bringing politics into Buddhism, that's samsaric in essence. So they're dying off, but they're still around. They've wrecked a lot of things. They have ridiculous interpretations of things. They do things in a very bad way. They're dying out, and now hopefully we can get to the people who don't have the major problems that the original practitioners had and have. At least the ones that are still alive and have not completely disavowed themselves from all of their nonsensical, destructive, political ideologies, tendencies, proclivities, whatever it might be. Even the smallest taint of that is a disgrace in any Buddhist venue anywhere in the world, especially in the West, where Buddhism came from, by the way. So their little cultural distortion machine is despicable. But we're talking about despicable people, right? Why has Tibet become a toxic waste dump? Well, people with different values and ideas about religion and the gods and how things should be done, they decided differently. And it wasn't really a consensual thing. But no, now we have to be political about that because, and then we have to add leftism to it because the only opposition to the left would be more leftism, according to Alinsky's. So if you're not a super spooky, specialized nincompoop like that, you're not going to get it. But they're going to explain to you why their version of toxicity is a better version than the other astroturf that's being dumped in all cultural institutions, including the religious one, where a lot of gullible, well-meaning people are to be found. Let's not forget that sadists predate on good people. They have to find good people to predate on. They are looking for their supply. Do you see a crack addict looking for things other than crack? How good are crack addicts at finding crack in debased, toxic, urban hellscapes? How fast can they find it? because they're tuned into that frequency, do you think? Well, see, a normal person would think about that. Well, they'd be just like me. They'd probably have to go here and there. But you see, their addiction to the supply of tormenting others drives them with the insanity that it does. It's almost like an existential insanity that drives them to it, rather than admit that they're wrong. In a lot of ways, look, this is a pitiful condition to be in. This is, you want to talk about hellish torments, they're in it. And if you want to have like a funny comparison, just imagine like a supermodel type of girlfriend. She is proportionally just a sex machine. But she's awful. Every time she comes in the room, she has a complaint. She has no boundaries. But you can't let it go. She is everything that any man could ever want and much more. And you're just captured like that. That's how they're captured, by their wrong ideas. But they're still tortured by them. The wrong choices. And that beauty, it is only skin deep. There's an artillery shell somewhere, rips that little membrane apart. What's left? You want to let that dictate your life? Is that right? That's that pile of goo that led you to do so many bad things. Because that's the conversation that some type of deity has with these souls later. And when they're confronted with that, many of them go completely insane. And they stay that way forever. So, pity is something one can have on a certain level. That's one of the, how shall we call it? Side products or side effects of the alchemic, let's say, disintegration of the Cloden, Earth, and Dukkha description that I just gave there. A side effect of that is pity. You can have pity for them on a certain level. But on the other hand, one should have resolve against the forces of insanity, which does not counterintuitively mean engaging with it. So not on a personal level, but on an abstract level, it can be informative to, again, gain closure with these absolutely crazy, chaotic, nonsensical things that we can encounter in this life, such as being in what would otherwise be a wonderful place that was wonderfully managed, that did not have sadistic leadership, that overnight gets that, and then the causal effects over time of that. That's flabbergasting. But if you can finally see it and then say, well, within the realm of possibility, it is, and this is what happened, and now, okay, what's the worst they can do? How can they try to get their supply from you individually, psychologically, shutting that down first, and then materially manifesting other defenses, which should be in depth to as far as the eye can see, there should be in-depth defense against people like that. But expecting that the outer layers, there's going to be penetrations. There's just going to be counterattacks that they won't win. It will be an unfavorable exchange under unfavorable conditions for them. So they will throw 10,000 of their troops and they will not succeed. And then they will spend themselves in their grotesque efforts and then be destroyed. And as simple as that sounds, it really is that simple. And for the greater good, of course. Now, a lot of their little scrubby animals will jump, oh, look, there he is saying it again. This is a trope. It's for the greater good. Well, there's actually policies that are for the greater good. And one of them is not having a political class that's dominated by sadists. That can be objectively and statistically proven to be that. So, but they're going to want to fight that description on a rhetorical level. But what does the guts of the people they predate on, what do they have to say about the matter? Oh, they're wrong. They're all wrong. They just want a strong man. They want somebody like us that we're not. Because how could they want something different than the crap that we are? Says the braggadocio of malignant narcissistic sadists. So yeah, well, if we go back into the past and think of old kings, there were good kings and there were bad kings, so they've taken on the mantle of a bad king. And so collectively they are to receive the karma of that. Cause and effect, that's it. Bad kings end up bad in this life and in the lives to come. And so they collectively, anybody playing here kingmaker or stepping and fetching it for sadistic, narcissistic, sadist, yeah, you're part of the parcel of nothing burgerism. And so, no, you don't get to skate out of your karma on that. You are way more damned than you think in your comfort zone. You are damned to the 9th degree. But comfortable and stupid go hand in hand. And also just bad instincts. Oh, who's the most powerful in this realm? Is it the devil? Well, then I'm going to follow him. That's how they think. That's how they thought. That's what they did. There's no other realm outside of this realm, dummy. Get with the program. All those thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years of our ancestors, they were wrong. That's what they would have us believe. We are wrong. You are wrong for thinking about that. You're out of date. You're not with it. You're misguided. Listen to us. It's all about Buddhism. Buddhism and money. That's it. Stop thinking about things outside of that. Who would want you to think like that again? Would it be the bad guy Odin or someone else? So if you want to come back to the tarot analogy, if you're talking about celestial cards, then give Odin the Chariot. Come on. That's way more appropriate if you want to see things that way. But if you don't want to give him a celestial role, which I would not advise, but it's possible because I'm not an omnipresent being. It could be partly the magician. It could also be partly the juggler. Right? There could be parts of him in different things. Because it's really not easy to explain a deity, is it? And it's not something one should make a mistake on. And people making misleading descriptions, and I would almost go so far to say that Jung might have made this mistake himself, especially according to the idiocy of his time, which was the precursor of this even more idiotic time. That these academicians, they picked up really old things that had been lost for a while, and they were just really spitballing or brainstorming. And because these sadists killed the culture, essentially, nobody's been able to get further than some wild speculations. There's no real definitive authority on the matter, and that's where you get these charlatans coming in, which brings me back to, not just Buddhism, but Indian philosophy as well, had to go through the lens of charlatanism for decades until more serious minds were able to synthesize the elements that were lost for centuries due to catastrophic occurrences, politically, demographically, culturally, you name it, that even today are considered to be myths or irrelevant by Patuginas. Oh, can you sell me something 3 cents cheaper? Yeah, sure, I'll give you my multi-million-dollar business instead of from the people right next door. This is the type of Patugianism that we have today. Just mind-boggling idiocy. That's the other thing. People are like, okay, yeah, politics. People are allowed to talk about politicians not delivering and all of that. Then we'll look at how high-minded we are. Well, these damn businesses and the people running them, especially, I'm going to say Fortune 500 and above, they all have failed. They've failed ethically, they've failed socially, they failed financially. I don't care how much money they make. They failed. People took over a soup can factory and then blast out hateful propaganda. Don't need a soup can factory like that. I'm sure they didn't turn one bolt or dig one shovel of dirt for the factory. But they're the ones that have cultural oversight, get to then take those ill-gotten gains and invest it in even worse, more destructive things. That is a company. You just imagine there's a key and you just, or a light switch, and you just click. That's something you should just turn off. At the top. Now the people actually doing work, they're people you should be listening to. Trying to make their jobs less difficult. And how about this? More meaningful. Workers are not robots. They have lives, they have families, they have concerns. They do not want to live in a cultural hellscape either. So just paying them 10% more than they would get in a sweatshop in Indonesia isn't really an argument, is it? Except perhaps for a plantationist or slaver. So the whole business culture needs to be changed. All of these businesses need to be reviewed. And there needs to be more strategic direction. A lot of these damn gym cracks and geegaws, we don't need them. Even if they do earn money for somebody. We don't need them. We're in the process. Because these idiots have no ethics except greed, ill will, and delusion, they have no strategic concept. They don't know how people should live. They don't know how things should be done, in what way, to what extent, to what quantity. How about this? They're just stuck on overproduction. That's their philosophy. Growth is what they call it. That is an anti-philosophical idea. That is a linear, greed projection. It's delusional and destructive. So they have gone so far to vandalize abstract ideas. They have gone so far to vandalize the academy. They have vandalized science. They have vandalized ethics. So the damage is immense. And so this is just this pre-war time that we have until there's a catalyst and this form of way of doing things gets discarded and replaced with a distributive mechanism. See, that at that point, most of the hysterical nincompoops will also pull a hysterical nincompoopism and say, well, this sounds tyrannical. This could go really wrong. This is the next terrible thing. No, it's not. When the Fleabag Hotel is raised and new architects come in with national oversight and funding, the mini skyscraper that might get built is better than the damn Fleabag Hotel. Nobody even would dispute that fact. You could put the Fleabag Hotel with a picture and a description at the end in the appendix, and nobody would care that it got blown up. They don't care about the managers that were running a human smuggling ring out the back door. They don't care about the drug laundering. They don't care about the personalities with bundles of cash and karmic debts that would make a mass murderer cringe. That wouldn't be the topic of conversation ever again. So, but we have to trust you. We have no trust. We have no trust because we're the wrong people that don't have the right attitudinals to see the opportunity to do things better than how things are done now. And have the courage to embrace that instead of poo-pooing it. Where's your plan, Poindexter? Oh, well, the Fleabag Hotel, we should just get some cheap paint. And I'll get up there. Oh, no, I won't get up there. We'll get some coolie from some place we can ship them in, and they'll paint the shutters for us. This purple and orange color to suit our tastes in a economically responsible fashion. There's no money left in the till. It's all been dispensed with beforehand. In fact, there's a budget deficit because the projects our cronies are involved in, they had an overrun. They don't produce anything. Prices are 1,000 times higher than they should, but It's a legally binding contract. And if anybody questions that legality, then we no longer have a rule of law. And yet, if the public questions the candidates that are eminently unqualified for the positions that they're supposed to lead, then it's the problem of the public for misperceiving our generous offer to allow us to predate on them for an unlimited, unspecified amount of time. And that would be bad for them, wouldn't it? Or they would think that way, wouldn't they? So, some people might say, well, that can't be that bad. Well, just let the time teach you then. I think when people are looking around for explanations and grabbing onto crazy conspiracy theories, that's another way of safety valving people that are legitimately angry, but giving them the wrong reasons for that. Now, the second point is that externalities will not make you happy. Okay, externalities and attachments to externalities will not make you happy or relieve your suffering in any way. So, although it makes imminent sense to have concomitant externals, be it in a microenvironment or regionally, it makes absolutely no sense to do the wrong thing with the wrong people at the wrong time. And so if there is any way of changing that situation, it would be a positive change if the situation changed and you got authentic, distributive people in positions where that is really the primary goal. And then miraculously trust is reestablished between leadership and the people that are being led for their benefit and not led into perdition. So, simple in many ways. Simple in many ways. Now, for me to be perfectly enlightened would be to just go into nature. God's cathedral, and not be bothered by the waywardness of human psychology and its manifestations that are not my own. You see, each individual practitioner has their own impurities that are usually, and in fact, the only thing that really matters is burning off your own impurities. It's just that that metaphor can also be scaled socially. Now, in times when, for example, childhood, you don't have any neuroses. You have not been terribly traumatized. That's not the time necessarily to enter a healing process that you wouldn't need. That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? But understanding that you will probably, given the conditions that have gotten progressively worse, go through a healing process is the way things are right now. And so healing becomes more important when there's catastrophic situations. Whereas before, when, let's say, Christianity brought the West to a certain ethical foundation, that people began to think that healing and spirituality weren't important. They were deluded into thinking that and bored. And so they allowed their foundation to be eroded. And then what happens? Well, the whole edifice falls down at some point. And you have to start over from zero or not. Some of the people that made these tragic mistakes, there will be no country where they are and not in the form that they think it is. There will be peoples whose language will not be considered something worth preserving. Things like that. Now, when you say that sounds so hateful and whatnot, well, just let's think of how valuable the Pali language was and is, and what happened to that, versus toxicity machines that have very little value in form of constructive microenvironments. Now, this also does not mean that you have to pave the whole world, make the world perfect, because that's never gonna work. But you can make places better with what you have, or worse. And my recommendation is to make things better. That's what makes me so hated at this time. I'm advocating for doing things in a radically better way, which has nothing to do, it's not about finding some compromise with a bunch of sadists. Now, some people might think, well, that's so unwise. Why won't you just... Well, look, it's really their side that's the problem. You know, a rational person can go to a junkie and say, look, let me sit down with you. Let me waste my time. This is wrong what you're doing. Stop what you're doing. It would be so much better that you stop. Or you could do that one time and then wash your hands of the matter and then sort of ascertain that they're not really some type of equal partner. In fact, a dangerous element that is no longer in control of their higher mind. In fact, the higher mind has been suppressed, and they are ruled by the lower elements. They are worse than animals. They are ruled by demonic forces of chaos and destruction. So that's when we come back to Odin again. He was not about that. Chaos and destruction to who? How would that look? From his side, he's not doing that for the sake of it. But what he also understands, if we get to the chariot, is that that chariot can go in any direction. That black tire that is on that chariot going down a hill at speed it's gonna be a bumpy ride. It's gonna be hellish, and it could kill you. So that chariot driver, that he's got those reins, and if the horse is pulling too far into a crazy lane, he pulls those reins back. So Odin and Jesus, they did not want bad things for humanity, which is why they were revered. People do not revere the devil, except the most deluded ones, who are sold on the 5 sense realm because of materialism, to the exclusion of any and entertaining any other idea, despite theoretical physics coming to the Higgs boson insight at this time. But that hasn't filtered down to them. In fact, they just used materialism as a pretext for their sadism. These aren't academic people, but they do know that academia is powerful, so that's why they went in and wrecked it. To suit themselves. You said I was wrong? Well, here's the new professor. He's, the whole curriculum's inverted. This is a prestigious university. I bought it with a Ponzi scheme. So obviously it's justified. Well, why didn't that happen in the Middle Ages? Well, you had religious people that valued ethics more than they did money, and poor. Do we have that today? No. I wouldn't say one single solitary institute of higher learning has anyone remotely qualified to be in those positions at this time. And whatever knowledge they might have, you know what they can do? They can write that down in a book. And somebody that's knowledgeable in those areas that also has ethics, they could read it and then evaluate it. But as far as them being in any type of leadership position, no, I don't see not one single one. 2024, it's not rock bottom, but it's we're in the hell realms in 2024. All right, I'm way deep into something that essentially has infinity behind it. So these little fat, wooden-headed dunderkops that think it's just a sliding scale, you know, it's just a little bit worse this year, and that's fine because they have no clue what they're playing with. Absolutely no clue. They're so totally oblivious. They're blissfully ignorant. And rest assured, when it blows up, they will be blaming everybody else except themselves. But 2024, I think it's a pivotal year. Anybody profiting from any form of institutional position, you could consider them to be de facto illegitimate without any hesitation. You would be right probably in 95% of the cases, just off the bat. 2024, where were you? What were you doing? You were in government? Financial industry of any kind? 95% chance. So they're working for their careers. That's what their careers should earn them. But do realize they will be fighting like hell that judgment. How could they admit it? They won't admit it to themselves. They won't admit it to others. But the data does get them, don't it? Oh yeah, the data. The data's there. And if we have to get archaeologists to ascertain how many people they killed, then that's what that is possible. But never forget, we're on a journey. And it's easy to awfulize. It's easy to engage in sadists because they're the person, you're walking down the street, they're the person that punched you in the face. They wanted the attention. They wanted that differential. They wanted that throw. So, not being oblivious to that, the key is avoiding it psychologically first and then in every other way. But there's resistance to that. If you decide to walk down a different street, they'll change their pattern to suit their demand for supply. So it will require perpetual adaptation, identification, and discernment. There's no way out of it. That's this lifelong journey. Doesn't matter where you are, who you are, what you're doing. But to come back to the original point, yeah, beware of all these new age spiritual coaches, guides, you name it, and even institutionalized religions, especially those. Anything that has even a tint or taint of politicized, jargonistic, astroturf nonsense is a red flag. Just imagine like a big one, like a big silk red flag, or let's say a man-sized one. And the man who's waving it furiously, has like it looks like somewhat of a uniform, and it's singed at places, and it's ripped and torn, and his expression is pretty serious. It's not somebody you want to mistakenly overlook. So if you're seeing that, you're feeling that, that is actually correct. It's just that your conscious mind wants to disbelieve that because it's a catastrophe, right? It's the signal of catastrophe. Nobody wants a catastrophe. People want to run away or deny a catastrophe is happening or going to happen. That's normal, but the path is super normal. So that means accepting that fact and then integrating that fact and then adapting based on that fact over and over and over and over again until your dimensionality here is pushed in a different place. And that place could be instead of the hell realms. This is a wonderful change. Look up. All of that is waiting. The divine person. So someone wrote in and said, I like this concept about monasteries and nunneries, but what about nuns that want to be teachers? And this, unfortunately, we live in just the stupidest of times, but they were stupid back in the Buddhist times too. And essentially, where does this stupidity come from? Well, if you haven't noticed, women like telling men what to do. They like bossing them around, and they also like thinking that they know what's better for men in general. And the men that don't do what they say, they're bad men. That's essentially how the female monopoly works in social situations. The female opinion of men is the man that does what they say or does what they think is right. Now, obviously, that type of way of thinking conflicts fundamentally with the Samana's way of thinking, which is that he is looking for divine directives and not some bossy lady that thinks she knows better to tell him what to do. And the bossy ladies that pinch their noses when they see it or point and laugh at a samana, like the Buddha was before he became the leader of Buddhism, because he's essentially just a samana, a teacher, a man. They don't like men that don't think the way they do. They think those are bad men. Now, one of the most amazing, powerful, and impactful and clear stories from the Tripitaka, the life of the Buddha, is when his foster mother, his mother died in birth, her twin sister, his aunt, came with 500 other lovely, 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 lovely ladies. Ladies we don't really get to know these days, not in a public way. And guess what they did? They asked for the Buddha to ordain them. And they asked once, and it didn't happen. Now, right there, you would have thought, here is the most divine being, the most enlightened one, and he has not fulfilled our request. We should go away. You would think, wouldn't you? I would think that. I'm sure all of the enlightened members of the Sangha thought that. But they had the outrageousness to ask him a second time. And what did he do? He did not answer them. And then this is really the telling point. For me, it's just, I almost break out into laughter. They asked him a third time. And you know what he said? He said no. And they all had to pack up their little things and Budinsky out of the Sangha. Now, of course, Ananda, who is, many would have called him a simp today, could not square that circle, and so took up a special, became the advocate for all the ladies, and twisted and turned and did this and pointed out one woman that might have been worth it. And so the Buddha decided to make an exception in her case. But he wrote a bunch of different rules. Like, for example, he said, it doesn't matter. It's because that's when the split became. So bhikkhus and bhikkhunis. Bhikkhunis are the female teachers. Bhikkhus are the teachers. One of his rules was, no matter how damn old or senior a female bhikkhuni is, she doesn't get to say really anything to even the beginning male student, male bodhisattva. That's in there. So with those two stories, what else, how do you want to try to come in and say that this is wrong, that the Buddha is wrong on this, but he's right on everything else, or we know things better today? And of course, these women don't want to just get up in front of people and have status and be the pick-me's and the determiners and the most knowledgeable ones in the herd of livestock type impulse that they have everywhere else. Of course, they're not going to play those games again in this time with all of that documentation. What? They are doing that? They're all over the place, and then you've got leftist enablers and just wacky-wonky, destroyed conditions. Would they do that now? Would they try to do that again in different schools and place themselves and act inappropriately and push for more inappropriateness and more control and more usurpation and more compromise until the Dhamma becomes nothing but something for a makeup counter? You can put on a little bit of rouge, a little bit of Buddhism, make yourself look more acceptable. And did the Buddha say that? Well, yes, he did. He said including them would mean that the Dhamma would die out faster, and that's why. And where is it based? Well, it's based deep in evolutionary psychology, which has the nesting instinct built in there. Everything's about them, solipsism, narcissism, all of the five sense realms involved to a higher degree, because it's about worldliness, it's about the propagation of the species, it's about being real, not being divine. Or it's divine until things get real, and then the divine gets thrown out the damn window. But that's not what the samanas were about. They were about throwing the worldliness out the window to as much of a degree as they possibly could, and then not doing it in a pouty, you threw me out of the herd, I'm in an antagonistic relationship with humanity kind of way. No, like, all right, here, I'm outside, I am not, I was inside. I understand that there's certain conditions that lead to people being born and all of that activity. There's laymen here that we can talk to. There's laywomen we can talk to. We know all about these issues and problems. But we're not a part of that. But we can help where we can. But we can't help where we can't help, because we have all of these in-depth barriers to stupidity. And having big-mouthed, egotistic women be the conduits of Dharma when there's still one man left on this planet would be rather misguided, wouldn't it? But not to their one-track minds. So what do? You get this one-track mind in there, and then they try to start advocating for a breakdown in good working order. And it's the water torture treatment. Drop, 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 drip, drop, 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 drip, drop, drop, drop. The more you have of them, the more that dynamic takes on a dynamic of its own. Because, of course, that type of logic and reasoning is very persuasive for other women. So you get somebody in there that hasn't been able to drop that side of themselves, i.e. not an exceptional woman to the degree that they have to be true bhikkhunis. Then you have an inflation of numbers, then you have this common mentality, and then you have these divisive and determined, egotistically captured, ideologically aggravating actors that appear. And then that's their work, right? Drip, drop, drip, drop. How many can they influence to the point that they create a schism or some type of conflict or some type of bad vibe? For example, some holy eminent teacher from Tibet gets the stink face in a sangha because somebody doesn't like the fact that he said that what the Buddha said, essentially. And they don't like that part of what the Buddha said. They like everything else, just not that part. But that's the thing. What the Buddha said, it's not a mix and match. It's not something to suit them. And they don't get that on a fundamental level, those that have not gone to the lengths of manifesting no self, that still have the residue of self that might also be a political operative, paid for and directed by hostile third parties, NGOs, business interests, who knows what, criminal interests of the region. Well, that would be a self-interested person, wouldn't it? Just pretending, playing pretend. Wouldn't do that, you think? Why wouldn't they do that? It's easier doing that than robbing a store with a gun. less consequences too. See, they think, well, nice people won't do anything to me if I'm just playing this little maniacal game that many people can't really ascertain how terrible the consequences of that can and will be. I think in a way the Buddha was just trying to be compassionate with women by letting them know that this isn't your game. It's not. You're great at the game you're in. But this, you're not great at all games. And this game, you're really bad at it because you're incapable of understanding it, because you're built to be worldly in a certain sense. Where men have the opportunity to evolve into the divine without these worldly attachments. By default. Now, this is not to say that there is not or was not an exceptional woman throughout the ages. They exist. But these are the women that didn't go in and try to challenge the Buddha on his principles. Or make this a contentious issue, an issue that we need to talk more about, type of a political operator. Now, if you think what I just said is paranoid or divisive or wrong, let's not forget that China, that had a very, very, very venerable Buddhist tradition, they wrecked all of that. It's considered to be wrecked, and for good reason. But it still exists in some form, and there's people who think they're still Buddhists, but they're really not. They're missing the key components of it. Like these women that are advocating for women within a religion that doesn't do that. What it does advocate for is good practice, and good practice means having good practitioners, which means not catering to women as a group. Now, exclusion is a word that one can use to a certain extent, but look at how many bhikkhunis there are, and how many bhikkhunis they don't see things the wrong way, don't go into advocacy for women, don't get politicized, aren't contaminated, are enlightened. I will not exclude that possibility. But it's very, 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 very rare. And when you're talking about systems and organizations, you cannot assume that that factor is not true and then build something that looks acceptable to a bunch of smart morons. And in this issue, look, the Theravada school is correct. The other schools are somewhat shameful in this regard. And it would be funny to see them try to explain the Tripitaka on this one, but many of them haven't read it, let alone understand it. That story with the 500 and denying them 3 times, if you know anything about the Buddha and he denies something 3 times, what? There's nothing, absolutely nothing more to say about that matter. So that these maniacs of this day would be so crazy as to try to pull a fast one on that issue, especially when you look at how disgusting of a role that these modern morons have played in other religions, in turning it into a caricature of what it once was, is mind-boggling. And yet, there they are doing it in different places, or have succeeded in doing it. which is both an outrage and tragic for them specifically. And in a dimensionality that they're not expecting because they're that stupid and dense. And that's where we come back to the compassion of the Buddha. I think he knew that type of path, it was too much for 95% of women. And so he didn't want to create some type of confusion that would not serve them in their journey in this life, which is not cut out for being a samana. Not physically, not spiritually. Whether they wanted to be so or not. So keep your eyes peeled. It is so saddening to see these horrible people and how much time they put and effort they put into it. A lot of it is coming from these monstrous academic universities that have been captured by maniacs. They don't like anything oppositional. We don't like people meeting and talking to each other or having something outside of the 5 sense realms. So what's good for us? Getting women everywhere. Decapitate the men. We need to institute a quota. For every 10 cultural positions, make 9 of them women. And then we tell them what culture is. And we define it to be a sadistic, but we don't call it that. And there they are, working away like little hammers in Santa's workshop. Oh yeah, I'm just working away at spirituality here. Look at me building these little monsters here. I put the legs on and then I pass it to the other drone. I guess we can't call them drones. A worker bee. And she puts on the arms and then the other would pass it down. Then the monstrous crocodile head. That's the third one. But, oh no, the third one's outside the factory. They just throw them out through a window. The 3/4 formed one, and then the other monster not associated with Santa's factory, she puts on the crocodile head, and then you have the product of the 5 sense realms masquerading as religion. So let's not forget any men, token men leading these institutions, any abbots that have allowed this to happen, they're disgraceful. They haven't understood the most basic of stories. And yet there they are in robes and golden thrones and symbols and Russian Orthodox Church like pronouncements. Can it happen? Did it happen? What was going on in Egypt in 500 CE? Don't know about that. Nobody wrote things down. Yeah, things can fall apart and based on bad organizational principles. And so who's advocating for that again? Oh yeah, this costumed person with a shaved head. So it's diabolical, yeah, it is. And there's also a layer of ignorance that some of them use to shield themselves from the truth, that no, they haven't gotten rid of their egos if they're advocating for women and not for the Dhamma, not for what the Buddhists taught. They're not Buddhists. They're womenist. But here's the thing, lovely ladies, you can do anything you want to do outside of religion, outside of the true religion, can't you? In fact, you can set up a second religion and call it womanism. And then you could even take the costumes that you like to wear, and then you could try to sell that and not under false pretexts. And then if it balloons and becomes something that, like some woman worshipping cult of ancient times that have gone defunct every time and produce nothing, then I won't be surprised, but many other idiots probably will. I know the devil won't be surprised. But we call him Mara, don't we? It's a little bit friendlier. Almost sounds like a woman's name, doesn't it? I knew a woman who had some devilish attributes that called her damn dog Mara. Isn't that a coincidence? It was a female dog, too. Wasn't a poodle, but it was black. And it didn't behave. Didn't listen. Did what it wanted to do. Including it liked to eat dead things and then vomit later in places that were inconvenient. But if you love that dog and you're attached to that dog, and of course having a dog is a good thing, don't question that, then that's what you're going to be doing. It's how you're going to be living. But it's not the way the Buddha prescribed. So don't kid yourself. Now, on the other hand, the real bhikkhunis that understand what's up and do, what was it? Did we say 28 times 2 bows per day? You're not going to have any of these problems these crazy women have. These women advocates trying to advocate for you because you have 2 holes down there. They're so special that they know all of you so well that they're the ones that should be teaching you and men what's right. Ladies, you know women like that? Yeah, guess what? Don't go along with them. Don't listen to them. There's a reason why men were teachers and a reason why women were doing other things. So we're not going into this wacky future that these political operatives have cooked up in hostile third-party countries. We're going way different. We're going in the opposite direction. We are embracing tradition, genuineness. We are embracing rules. We are embracing communal rules. We are embracing separation. We are embracing a extraction or a retreat from bad, a leaving behind of bad situations and interactions, to the point of living naked in the jungle if we have to, because that is the spiritual path, which is given a priority in the constellation of our universe. We have not just arbitrarily picked that, but in many cases it is our unavoidable destiny. It is not something that we want necessarily. Who wants to be born? Who wants to go through the birthing process? Who wants to be born to parents that have been pre-selected for us, that might not be what we think are the best for us, but in fact do play a comic role in our development? Would have the Buddha left the palace if he didn't have as much animosity with the people around him? Were they at fault, or was it just destiny? Is this beyond the comprehension and rationalization of these people that want to rationalize their utterly vulgar, common, and misleading desires to want to teach people they're not capable of teaching for optical reasons, for egoic reasons? So I would just recommend bhikkhunis to be very careful of that and also very respectful of the Buddha and not to take on any type of advocacy for two-holism. It is about the practice, period. There is nothing outside of that. So don't claim you're part of that and then still have one foot in the two-holism camp. That's not the way it works. Any type of indication of two, well, we'll have to write a new precept. Maybe it's already in there for the bhikkhunis. I know they have more. You see this? Buddha knew. He put more precepts on women. I wonder if it's in there. I'll have to read it. I haven't read it for understandable reasons, but advocacy of two-holism should be an immediate disrobing offense. Even a vague form of it. Pick-meism, teacherism. If the Buddha rejected his own caregiver and 500 truly noble women, what in the world would make you think that tolerating any aspect of a two-holer within a Buddhist context is in any way noble? It isn't. And again, the people who tolerate that are disreputable to the extent that they do, no matter what they said. And the more they say or advocate for it, they can be advised that the worse their karma will be in the coming multiverse. And in fact, maybe cancel out what they think they have attained in worldly positive karma, especially if these charlatans don't believe that there is an afterlife, just pretended that they did, but wanted to have the feel-goodism and adoration while they were egoically satisfying themselves secretly as authorities of and powerful, socially esteemed people. So test the bhikkhunis, test the bhikkhus. You have some sim bhikkhus, throw them out. They're a disgrace. They have no respect for the Buddha and no respect for his teachings and no respect for any practitioner worth a damn. So why should you respect them? But to end on a friendly note, yeah, real bhikkhunis that don't do that, awesome. I like the old ones, I like the middle-aged ones, and the young ones are the equivalent of a prodigy, equivalent of a saint. And that is based on the causality of past lives. That's the only way to explain it, because it's exceptional. But understanding that that is truly rare in this realm will help us all to skillfully navigate these things without getting enraged by them or being tricked, deceived, misled by them. And like I've said many times before, in the West, the left adopted Buddhism. The left is the wing that was the Bolshevik terrorist wing of the Russian Revolution that caused unquantifiable destruction within that area, Eastern Europe and China, that destroyed Buddhism as well. So their lineage is that. They're just thinking that Buddhism was something that they could parlor trick themselves into feeling better about themselves while conducting their main activity, which was that. Which has a big cultural destructive component to it. as it's seen as a function of politics, such as advocating two-holism, which is one of their big things. But that's why they like to get it wherever they can get it. If they can't get that, they'll try to get something else. Other antisocial policies or anthropologically inverted policies. So abbots that tolerate that, they're not good. They might be good to the extent that they know some things, but that one, you could drive a nuclear missile through it. So their defenses are defunct. They're defunct. Their karma is defunct. But this is the tension we have with the Easterners that know this. These fundamentals come to the Westerners who are imposters, and then there's this embarrassing divergence of views. Well, it's embarrassing because we have imposters in Western Buddhism. That's embarrassing. But other than that, there's really no reason any Buddhist anywhere should dispute the clear teachings and actions of the Buddha as clearly stated in the Tripitaka. Unlike the wonky Christians that didn't have that elaborate story to guide them. The Buddha's 45 years on this planet, that allowed him to deliver us this insight today. So the next time you see a statue of a Buddha, now bow 6 times and then 9 times. Now that you know that. And in effect, if you look at how Christianity was dismantled in the West by FDR, classist, godless, 5 cents realm, materialist thinking type people, if you look at the contagion and the dismantling of Christianity in the more radical fringes of Protestantism that was further away from its priestly class or bhikkhus, then you can see that women played an instrumental role in not just dismantling the intent of those religious institutions that they infiltrated, but they inverted them for the time that before the thing fell apart. Into nothing divine at all. And it was a class of plutocrats, essentially, and Bolsheviks that did that in the West. Bolshevik sympathizing plutocrats. So, and then it worked from the fringes of Protestantism into Catholicism itself, and who knows now? Do they have female priests or the male equivalent of a female priest trying to tell people how to be divine? Is that it? Because that would be a devilish kind of transformation, wouldn't it? But in Buddhism, the more radical, further out from the old school, you'll see that they have fallen apart. You have bhikkhunis that are advocating modern political claptrap and still claiming to be Buddhists, essentially. Isn't that the Chinese model? Somebody write in the comments, how did the Chinese subvert Buddhism? Or how are they trying to subvert it? Because, of course, it doesn't fit with their materialistic worldview. So is it all just optics and rituals and dead, like they did to the Christian model? Just keep the motions, like the wheels turning, and just gut all of the significance out of it? Something like that. Like a troll, a deadening, a killing of the alternative, monopolistic, totalitarian kind of thing. And it was the women that did that. What did they get out of that? Oh, they got prestige out of that, I guess. They thought. But then the whole place falls apart usually within 20 years, and then the churches get burnt down by criminal forces, and then nobody cares. History forgets them. But we can see that now thanks to these telescopic devices, but we can see them at different stages of attack in different places, can't we? So women, take them at face value, I wouldn't do it. And if they're claiming to be religious, they need to prove it. And advocating for two-holism is a disrobing offense in any brand of Buddhism that is legitimate. No, let's have this debate. Let's dispute that. No, there you go. Spot the person that should be disrobed. The male equivalent of that should be disrobed as well. So if that isn't a precept, you could add it right now. Just a practical mental note. I think the Buddha didn't think people would be that stupid to attempt it, but then again, that would be assuming something that actually the Buddha did assume that they would attempt it, which is why he did make those rules that have lasted in at least some good places up to this day. But the forces of evil are looking to change that, so don't give them any benefit of the doubt or any type of credibility or well, they're so good in all of these other areas, just here they're not. Well, no. They're essentially committing a disrobing offense, male or female. And if the brand has them representing the brand, then that brand is defunct in that place. Now, as far as the nunnery having bhikkhunis teaching women that don't have conflict with the Buddhist teachings, that can work. That can work very well. But the alternative to that does not work. But they're pushing for that. And they might be pushing for that because they don't want it to work. But practitioners should know what works and what doesn't and why. And those practitioners mainly are going to be men. That's who I'm talking to. I talk to women because I don't want there to be bad conditions between men and women. But that's that's a prerequisite for bad conditions, where women want to claim the spiritual teaching role and then tell everybody, boss everybody around essentially, while being esteemed by the community for what? Taking the spot of a legitimate practitioner. So in terms of karma, that's superly bad. That would scare a Buddhist not to do it, but people that won't do it, actually they're not Buddhists, are they? That's one way. That's why disrobing is the result of that. They think they're that, but they're not. So it's essentially the rules of the Sangha that trump them, not them trumping the rules of the Sangha. Change the rules, accommodate me. That's what they're always doing everywhere, outside of religion, but inside it as well. And this is a full spectrum totalitarian geopolitical attack. And it's not looking like it's going to stop anytime soon. So the sooner more people know about it, the better. Raise awareness, let people know, let yourself know. No Sangha will survive that type of attack. It's not one worth preserving. So look at them. You'll see them. They're out there. Now you know. A devoted female follower wrote in and said, "Can you please talk about dogs again? Every time you do, I just start crying." And I thought to myself, yeah, okay, guys, look, all of this is complicated. And complicated theories is a big problem with intellectualizing culture, which is also the psychoanalytic culture. We're way too analytical. It's about having compassion and acknowledge compassion for us as human beings. We're animals. We eat, we crap, we sleep. Okay, we're animals. So think of a dog locked in a room that's barking all the time. Whoa, 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 whoa. That is your inner animal. That is, if there's a loud sound, we look real quick, just like an animal. So just imagine your subconscious or your id, or that all that connection with all of the subterranean transmutable energy field, divisual interconnection with collective unconscious and other things, cosmic, divine intervention, inspiration, all of that. The dog's barking in the little room. Wow, 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 wow. Something has spooked it. You've suppressed too many things in its space. You've put too many things down there. There's too much unburned karma down there. You've essentially neglected the dog inside you, the animal side, the emotional side, the living side, the breathing side. You were too busy with externals, external calendars, external achievements, external validations. Too busy, because that's all that's mattered. That's all you thought mattered. That's what you were told matters. Even when you talked to God or prayed, let things happen here on earth for me, but not let me transform. Let me be part of the godly manifestation. Let me be a vessel for the Holy Spirit. Let me sterilize the vessel with sunyata. So, all of that is very powerful, but the powerfulness comes in the practicalness of it and the experienced, emotive, experienced and absorbed and mystical and magical side of things. We don't know how we can, by osmosis it seems, collect the positive energies, the ether, from these transformational, intentional, discomfort sessions. But that's the magical part. The magical part is we can't intellectually, accurately enough, definitively enough, describe these intuitive processes. We have to admit our limits. And yet, it does work. So we can bring it with the rational mind maybe to 50% understanding. But if that 50% understanding brings you to the general location where you have to micro-navigate through the things you're specifically working with, well, you're in the right territory. You have to stay with that. You have to devote with sincerity. You don't bring the sincerity to the game, it doesn't matter. This is a very important point. Sincerity is important. When you bow to the four heavenly directions, 4, that's all there are. When you bow, make it a sincere bow. You need to generate that sincerity. You are bowing to the 4 heavenly directions. This is not a joke. This is not a ritual. This is not, oh, here I go, 1, 2, 3, and I'm done. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, you need to realize comprehensively, deeply, profoundly what you are doing. Because that is what imbues the meaning to what you are doing. But it's not just the awareness, it's the generation of sincerity. And that is just one practice, so you generate that specifically in that heavenly practice. And then you bring that determination to the other practices, and finally generalize to the practice of life in all of its dimensionalities, including embracing the negative elements for the alchemical properties. And this is the thing, a lot of people see we're so intellectualized, we're so in our heads. I planned out my life, my entire life like this, and then this got thrown at me instead. Well, that's what was thrown on your chemistry set, so that's what you're dealing with. So somebody just delivered an entire drum of sulfuric acid into your life. That's what you got to work with. Look at that. That's a lot of boom juice. That's a lot of pop, crackle, and fizz. Now, what do you want to apply that to that could possibly achieve a breakthrough? Is it just the experience of suffering on a level that you didn't think was imaginable, but it's part of the process for profound transformation? Is that it? Are you going to complain about that? Because this dimension is the place for that. You might not think so, but that's because you're pretty ignorant and most likely as unskillful as they come. As far as spirituality goes, you don't even know how to tie your shoelaces, essentially. You don't have any shoes. You're just walking around on glass. Don't know where you're walking either. But you do like to complain a lot that life is terrible and nothing works and you're crazy and they're crazy and you don't want to do anything. You made the really wrong decision to just lose your mind and finally give up on the thing you thought you wanted, and all of those different types of transformational, micro-transformations that are your karmic destiny that you're not embracing with the vigor that the thing requires. You are that complicated. You are that difficult. You are that stubborn. You are that cowardly in a way. You are that person that will rather deny that you have an issue than to confront it head on. You're that person, at least to some extent. You will not face your demons. See, demons, the subconscious processes, you won't face those. You won't put in the time, you won't put in the work, you won't dismantle them yourself. You're going to blame somebody or something. Because that's easier, that's less noble, that's more vulgar and common. And not because you don't want to, it's just you don't know how to do the other thing, but now you're starting to realize that the dimensionality of this realm we're in, where we dream at night the most craziest of things you could possibly imagine, and then we get up at work, hi there, hey Bill, what's happening? Suppress that divine interaction with divine forces. That's just something we forget and suppress as well and don't consider to be meaningful, when that is the medium with which the gods communicate with us. And not just gods, devilish forces, anything else. And so we do need to bring a spirit of discernment into these matters. which is why the Holy Spirit is what is not only preferred, it is the whole point of oidemia, right? That's the point. And it isn't cosmic forces. But if you need that as a simple person to explain that to you that way, then it is cosmic force. You see how irrationality you can have it work for you in every way? It's a fun realm to be in. It's just most people go into it and they don't come back out of it better transformed because they're unskillful. They come out crazy. Okay. But crazy in what context? Everyone has this third party audience peanut gallery in their head. It's a super egoic disguise, in a way. What they consider to be acceptable and whatnot. My family, they will not accept that I become anything else other than fill in the blank. What is it in your case? Is it that your family is so venerable that you absolutely must carry on the tradition of a particular monastery that has become a family franchise? Yes or no? Did you want to do that? Yes or no? Are you really that? Yes or no? Are you detached from your inner self, inner non-self? Or are you rigid and dogmatic and questioning and not really with whatever form or expression that is required within the confines of the thing that was formulated well before you were brought into existence? What if we take someone else's life? Like, see, this is the wonderful thing about the visuals. See, we're connected in a way. Maybe that was my past life or a past life. But it could have been someone else, the ballerina who has a serious injury is no longer a ballerina, but has now become a ex-ballerina, which in many ways is much better than being just a ballerina. But for us to see that in that way requires us to transform the way we see things, and also accept what the cosmic karma of this universe has prepared for us in the form of our individual adversity, or what people would call adversity. It's the challenge that we're confronted with. Those laying right now down with cancer in remission, for example, they're going or looking at life at a completely different way. They have a completely different set of challenges. Will they be alive in 5 minutes? They don't know. But you think you know because you're healthy, but you don't know either. Can you live life in a universe filled with moments that don't have a narrative that connects them together, that might be limiting you into seeing things the wrong way because your perspective is so stunted? You're so over-focused on the problematic things, the adversarial things, the aversionary things. My God, people. Do not create bridges to aversionary things. We all see the cravings. Oh, okay, I want ice cream. A little bit more ice cream. I know I should. That's okay. Aversion, ill will, hate, that is the worst thing you could do for yourself. You're essentially taking all this emotional energy and then you're turning it into defilement, fuel. And we see what happens. What happens? Look at a person as they become more and more enraged, and look as they become less and less of a person, and more a manifestation of something bad. And why? Because they're taking it the wrong way. Right? It's an egoic attack. We have an egoic captured individual. It becomes an existential thing, which has connections to lower survival functions, such as, this is a threat to my life on some basic level. I've been insulted. I could be thrown out from the ape-like group and then starve in the jungle because I'm not liked. I have to challenge this narrative. You see? See these automatic automaton-like common vulgar reactions we can have to things. But if you take that energy and then you put it into insight and say, wow, look at this. This is what's actually happening inside. I'm using it for illumination. I'm not using it to activate the violence modules that we have. You see, most people, it's direct connection. They have no interlocutor. But you do. So you see you recognize the provocation, but you recognize the increase in energy, and you see it wants to go to engage, but you don't do that, specifically because you have that principle not to do that. And then so you retain that energy, so it's there sort of at your disposal because you've taken authority over it. You've taken curative control over it. But of course you can't necessarily prevent not being provoked unless, of course, you're going into it with enlightened attitudinals. Like the Buddha, he didn't get angry. At his final stages of enlightenment, he didn't get angry about nothing really. Not angry in the traditional sense, not angry in the sense that he directed it towards defilement. See, a horse will be a horse. You take a yellow flag and go real quick in front of the eyes. The horse, it's an instinctual reaction. And the horse will take time to have to come down and forget. And it might not forget entirely. It might be wary after that. But the human mind is capable of doing it in real time if the practitioner has reached that level of skill. And in that case, they don't get angry in the traditional sense. It's not anger, it's just energy. And it's animalistic energy, but because you're congruent or in connection with that energy, it's either burned in the moment without creating a defilement, or it's stored in a more positive way and will be absorbed via vital absorption, just generally adding to positive psychic concentric circles of energy fields around you. Because that is an ultimate expression of empowerment. That means all your pipes are connected and functioning almost on an automatic level because you're set up to burn karma that way. Your neural pathways are set for that. And your attitudinal is right. Wow, look at this. I'm being challenged. Here's this completely offbeat person. This is what an opportunity to embrace this in a new way. And in some cases, of course, recognizing the hand of the devil in the 5 sense realm, come on. You think, this is the other thing, smart moronism, they think they have the devil figured out. This is the worst thing. The thing you need to understand is you're not going to figure out the devil. The 5 sense realms, okay, in that sense you figured them out. But don't think you've seen everything. Because those 5 senses, they're one hell of a thing, aren't they? Delusion, that is one hell of a thing. How delusional are you right now? You don't think you're delusional? You're delusional. It's really to the extent, to what extent? That's a very profound question. So, in your next 3-hour feast down session, contemplate that problem, that conundrum. Let's not call it a problem, an open question. And then write down in your journal a few key observations using alchemical symbols as an abstraction to further help depersonalize that process for you. Or the not you. That is navigating this cosmos in a skillful, elegant, dynamic, energetic, high frequency, embracing, compassionate kind of way. A divisual, I think that's the term Guchev used, which is really cool because it integrates the collective unconscious idea in a more visual and practical way that we are connected. It's not just the words you're hearing right now in the frequency that you're hearing them right now. It's the meaning. You understand what I say in your own individual way. But it does resonate with you. It lights up inside. It makes sense. It's a way of expressing for all of us what we might be feeling at some time or could experience. It's a way of expanding our consciousness collectively by listening to stories, listening to metaphors, listening to emotions. Have you ever read some text that just jumps right off the page? Well, how much more would it resonate within you if it was delivered by a prophet on high in the noonday sun as those winds blow over the Nile and the palm trees sway back and forth. Maybe it's a lunar festival where we acknowledge the celestial bodies and their position and their alignment and the energies, the cosmic energies that are just being activated on so many different levels. No, it's not about just lottery numbers or if you're going to land some dumb job. What? We're talking about the universe here, people. Higgs boson and the God particle and everything material disappears on a certain level. Just disappears. Collection of swarming particles. So the objective becomes the subjective on a certain level. It relies on the ability of the human consciousness to the limits of human observability, which is the limit of materialism, which is to say, materialism disappears upon closer inspection. We reach the limit of verifiability because we've reached the limit of the material dimension. And yet, the subjective dimension, we haven't even scratched the surface. We got people with ego diapers that have been clamped on with latex hoses their entire lives, emotionally constipated, conditioned and directed from box A to box B to box C, and cartwheeling from one to the other in samsaric routines that we can't get out of and yet feel obligated to, and yet aren't serving that inner child that was born to be free, born to cherish this world and themselves, and that continuous fragmentation of what one believes to be self in order to release any hindrances that one might have, psychological hang-ups, something coming from the depths. We don't know. For scientifically minded people, Higgs boson, he brought us to the limit, but not beyond that limit. He brought us to a limit that philosophers didn't really need to go to know. That the essence, the pure essence, the pure importance of our life is how we experience it subjectively, emotionally, vitally, overwhelmingly, compassionately, understandingly, meaningfully. That we open up those floodgates and just let all of that come crashing and rushing and flowing through every part of our being. And why? Because we're manifesting that high frequency. We're raising our energy levels like a sliding bar on a synthesizer. We're just raising it up like that. Whatever we have to do to raise it up, that's what we'll do. How about some swift movement? Sloth and torpor, is that what you're dealing with? How about some swift body movements? Just do a step forward, hand in the air, whoosh, and do that real fast in succession to break yourself out of whatever little unknown burden, whatever little cobalt jumped on your back. That's a way of getting them to jump off. Raise that frequency. You are not attached to a self. A self does not define you. You are not encapsulated in self. Your self from yesterday doesn't exist. You think it does, but you're thinking wrong. Yesterday might as well have not have existed. Where are you right now? If you decided to go just anywhere, and you really thought you had to, you could. You could. Look at your 2 feet. Whatever shoes you're wearing on right now. They could take you there, most likely. Might not be easy, but if you had to do it, would you be able to do it? Why aren't you connected with that vital, impactful energy source? What is cutting that off again? Oh, it's the thinking brain. We're living in an objective world. The only externals are important. The more KPIs. KPIs are the only thing that exists. That's how we've been trained. We're blind. We're disconnected. We're short-circuited. We're disempowered. and it's conceptual, and it's practical. It's better to have the practical than the conceptual. That we see this every day. The most vital people that you know that don't consider themselves to be spiritual, they have good practice without knowing it. Or maybe they do know it, but they're not conscious of it. But maybe they are conscious of it. But if they're not conscious of it, it's hard for them to explain it. So that is why someone who has the capacity to explain and transmit these things are so prized. They're considered magicians or fantastic people because they're able to realign people's perspective or perspectives to get them started on their own individual jump-starting process of snapping themselves out continuously of all of these hindrances, blockages, suppressions. My God, suppression, Westerners. That is also what you're trained to do. We're just suppressing. We think it's done. No, we've put that all down in a place, and it's there. It hasn't gone anywhere. You haven't burned it off. You were too cowardly, or maybe you were forced to. Look, nobody wants somebody screaming at a work site because they can't control themselves. But see, the problem is then we calm down, we forget that we didn't burn that off. So that's why these regular induced adversarial self-sessions, stress positions, prayerful meditation is necessary to retroactively burn that accumulated karmic debt off. Your being that is beyond the intellect is still suffering based on what it perceived to be or felt. That's it. See, felt. It doesn't perceive. It emotes. It emoted. It attributed its essential importance to the event that your intellectual mind just doesn't want to deal with, doesn't know how to deal with, will not address the issue that the fundamental, essential self that you are, truly, is telling you you need to acknowledge and absorb and suffer through. It's the price you have to pay. It's the price that your whole mechanism is demanding from you. And if you don't do it, it's not going to be happy. Where's the high frequency? Well, no, it's not. There's no high frequency. You haven't resolved these issues. You haven't taken out the trash. You have not acknowledged where you have made mistakes. You have not crushed the ego properly. You're still holding on to some excuse or some type of blame game, or some craving, or some attachment, or some comparison, or some perfectionism, or, and that's why your frequency is crushed. It's under that weight, and you just don't know what that is. Nobody can point that out to you. Yours will be specifically tailored to you, either based on actual events or your perception of those events, or imperceptible events. Bring the cosmos into it. You don't know. Nobody knows. That's why this world is so dadgum crazy. Most people don't know. Why did you do that? Of all things, why? And then they tell you, I don't know. I just missed, I just lost it for a second. We are not as in control of our lives as we think. We're not. The best people are the ones that know that. But the people who have the pretense that via intellectualism they're going to establish an essential reconnection with their powertrain of emotion and feeling, world of feelings. See, that's the thing. We've been taught to compartmentalize these things too much, which is fine in a way, but You need to burn that off, otherwise it will be in play. And we don't know how to do that effectively as a culture. Our religions are weak in that point. But that can change when our perspective and our practice change. And then look at that. We changed some things. Now it works perfectly. The vehicle that was making all those noises and clunking around after the axle was changed out and the tires and the transmission and in fact probably everything over time, this thing is finally reached optimal performance. The gas mileage is amazing. Just one drop of ether and this thing runs like a top for what seems to be infinity. Or at least as long as the next mind moment that can be like that. But you don't have to be addicted to perfect bliss because this dimension is not about perfect bliss. We gain transformation, karmic transformation, by embracing adversary, by embracing the adversary, by embracing the shadow, by embracing challenge, by being compassionate. Because it's not, all right, I'm turning around and I'm going to deal with you, shadow. You're going to go into an adversarial bout with that, with your shadow, not in a compassionate way, in an angry way. You're going to confront the shadow that way. You think you're going to win that fight? You're going into an artillery barrage with a pea shooter. You will get blown out of space approaching the shadow that way. We're talking, now this is one of the cool things, again, about Jung. I don't like how he describes some of the deities. But as far as going into the hell realms of the subconscious, it's pretty insightful. But you see, he has his guide. He's already accepted the parameters of existence and the unoptimal nature of it. In fact, horrifying and terrifying and irrational nature of it. But you see how cool, calm, and collected he remains as he goes through. Oh, look at this. Somebody just appeared. Some apparition, a hallucination, or here's this voice coming out from the past. You should have done this instead of done that. Or the superego. You're not living up to perfect expectations. Or the id. Oh, let's go get this. Let's go get that. Oh, I can take this. I can take that. I can eat this. I can eat that. Monkey mind. But see, that's the sparring ring. So instead of running away from that and suppressing that, no, okay, here we are in the jungle gym. Here's monkey mind, here's, and you've acquainted yourself with all of the quirkiness and idiosyncrasies and, quite frankly, a lot of misguided attitudinals. Essentially, that's it. Oh, it's terrible. No, it's not. What's so terrible about it? Is it more terrible than other terrible things? Why are you so attached to this terribleness but not that terribleness? What is this laser beam focus on this most likely a corny thing in the grand perspective? But see, we only get that if we get the grand perspective, which means staying in the shadow realm with a lot of acceptance for a long period of time. With no ego. That's another absorptive measure where you're like a sponge. And so that energy, some of it you're accumulating in that sponge. That's the energy, really. Right? The vital essence, that's where it comes from, emotionally charging positively, but dispensing the negative energy at the same time. So that's sort of the metaphor for condensing ether while burning, while creating fumes. You see, so the energy is also part of the suffering. Like fire is releasing energy. Too close, you burn yourself. Being in the fire is to burn. There we have the hell metaphor again. You see things metaphorically, you will burn in hell, in a hellish state of mind. You're angry right now, you're in the maybe outer circle of hell, but the more angry you get, the closer you get to the center, until you reach a form of madness that is uncontrollable. And then we could say that you're no longer in control, something else is in control, some energy. And it happens to be a very well-known defilement, a chief defilement, and one that causes immense amount of harm all around the world every day in every way, which is why the prisons are full. Did you know that behind every murder, anger was one of the emotions that led to that? Did you know that you have anger inside you? And yet, anger itself per se is not a bad emotion if it's used skillfully. We also hear these stories. Finally, I got fed up, and then I stopped. That's the type of anger inducement or you want to work with constructively. To stop doing bad things. Get angry with yourself. Get angry with the things embedded in yourself, the subconscious perspectivism in yourself that is leading you down into these rabbit holes of dissatisfaction. They are. So you need to wipe your navigation system and reboot it from zero. And then slowly, if at all, develop incrementally attitudinals constructively. What is good? That's a good question. What is good here? All things considered. It might be a 95% bad situation. Then what is the lesson here? Where's the 5% that one could say, oh, I'm on the floor right now, it's concrete, and I'm face down. Hands stretched out, and legs. Guess what this position is? This is the bowing position. This is the bowing practice. So everything outside of that led to that was part of a cosmic process that now you're using for your own benefit, which might be extreme under the circumstances because there's such radical circumstances that perhaps you were taken by mistaken identity and also beaten up for a period of time to help facilitate the transformational process. What had to be that violent to shake you out of that old form of self. If that makes any sense. That old form of self, that was so entrenched that it took that level of violence. It took that karmic debt. It took that strange, quirky, not so strange, quirky, cosmic event in your particular case to make that breakthrough. Thinking recently of different conceptual ideas for an impactful film to convey or objectify some of the challenging things that I feel would benefit by some symbolic, metaphorical expression. Such as the storyline of a traveler that is disappeared by just local yokels because they thought it would be a good idea. But see, they were missing the superstition that would have kept them from making such a mistake had they heard ancient stories about holy travelers. And rather than treat them as they did, which is the worst thing a human being could possibly do in karmic terms, especially if that person was divinely inspired or divinely directed, that there's an enormity of karmic debt that is created that they did not take into consideration. And so the karmic horrific causalities during the course of the film that take place that seem so random actually isn't, and it's tied to that event. Because there's one thing about this weird time that we live in, is that there's really idiotic people that think it's a bad thing to anger demons or devils or bad people or bad thoughts. But it's way worse to anger the divine powers. That's where people should be more afraid than they are today. It's very strange. It's like this modern moronism, postmodern moronism, seems to think that the devil's all edgy and has all this power, but the 5 sense realms is the extent of it. Whereas God, they think, is some type of Homer Simpson that's just there for their wish list and doesn't really do anything. He's like a caricature of I won't say weakness. What is it? Sterility, disconnection. Oh, the good guy. This is the good guy, but oh, look, the bad guy. He's got all these weapons and does all this crazy stuff. But that's just a misperception that they have. That's a really dumb way of looking at it. Divine powers, you don't want to cross those, do you think? That's the real power. You cross the divine powers, you are smoked. And so that's what this film would do, is it would show that. And it would reveal that they go maybe back, they try to put together like who was this person, and they find like something on their garment that lets them know they're basically eternally doomed. So, but what is the takeaway of the film is, yeah, be on your P's and Q's to not cross the divine powers. Don't do it. It's not recommended in any culture around the world. But of course, divine power, see, people are like, well, the devil's a divine power, so we're worshiping him. Well, look, try to see the bigger picture that if you need Buddhist cosmology, use that. It's wonderful. There's so many different perspectives and ideas about it. Now that I would hope the Christians would still have this, at least ones that can consider themselves Christians. That's at least something they say a lot, like fear of the Lord. That's what they say. But a lot of people might say it or hear it colloquially, but they don't really manifest it. You should manifest fear towards certain things, like making a mistake and injuring a holy person. You should have fear of doing that. And also realize the other possibility is, and then maybe we could do an alternative timeline where maybe they do, the holy person, he appears, and because he knows how terrible the causality of their deeds are, he comes back and he gives them an instruction which allows them to go back in time and do the right thing instead, which is to say, treat someone they don't know with dignity, civility, and respect instead. Perhaps even a little bit of hospitality or helpfulness. And then their timeline, rather than being damned, is blessed. See, that's the flip side. Not only should you be afraid, way more afraid of crossing the divine powers than the devil, but you should also realize that they support those that manifest the divine in all things, at all times, in every way, no matter what, in this dimension and in the multiverse and worlds to come. It wasn't me that said that. That was the Buddha that said that. In his own way. And he didn't just say that because he wanted donations, okay? He was running on rice and tarps. So it's not about what he said, it's about your lived experience. And if your frequency is low, put in the work, raise it. Why do you raise it? Well, because you can. Why? Because you're not ignorant. Why else? Well, you put in right effort with right view. You keep it compact, you keep it real, you keep it no ego, amigo. And it's not just saying that. This is not a front, this is not a gimmick, this is not a costume. It's as real as you are sincere. And your sincerity is what you either are able to manifest or not. You know it very well. When you tell someone, like, teacher, I love you. And it's really true, like in your heart, you're just, it's undeniable. Then it's real. Only then is it real. It makes no sense to say that and not feel that. But you have to feel that. Even if it starts off at the smallest of points in your mind with a big circle around it, that little point with the circle around it, it starts there, the seed of a new attitudinal and a new manifestation and experiencing that you are guiding in such a way that is not just what you said. Those are not just those are just the words. But that real, genuine feeling, that all-encompassing feeling, that feeling of total completion, of finally arriving, of accepting everything in this universe, good and bad as we see them, in connection with each other, as on the chariot, as the chariot driver, infusing our lives with the meaning that we generate, DIY style, low budget, right here, right now, nowhere else, no one else, no thing else. It's only as genuine as you experience it, and you are responsible for making that experience so overwhelmingly, so committedly, so sincerely, so real, so gripping, that it is that valuable, it is that precious, it is that priceless. Because you have those skills, that you have worked so hard, you've searched so far to find, are now here and now manifesting in such a way that is incontrovertible. It's not counterfeitable. And if it was, you would know it. And then stop holding back on a good thing. You're too tough to experience good emotions. No, you're not. That's stupid. You've been hard-baked, stamped down into a square. Let it all out. Reconnect with divine energy. Make your karmic burn a divine energy burn. All the positive energies of the universe become a receptacle and conduit of that. Release all of the blockages, all of the negativities, all of the acrimonies, all of the defilements, anything, it could be anything. You don't know, you don't need to know. Just let it all go, let it all out. This is catharsis. Don't scream like you have Tourette's and curse. No, that's bad practice. You have to feel these things, you have to burn these things, you have to release these things. And in that high flame, not lose the focus on that infinite point with the circle around it. Just ponder that. That is the symbolic connection to that realm that is beyond the rational. And yet there's such a perfect symmetry to it. There's such an infinity to it. There's such a simplicity to it. There's such a scalability to it. So start at that point and just clear out. Like, just imagine an explosion with a shock wave just slowly spreading out across the universe. Break up all of that encrusted, personic contraptions that you've glued together for yourself in the form of narratives. Just let that get blasted out with the power of that positive, transformational, energetic, frequency, focused, passionate, unwavering, brilliant, diamond dragon lightning bolt practice.